Good afternoon, those of you in attendance in person and those of you watching online. Council just wanted to communicate to everybody and inform them that they are running a little bit behind and that they should be out and meeting around 7:35. Thank you for your patience.
All right, I'm going to ask my colleagues to make your way up front. We've made our audience wait long enough. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call our meeting to order at 7:46 p.m., and I will ask our Deputy City Clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Letiju? Here. Councilmember Matias?
Here.
Councilmember Matulik?
Present.
Councilmember Palmares?
Present.
Mayor Source?
Present.
Vice Mayor Burgenser?
Present.
And Councilmember Gordon.
Present.
All right, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to our Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand and join us for the pledge. All right, thank you all again. I appreciate everyone's patience. We have just come out of a closed session, and that's our next item. So I'll ask our city attorney if we have a report out from closed session this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council did meet in closed session with regard to the following items. Item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, the case name is Nicholas versus the City of Vallejo. The Solano County Superior Court case has listed on the agenda. With regard to that item, the council provided direction to legal counsel. There's no further action to report at this time. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, informed California Foundation, Inc. versus the City of Vallejo. Solano County Superior Court case number as listed on the agenda. Likewise, the council provided direction to legal counsel. There's no other action to report at this time. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4. One case. The council provided direction on that item. There's no further action to report at this time. With regard to item D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2. Two cases. There is no action to report on either of those cases. Item E, public employee performance evaluation, and item F, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, titles City Manager and City Attorney. There is no action to report at this time. Council did provide direction.
All right, thank you very much. That is going to bring us to our presentations and commendations, and we do have a proclamation this evening. We're going to be recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and we have some representatives from our local advocacy organizations. So we have a few organizations that serve Vallejo and Solano County, and we wanted to recognize one that is newer and based here now, or has a presence here, Victims Empowerment Support Team VEST. It's all presented over there at the podium, and if our director and anyone else that would like to join from VEST wants to join me, you all can join me over there. And while we assemble, I'll say this proclamation it's the first time, at least in several years or in recent memory, that Vallejo has done this recognition. It's really important to me, and I know it's important to many of my colleagues who have raised it. So we're really excited to have you here. I'll read the text of the proclamation, and then I'll turn it over to you. So we're recognizing October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, whereas October is recognized annually as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, first observed in October 1981 as a National Day of Unity. Domestic Violence Awareness Month is held each October as a way to unite advocates across the nation in their efforts to end domestic violence, whereas community and advocacy organizations across the country connect with the public and one another throughout the month to raise awareness about the signs of abuse and ways to stop it, and to uplift survivor stories and provide additional resources to leaders and policymakers. And whereas the 2025 theme is With Survivors Always, this theme explores what it means to be in partnership with survivors. Survivors deserve safety, support, and solidarity. We must always center those needs of survivors as we work to end domestic violence this month and beyond. Whereas policymakers and communities must work together to transform the conditions that cause domestic violence and support survivor-centered solutions. And whereas domestic violence programs in California provide essential life-saving services for survivors, their children, and communities. There are resources available in Solano County for survivors and families affected by domestic violence, such as the Family Justice Center, Victims Empowerment Support Team, VEST, and SafeQuest Solano. And whereas there is a need to support and amplify prevention programs and community-based strategies to create healthy environments and decrease the likelihood of perpetration, thereby stopping domestic violence from occurring in the first place. And whereas all communities deserve access to culturally responsive prevention programs and initiatives to improve overall community health and safety by challenging the societal norms that perpetuate violence. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Andrea Source, Mayor of the City of Vallejo, and the Vallejo City Council do hereby designate October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and recognize the vital role that all Vallejoans can play in preventing and one day ending domestic violence. Signed by myself with the names of all of my colleagues. So I'll present this, Tanya, right? Yes. I'll present this to Tanya, our Director of VEST. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the work that you do. Would you like to say a few words? You can take a photo.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Victims Empowerment Support Team, it's an honor to accept this proclamation recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We thank the Mayor, City Council, Board of Supervisors, and the community of Vallejo for acknowledging the importance of this issue and welcoming VEST into this community. Your recognition sends a powerful message that Vallejo stands united in raising awareness and supporting survivors. On May 27th, VEST made a strategic move from Fairfield to Vallejo to eliminate barriers to services for survivors. A special thanks to Supervisor James, whose leadership and commitment to collaboration has helped us connect with community partners such as iHeart, House of Acts, Community Vallejo Together, and Verna's House, breaking silos to ensure survivors receive the wraparound services they deserve. Domestic violence affects every community. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience domestic violence in their lifetime. These numbers represent our neighbors, co-workers, and loved ones. The impact of domestic violence extends far beyond physical harm. Survivors often face emotional trauma, financial instability, housing insecurity, and barriers to accessing critical services. That is why VEST exists, to ensure that survivors are not alone in their journey toward safety and healing. Since opening the doors on October 4th, 2021, VEST has provided over 2,000 clients with free services across Solano, Sonoma, and Alameda counties, offering crisis intervention, emergency financial housing assistance, free therapy services, and empowerment programs. Our mission is to minimize domestic violence in our community. We accept this proclamation. We reaffirm our community to work alongside city leaders, law enforcement, and our community to ensure that safety is a human right for all. Thank you.
And then if you all can join us down front, we'll take a photo with the proclamation. I'll come back over here. All right, thank you all again. And while we transition, we'll go ahead and start our public comment clock for our first community forum. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the city council on items not on our agenda this evening. And while we let the online time run, do we have any speakers in person this evening?
Yes, we have 5 speakers.
All right, so we'll take our in-person speaker, and then we most likely won't have time for anyone online, but anyone that doesn't have an opportunity in this forum can address the council in the second community forum closer to the end of the meeting. Let's go ahead and call the speakers.
Okay, our first speaker is Kathy O'Hare.
How's that? Thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you again. I was here 3 weeks ago, and I was here to speak about the situation on Pennsylvania Street with the homeless encampment. And thank you. It is gone, and you guys worked so fast and so thoroughly and so nicely with the people in the neighborhood. We really, really appreciate it. I've had neighbors come by, be able to walk their dogs. They've been coming down and being thrilled to be able to just actually interact with the community that is around them. And so I am here to thank you, and to thank, especially our city manager for making some big changes. And this is a really important thing, and that is that if we can reinforce the 72-hour parking limit for RVs in the city, then that will make a big, big difference in letting these encampments really thrive. And once they get settled into an area, it's hard to get them out. So thank you again. I appreciate it, and for all the work that you guys have done for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Lewis.
Hi. I just stopped by to remind all of you that the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission has still not held regular monthly meetings as required. The ordinance that established the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission states that we shall hold monthly meetings beginning the first full month after our appointment, which was a couple of years ago. I would think the council, having decided to establish a commission, would be more than a little irritated that their decision is being ignored. I understand that the city is required to meet and confer with the Vallejo Police Officers Association. However, I don't believe that the city is required to meet and agree. When was the last discussion with the Vallejo Police Officers Association to resolve this impasse? There are a number of things that members of the commission can do at a regular monthly meeting that will not impact police working conditions. For example, we could choose a chairperson. Another thing we might want to do is hold a discussion amongst ourselves about what things might not be appropriate to post on social media. But probably more importantly, we could hear the concerns of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a little nervous and crowd, so I wrote my request down. If you don't mind if I read that to you?
No
Is that
problem.
okay?
Just if you can make sure you're close to the mic so we pick you up online.
Okay, can you all hear me now? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Judy Thomas. I am a proud Vallejo resident and current homeowner for over 20 years now. We live in District 3. I am here tonight to request that the city adopt an ordinance to clarify or regulate the business use of cannabis cafes and lounges. I ask that you direct staff to prepare such ordinance for consideration. Vallejo, having the largest population in Solano County, should lead the way and go first in establishing such guidelines. I am interested in offering a cannabis cafe-style business with an emphasis on serving the group of 50 plus, an atmosphere for mature smokers to enjoy, socialize, host events, and offering small plates of delicious food to consume while visiting. Did you know that research suggests 30% of all cannabis dispensary sales are from customers over the age of 65? I believe this business type has value and can offer a positive position within the community it serves. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I take back what I said earlier. We probably will have time for one online speaker. So anyone wishing to address the council online, feel free to raise your hands.
Our next speaker is Wendy Stevenson.
Close enough. Hello, everybody. I am Wendy Stevenson, the owner of Urban Fusions Restaurant here in Vallejo. Been here for the last 3 years, and I put in a proposal and letter of intent to relocate my business at 285 Mare Island Way. And I'm here today to understand the leasing process because this started back in March 2025, and we're going into 26. So, in all fairness, we did have, my broker and I had a Zoom meeting about a week or two ago with the city manager, Jillian. And at that meeting is kind of why I'm here. I was told that they don't have a broker and they're looking for funding. So I am here tonight to ask a question. What funding? And I have come prepared with my own funding and my own proposal and business plan. So that's pretty much my question and the delay. So in all fairness to my current owner, where I lease from, commercial-wise, we should be giving a 120-day notice to renew or do a non-renewal. So I'm kind of in a catch-22 and wondering, should I keep my business in Vallejo because of this delay? I'm not sure what is the true delay. So we, to my knowledge, most cities have a business real estate manager, which is David Morton. So I'm not sure what the delay is of answering the proposal or even negotiating or just saying no. There's my question.
All right. Thank you very much. We can't discuss it as it's not on the agenda this evening, but it's noted, and I don't know if city manager, if you have a quick, if you're permitted to give it just a quick response.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to please connect with David Morton, who's our real property manager and so, yeah, I'll make sure that you guys connect and get that clarified. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing.
Okay, our next speaker is Jim Owens.
And you can raise the podium if you'd like. On the lower right, there's a toggle.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing my request. Tonight I'm here not to request the renaming of a street, but to request an honorary designation sign be attached under the existing Denial Street sign stating Street of Achievement. This tiny one-block, 10-house street has had many outstanding achievers. Norm Bass, Dick Bass, Sylvester Stewart, also known as Sly and the Family Stone, and all lived on this street. Several other notables, including the first black general contractor in Vallejo and the state of California, principal of Vallejo schools, and several doctors of education, and others. Again, I don't want Denial Street to be renamed, but to honor those outstanding individuals whose who structured their lives to become achievers, enhancing our community and our image. I did not go through normal channels for this item, but was told this was an extraordinary circumstance and was asked if I would pick just one person. No. I believe this is an extraordinary situation and all need to be honored for their contributions. You will be given handouts that include additional information for your review. The original handouts say Street of Achievement, but I'm asking for the signage to read Street of Achievers. Please add this item to a future agenda so that this Street of Achievers will be recognized for their city, state, country, and international contributions. I will incur all costs for signage and installation. I want to thank you for your consideration and look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's it for our in-person speakers this evening. We do have time for one. We went quickly. We've got time for one online.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one speaker online. Paul Theus, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name's Paul Tice. I live in Vallejo and I'm on the executive committee of the Sierra Club in Solano, which has a couple of hundred members in Vallejo. Thanks for this opportunity to speak very briefly on a matter which is not on the agenda, but which needs to be on the front burner of the council's work, affordable housing in Vallejo. Our housing element, adopted last December after 2 years' delay, mandated that 2 affordable housing ordinances be presented to you last month. They are renter protections and inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning sets aside a percentage for affordable housing in new developments over a certain size. Last year, the planning division was staffed up. The city attorney's office employs 9 lawyers. We anticipated results. But September came and went with no ordinances. We have not yet heard when planning and legal intend to have them ready. Meanwhile, every month, more of our neighbors are being shoved onto the street by unaffordable rents. The San Francisco Chronicle lists Vallejo at the top of the list of rent-stressed communities in the Bay Area. Vallejo's homeless population doubled in the last 2 counts. And to make matters worse, more market rate projects are coming online as developers snap up large parcels of vacant land. Over the last 20 years, the number of affordable housing units permitted in Vallejo is close to 0. Meanwhile, the city has permitted hundreds and hundreds of market rate units as our housing crisis deepens and gentrification accelerates. I know you care. I encourage you to work with planning and legal to bring these overdue affordable housing ordinances before you. Thank you for considering my views.
And that wraps up our online speakers.
Thank
Madam
you
Mayor.
very much. All right. So that'll close our community forum this evening, and we'll move on to our consent calendar. If we could open up public comment for anyone wishing to address the council on items on our consent calendar, either in person or online. And do we have any speakers in person at this time? Let's go ahead
We
and
do
call
have
them.
one speaker. Anna Berkman.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So this is something that's on the consent calendar, so I think it's likely to go through, I guess, and But I think what I'm talking about is an issue that will come up again. And this is $300,000 being requested to go to GVRD for youth programs. So GVRD should raise their own money and leave Measure P alone. They already received tax money, so claims they will provide free events are untrue. We've paid for them. The claim is that providing scholarships for youth activities will reduce crime. Scholarships are inherently inequitable. There are so many reasons that families are not going to, just won't apply for them. And another reason why this would not work for families is that a lot of people just don't have time to drive their kids places, and that's extra money for gas. So the program is claiming to help kids while it's imposing a greater burden on parents using their own tax money. I mean, parents know what their kids should be doing, and I would rather. So this packet says estimated number of people impacted, like several hundred or more. That kind of sounds like something I would write, and I'm not that good at getting grants. I mean, that is extremely vague so far as numbers, nothing about which activities, the age range, girls and boys. What are these programs and what are they supposed to do? And so the demographic could apply to most of Vallejo, and Vallejo's being asked to provide $300,000 to another governmental type agent type entity with no measure to evaluate or anything. And so, the local nonprofits here, if they were to get money, they know exactly what they want to do. They can tell you exactly which kids will be participating and what they want to happen for them. And they have goals and keep measure. So basically, this is the city's paying another organization. So, keep Measure P in the community to help our kids and let GBRD raise their own money.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any other commenters in person? Do we have anyone online?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we do have 2 speakers online.
All right, let's go ahead and call them.
Ann C., please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Ann C., I see you're muted, but we do not hear you. We'll come back to you. David Haldane, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, is audio good?
We can hear you, but it's really faint.
Oh, sorry, I'll try to get closer here. I'd like to comment on consent H, I, J, and D. Consent H, we are increasing the Ghirardelli contract by $1 million. I'd like to know what the increased scope of work is on this contract, if it's an attempt to navigate around empty or frozen positions. I'd like to know if paying this contract will delay hiring an on-staff engineer who could be a local hire. And I'd like to highlight that this contract's hourly rates range from $83 to $301 an hour, which I know that local people would love to get a piece of. So I'm wondering if the contract includes any provision for preferring local hires, or if we should consider actual full-time positions instead of adding $1 million to a contract. Consent I is the $300K Measure P funds to the GVRD. On paper, the program looks great as a proposal. When you look at the last funding for $175,000, it was a little nebulous. And also I couldn't find any results of that. So maybe in general, maybe we could do a better job as a city on the Measure P website saying what programs Measure P has funded, maybe some pictures, maybe some outcomes, so that we can all feel good about what is happening. I actually do think that late night programs are a good idea, especially to keep our youth engaged at night. But I would also like to see some proof that they're happening, and this isn't just sort of a set of slush funds that they sort of just use to do general stuff that they were going to do anyway. I'm very concerned about the $700,000 for Bob's Tow. When you run the numbers for 1 year at $468,000, that works out to about 1,300 cars at $5 a day. That seems like a lot of cars to be storing as evidence, and I think that probably we could cut down on those and maybe work on not just defaulting to storage. If we're not storing 1,300 cars, maybe we should look at whoever thought it was a good idea to let that many late fees stack up and reflect that in their performance report. And I'd like to know what the plan is to not spend $500,000 a year on storing cars, especially when we have so many abandoned cars on the street. So what are we doing here? Can we auction them and get our money back? The last one is on Agenda D, the flock cameras. I know that we do have a Surveillance Advisory Board endorsement of that.
And to comment on that, you'll have to wait until that item.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
Yep,
Okay.
no worries.
So just on the towing, would love to know if we could avoid spending $500,000 next year on storing cars and maybe work on reducing that inventory a little bit.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's try Ann one more time. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Can you hear me now? Please
We
confirm.
can.
We can. You
Yes.
can? Okay, great. So I'm calling in about consent item 8E as in Edward, and this has to do with repairing the garage. And it raised some questions for me. As I recall, when the city decided to reinstate its parking fees, we discussed the ferry building garage quite a bit because there's the security is inadequate down there, and it has been the site of quite a few vandalisms, including, among other things, the theft of catalytic converters. My car was one of them. So among the things that came up when we had that discussion was that the cameras inside the parking garage building were all broken. And so I'm wondering if those ever got fixed, and if not, how come? Also, we talked about how the security in that parking lot would be improved by adding either a security gate where someone would need to have some sort of ticket to get out of the parking lot, and or having an attendant. Neither one of those have happened, and I'm wondering if they are scheduled to happen at some point in the scope of work on the garage. Anyway, so those were my questions on that whole topic, and thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other commenters?
That wraps it for now, Madam
All
Mayor.
right, so we'll go now to council if anyone has anything they'd like to pull, and I see Councilmember Matias.
Want to pull H and want to pull I.
Sorry, what was the second one?
H and I.
H and I. Okay, so H will become item, I think it's 8, right? 8.1. I will become 8.2. Councilmember Palmares.
That's a pull E as in Echo and J as in Juliet.
Okay. So item E will become 8.3, and item J will become 8.4. All right, and I am going to pull N, and we're going to make that 8.5. Seeing none others, do we have a motion on the remainder?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar and approval of the agenda, moving items, consent item H to 8.1, I to 8.2, E to 8.3, and J to 8.4. I also request, because of the late start time, that we continue information items A and B, and that we continue action items E, F, and G.
All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Sorry, we are going to continue action, or information items A and B, and we're going to continue action items E, F, and G.
Yes, I think the question was that I believe the mayor also requested that item N be pulled. Was that mentioned as part of the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, N is 8.5, I apologize.
Thank
for
you.
consent.
All right. All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. So we are going to be continuing both of our information items as well as items E, F, and G to a future meeting. And we'll go ahead to our pulled consent items, which will begin with former item H, which is now 8.1, adopt a resolution approving a First Amendment to consultant and professional services agreement with Ghirardelli Associates. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question, just building off of the public comment by Mr. Haldane. And my question is to the city manager. What is the current timeline to hire, to post and hire for a public works director?
If I may, HR Director Cifuentes, can you provide a response to that question? Timeline to hire the Public Works Director?
Yes, so we are currently working with the executive recruiting firm. We should be doing a kickoff with them in the next couple of weeks, and then we're looking at about a 120-day time frame. So I think based off of that, I think we were looking at probably a selection in middle to end of January.
So I guess my follow-up to that is, recruitment goes in for public works director, and then that position would be hiring for all of the other vacant positions?
So the other positions within the department, you mean?
Yes, city engineer, assistant public works director, kind of what is the?
Yeah, so the other high-level vacancy that we have is the Assistant Public Works Director, who is also designated currently as the city engineer. So we want to see kind of what that pool looks like, because there's a possibility that maybe we could kind of get both from that recruitment pool. And then, you know, as you're aware, we have a handful of executive level recruitments that we're currently working on. So that's also in the queue, but the Public Works Director is first in that queue. And then for all of the other vacancies within the department, we're currently working on those on a regular basis.
Okay, so I'm going to make a note of the late January timeline that we're operating under. I've been voicing concerns about that open or vacant Public Works Director position for some time, and I hope that we can prioritize that, because otherwise we're just paying consultants all the time, and I think we could be building that capacity in-house. My second question is to Interim Public Works Director Alcantar. I have one question for you. So the staff report does not include Division Zero program, which there's money in the budget for. So is Ghirardelli helping you with that, or are you anticipating the Public Works Director to spearhead that program?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm expecting Tony Chu, our traffic engineer, to spearhead that program.
Okay, so that's accounted for and moving forward?
Correct.
Okay, all right, that's all I got, thanks.
Councilmember Ledeju.
To our HR Director, Stephanie. It's okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Is there any, again, thank you for the recruitment process, but is there any way that we can concurrently run those executive level positions together? And while I fully understand and respect the fact that potentially you may have an alternate candidate that might be a good candidate for the assistant, I think we need to run them together. And even if they get hired several weeks behind each other and you're pulling in whomever you hire as the director, but it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, And we have had a huge gap in that department, and I know we can do that. And I think we should, and I'm throwing it out at you, but I'm also talking to our city manager as well. We really need to consider running concurrently so we can get this particular organization up and running and can minimize the cost of consultants.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I would say is, yeah, it is potential for us to be able to run them concurrently. That isn't the direction that we've started down. So we're very close to getting started with our Public Works Director. To be able to run them concurrently would probably delay that further. And in addition to that, just keep in mind that we have multiple executive level vacancies that we're trying to work on recruitments for. So having multiple of those going at the same time with my current staff and my staff size is very challenging, because we do provide, there are things that we're doing on our end for that as well. So I'll leave it to the city manager.
Sure. So what I would say to our city manager, and I respect what you've said, it becomes, how do we borrow some resources, meaning even if we have to bring in some temporary resources that are experienced HR professionals that potentially can help specifically with recruitment. And I know that it happens at city level, state level, so forth and on, because I do understand how much time it takes. But I would suggest maybe we could consider how we can bring in some resources to help fill those gaps, to help our HR director and her team be able to move a little quicker, because I know it's challenging, and I do appreciate the work.
Yeah, and I'll just mention that we are having that conversation and have been for some time, is how to supplement the existing very small HR staff to address on a project basis some of the top priority items. So we'll continue to look for those opportunities.
Yes.
All right. Thank you all. Do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I move that we adopt a resolution approving the First Amendment to the Consultant and Professional Services Agreement with Ghirardelli Associates, Inc., to increase the not-to-exceed amount of the contract to $1.5 million, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right.
Motion carries with one. Motion carries with one no from Councilmember Matias.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to item 8.2, which was formerly consent item I, notice of intent to amend a fiscal year budget, appropriate $300,000 Measure P funds to GVRD for public safety measures to reduce violence, and I'll turn it back over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled the item.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question is actually to City Attorney Nebb. City Attorney Nebb, can you, for edification purposes, share with me what current oversight does the City Council have over GVRD?
So the answer is GVRD is a separate legal entity, as you may be aware. It has its own board. You appoint, I think it's 2 members to the GVRD board. The rest of the members are appointed through other entities. So your direction essentially is to your appointees, if you will. The council does not have supervisorial authority over GVRD as a whole. GVRD uses city land through a series of lease agreements that have kind of all been consolidated together. There are varying different agreements that relate to each individual piece of land. GVRD also operates a few minor facilities on land that GVRD itself owns. But that's pretty much the extent of the relationship, other than through our Quimby and development impact fees that are collected by the city on new development. So they can submit requests for use of those fees for eligible projects.
And then my quick follow-up is, so we don't have any sort of supervisorial oversight. It has its own board. That board manages or supervises the general manager. are we still able as a body to request reports from that specific board?
Well, to the extent that the city council does something discretionary, so let's use an as example, you provide discretionary funds for programming for GVRD, then through that agreement, you can make those requests, yes. Or make those agreements, essentially. So, for instance, if you wanted a report on the expenditure of either past funds or current funds as a condition to providing additional funding, you could do that through an agreement, and assuming GVRD agrees, you would receive those reports.
So the funding under consideration this evening, would that be an opportunity for us to attach reporting requirements?
As a condition of that funding, yes.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking you those questions is because, I don't know, I think I've been in office now 9 months, and the concern from the community, both in terms of the programs being offered by that entity, the fees that that entity may be fundraising. I mean, we keep hearing about that, and from my vantage point, I'm like, it has its own board. We appoint some of those members. I think that board should be providing that transparency and that clarity to the public. I think what we can do is ensure that whatever we are dispersing has some reporting attached to it. And so I would just ask the council to consider that this evening. And then my last question is to our youth coordinator. What is the current status of the needs assessment? Because I got some questions from the community around that. The youth needs assessment that I think feeds into the strategic plan.
So currently, we are waiting on doing a contract extension or a new contract with the MIG, the consultant that has been helping us with the needs assessment. We finished off this last month with focus groups and community engagement pop-ups at late night basketball and the farmers market and ACES Community Resource Fair. And so leading into hopefully goal setting and our target being early, I want to say spring, is when we should have the full needs assessment document.
Okay.
We did have to do some timeline extensions due to my leave of absence.
Okay, understood. And welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
All right, so what I'm hearing is that at that point we'll be in a position to more concretely define how we're supporting our youth and what investments we will be making utilizing Measure P funds?
Yes, correct. So we should have data regarding what community and particularly youth have said that they need. Subsequently, after we have that report for the needs assessment, then you start getting into strategic planning into, okay, now that we have this data, what are some goals and objectives that we can do as a community, not just a city, but community-wide.
Okay. I very much look forward to participating in that process, and I just want to commend you personally because we just returned from a conference in Long Beach, Cal Cities, and many of the things that you have been working on that were spearheaded under past councils are things that actually put us ahead of the curve of many cities, and that I was able to share out with some of my colleagues down there. So I want to thank you for that, and I look forward to participating in that process early next year to move that strategic plan forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I have council members Gordon, Palmares, and then Letajou. I'm going to encourage us to keep this to the budget allocation for this $300,000 to GBRD, just to make sure we're staying on topic. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate
City Attorney,
that.
do you have a legal point to make? Okay.
I do, sorry. The item that appears on your screen, appropriate the $300,000, is not the item that was in the agenda. The agenda item is step 1 of the budget. It's the notice of intent to amend. So you won't actually be allocating those funds this evening. That will come at your next meeting, at which additional information can come forward to you about the things that you've asked about tonight. This step 1 is just the notice of intent to amend the budget. If you amend the budget at the $300,000, it can be anywhere from 0 to $300,000 when you actually take action.
Okay. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you for clarifying. I just wanted to know exactly what they needed this for, because my biggest concern is people, as mentioned earlier, folks still have to pay, but I do want to say that they did allocate $25,000 to late night basketball.
Correct. And so I want to clarify, this item is step one of the two-step budget amendment. This item, or this project, was previously approved through the two-step budget process using general funds with the expectation it will be brought back to Measure P, and if approved through Measure P, come back to you all to take that money using Measure P funds. So at the next meeting, council meeting, I'll come back with step two and a presentation of what this grant agreement would look like, what the allocations are, what the goals and objectives are, including what the data collection will look like. And so I come back with a presentation as well as for feedback from you all before we come back with the actual grant agreement.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being part of this. If this is already redundant, I apologize, but I'd like to know if are there any measures to ensure that we are targeting the youth or folks who are going to be at risk as it relates to violence reduction?
Correct, there are. So I think a little bit of a differentiation between the previous Measure P grant agreement and this Measure P grant agreement is a little bit more targeted. We're looking at targeting specific districts with a little bit more targeted funding. We're looking at targeting mainly teen programming, though there is some allocation to youth programming. Teen programming is the main target. There's a small amount for scholarships. We're also targeting free days to kind of open up access to safe spaces. So we also did have a discussion with GVRD that will be outreaching to like at-risk youth service providers and nonprofits, because there is a way for them to apply to do programming through GVRD and get paid to run those programs. And so even if GVRD doesn't have the staff to specifically run a program for, say, at-risk youth, though that's a very general, broad term, we can do some specific outreach.
Okay, and if I could put a bug in here, there's at least one person in one of the permanent support housing projects that we have who has children, and they would love to benefit from this. So we can have an offline conversation later about that, but they would really be interested in this type of program. So just make sure they're not missing out on that.
Yeah, correct. I think the intent that council had was reducing as many barriers, financial barriers, and increasing access to safe spaces. So we're intending that money to broadly outreach to as many youth and families as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Ledeju.
Good evening. So I do believe in several discussions around this whole project, this funding, that we agreed there would be metrics and reporting. Am I correct? Thank you. And I don't know if we discussed what the cadence of that reporting would be, and the very fact that in addition to the reporting, I'm not sure if you know what the cadence is at this moment in time.
Quarterly reporting.
Okay, quarterly
of
reporting.
Each fiscal year.
And it would go to, is it Measure P? Or
Measure P, yes. I'm sure I could provide the grant reports to council. City Manager Murray? Okay.
That's fine. I'll ask for that. Thank you. And then in addition to that, we talked about making sure that we're reaching our at-risk youth. But these funds really also, not just at-risk youth, but we're talking about our underserved communities, our under-income families, that we need to make sure that we're using data to meet the needs of those particular individuals in our community. And I would expect to see that data analysis and how we actually gathered that data, understood who those individuals were that needed to be served, correct?
Correct.
And then in addition to that, what I'm expecting, you made a comment about also working with different nonprofit organizations that work within our community, and they can access grant funding or participation through these funds through GBRD. And I'd ask, how is that information being put into the community? How do individuals understand how to access this opportunity, and how user-friendly is that process to access this particular opportunity?
Thank you. I can definitely collaborate with GVRD when we give our presentation to have some strategies available to you all, because the goal is to make it as streamlined and as easy as possible. And so I know we talked about they do have some online like applications, for example, for their scholarships, but we did ask for a small portion of this to go to that outreach, that marketing, so that we can ensure that it's easier to access, whether that's printing out printed flyers instead of just going online or in multiple languages, things like that.
So I did push back in the safety committee on this, and I'm still gonna push back on it. I don't want to spend $25,000 on marketing. GBRD, and I said it to our the department head, GBRD already has a marketing strategy, and they should be able to enhance their marketing strategy without taking these specific funds. $25,000 is a lot of money that can service quite a few children, and I am going to continue to push back on that. And when they come and present, I am going to say it. This money is not to do marketing. It is to have direct service to our children.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I move that we have the notice to intent to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget and to appropriate $300,000 in Measure P funds to Greater Vallejo Recreational District, GVRD, for public safety measures to reduce violence, step 1 of 2.
All right.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to item 8.3, which was previously consent item E, resolution approving a First Amendment to the vendor services agreement for miscellaneous garage installation and repair services with R&S Erection of Vallejo, Inc., increasing not to exceed amount to $200,000. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Palmares, who pulled this item.
Do I just speak about this? Is there no one to, oh, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Source, council members. So in 2023, the city released a formal solicitation for quotes and maintenance and repair of garage doors, and these are our fire station garage doors. They're not small garage doors. The city did not receive any bids, and following Muni Code Section 3.20.0908.11, we reached out to R&S Erections of Vallejo, and they provided a quote not to exceed amount of $90,000 with an expiration date of June 30, 2027. We're asking to amend that, increase that to $200,000.
And just because someone asked about this, but this is in any relation to the ferry garage at all?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, that's just the fire stations.
Okay, just want to be clear. All right, thank you.
All right, do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I move that we adopt a resolution
Thank you.
approving the first.
Sorry.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. I move that we adopt a resolution approving the First Amendment to the vendor services agreement for miscellaneous garage installation and repair services with R&S Erection of Vallejo, Inc., to increase the not-to-exceed amount to $200,000 and authorize the city manager to execute the same.
All right, thanks. We'll go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to item 8.4, which was previously consent item J, resolution approving contractor service provider service agreement for evidence vehicle tow and storage service for city-initiated tows with Bob's Tow in a not-to-exceed amount of $700,000 per year. And I will turn it over to Councilmember Palmares, who pulled the item.
Hi. Maybe you could just do once around the world just about what we're voting on. Is that possible? Just maybe a summary.
Sorry, council member, I didn't understand what that was.
Sure. What?
We just couldn't hear.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering if you could just maybe just elaborate just for the residents, maybe just elaborate more about this consent item.
Yeah, this is a consent item, as it says, to appropriate a contract to Bob's Tow. There were funds that, there were vehicles already parked, let's say, at Bob's Tow and Storage during the negotiation process, so that's what's leading us to the ratification part of this item. We couldn't get the vehicles back and move the vehicles while we had the discussion and negotiated, so they stayed on the lot and incurred cost. Not sure. Anything else you want to add?
Good evening, Council. Hampton Jackson, Assistant City Attorney. To provide a little background, so the initial contract that we had related to evidence tow was from 2017, 2018. And since that time, the city's towing needs have increased significantly, and Lieutenant Huff can speak to the number of vehicles that are in evidence tow. These are specifically for vehicles that are towed related to evidence. So this would be vehicles that were involved in some type of traffic accident that's being investigated or involved in some type of crime. And currently the vehicles exceed, I know, over 100 or around 130. At the time this contract was written back in 2017, we were averaging between 70, 80 vehicles. And then there's also in the pricing has increased. Like I said, this hasn't been negotiated since 2017, 2018. And so the outdoor vehicle storage amount has increased to $10 per day. And that's for vehicles that are stored outside, and then $35 per day for vehicles that are stored inside. There are certain vehicles that need to be stored inside to maintain for evidentiary purposes.
Thank you. And I think there was a question about whether Bob's Tow is the most competitive vendor we have. I mean, can you maybe speak to that a little bit?
So Bob's Tow has been, Lieutenant Huff, Vallejo Police Department. Bob's Tow has been the vendor for this service for some time. So they had, I believe, previously bid to get the contract. They have the facilities to include an indoor storage facility area, and they have the additional insurance requirements that would be required to store evidence vehicles for us. So this is just a continuation of that previous contract. Unfortunately, because of our past due bills, that's why there's a lump sum in the beginning, and then it's an increase in total expenditure because the price of per vehicle per day has gone up.
Okay, but I mean, was this ever open to any further competition, or?
Not to my knowledge for this go around.
Okay. Nothing.
There's a rotational tow, you can speak on this better. There's a rotational tow agreement. So the call goes out to a different towing yard each time a vehicle needs to be towed. That was the last time that was negotiated back in 17, 18, I believe, when they did that. This one here, no, it has not gone out again. We're just continuing the process we've already been under this whole time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on this item.
Yes, I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Vallejo approving a contractor service provider service agreement to provide evidence vehicle tow and storage services for city-initiated tows with Bob's Tow, Inc. in a not-to-exceed amount of $700,000 per fiscal year, authorizing the city manager to execute the same and ratifying and authorizing payment of invoices to Bob's Tow Service, Inc. and related entities in the amount of $468,025 for services from June 2024 through June of 2025.
All right, and we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to item 8.5, which was previously action item N, the side letter agreement between the City of Vallejo and Vallejo Police Officers Association. And this was surrounding the use of security guards, which is going to be our action item A on tonight's calendar. And I had a very kind of simple question, which is this side letter very clearly caps at 40 hours a week and says that anything above 40 hours a week would require going back in to meet and confer. And the discussion we had last time the security item came up was around sort of the small scale of the pilot and the opportunity to scale up. And I wanted to verify, is that 40 hours a week, one car, 40 hours a week? If we added a second car, we would have to go back in to meet and confer? Or is it, I just want to understand that 40-hour week cap.
I don't believe it was one car for 40 hours a week. I think what we were told during the meet and confer process was that it would be 40 hours. So that's what we discussed with the union when we met. But I think that was before we knew that it might be anything more. So yes, if we wanted to increase it, we would need to go back and meet and confer over anything more than the 40 hours.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Lejeune. I'm trying to.
So are we saying a total 40 hours per week?
Total of 40 hours, I think is what it was, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So then the reality is, as we discussed, you really couldn't scale up beyond that. And each time you scale beyond that 40 hours, or even think you're going to scale beyond 40 hours a week, we have to go back and do a meet and confer.
Correct. Yeah, because the information that we had when we did the meet and confer was that it would be 40 hours. So that's what we discussed and agreed upon.
And that's one security person.
I don't know if that's necessarily one security person or one car. I think it was split up, if I understand.
Right, I think it's being split between multiple part-time
Right.
employees, but it's 40 hours per week total level of effort, and that's not having multiple security officers patrolling at the same time, so would be one vehicle, whether they literally use the same vehicle or not, but the total level of effort is 40. That's what the VPOA agreed to, and we're welcome, I think, to, after assessing it, to approach them again to discuss whether they are amenable to expanding that.
So I know this was the mayor's question, but I need to ask. Okay, thank you. So if you have one vehicle, and I don't know what the rule of thumb is as it relates to patrolling security staff in that vehicle, if you have two individuals in that vehicle, you're basically going to get to 40 hours pretty quick, right? Or, because I don't know how the beats work or what the structure is. I don't recall what
They're
that
just
description
solo,
is.
they're just individuals.
solo.
Yeah, they're not doubled up.
And where did that 40 hours come from? Why did we go in with 40 hours? Because this has been in the works now for, I think, 2 years, and I'm looking at my colleagues that have been here. I just feel like we really capped low at 40 hours and put ourselves in a position where if we want to scale this to any meaningful impact, we're going to have to go back in to meet and confer process, which already took a considerable amount of time. So where did that initial 40 hours come from?
That was one of the proposals, and that was from the private security firm, but it also happened to be the figure that VPOA was agreeable to when we were discussing what this program might look like. And so, as I said, if we want to scale it up, we're welcome to approach them again about this figure and see if they're amenable to it. I think they had some reservations about how this might impact what they consider to be bargaining unit work, and this was a level of effort that they were, as I said, agreeable to for this pilot program at this point.
And it was specifically the vehicles patrolling for crime deterrence. This had not, we wouldn't meet and confer for the security of specific sites.
No, this is
This
for,
is
just
for
for the neighborhood patrol pilot
The neighborhood
project.
patrol. Okay. I think that's all I have. I'm not seeing anything else. We'll go to the vice mayor.
No, I agree with the comments that have been made. I feel that we've completely underestimated the use of this contract. It is my intention, I don't know about the rest of you all, but that this would not in any way replace any of the police efforts or any of the police duties or responsibilities. This was to supplement until we could hire more staff, because it's not a matter of funding enough police officers, it's a matter of being able to hire enough police officers. And so I'm really confused as to how we arrived at 40 hours when we've had nothing but issues with public safety in this city for the last 2.5 years that I've been on this council. So I guess I'm at a loss of how we came up with the 40 hours, and I would like to immediately request that we increase that to, I don't know, 1,000 hours and renegotiate that with VPOA, because it's 40 hours is just not enough to take care of the issue that we have. This is not a matter of, like I said, replacing police officers. This is a matter of supplementing until we can hire enough police officers.
So
Am I wrong with that? Does anybody else have a different opinion on this dais besides that?
Go ahead, Director.
I was just going to say, I think my understanding, when we were meeting and conferring, I think the 40 hours came from some data that PD had pulled, or that PD had worked with Public Works to pull from the security firm. I don't know exactly, but it wasn't just arbitrary. It came from someplace.
Can we find out where that came from? Because is the police saying they only need 40 hours worth of supplemental help before they're able to get crime under control? I guess I'm really at a loss for this. So can we figure out where that 40 hours came from and have this come back to us? Because it's not enough. I mean,
Because the fact of the matter is, I agree with my colleagues. The fact of the matter is, why did we go to bat and do all this work over the last 9 months, plus 2 years, first of all, on this contract, but even before I got to council, where we're in a state of emergency, and we have really done a lot of work to get the sheriff to come and take several beats. It doesn't come together in a way that really says we're serious, VPOA, about safety. No one is asking to replace our officers. It is just as it's stated. We all know what the issue is. We can't hire fast enough. It takes, 18 months to get someone on, trained, and moving forward. So why should anyone in the police department, in VPOA, feel threatened by having more than 40 hours of security when we are deeply working to move our city forward, to assist our police personnel so that they can rest, they can do their training, we can have safety, and we can hire and keep moving forward. And so I know you're a conduit of this process, and I respect that. So I'm not necessarily pointing to you in the work that you're doing. I appreciate it. But the fact of the matter is, I want to say it from the dais, on the record, so that everyone hears it, because it's really important. And I directed to our CM, we do need to have more hours, and I think we need to reasonably think about what does this really mean in all the work that we're doing around safety.
So let me just clarify. So the 40 hours was the information that we had during the meet and confer. So that's what we presented to VPOA. It wasn't a matter necessarily of them having any conflict with the 40 hours. The security system, they're going to be doing patrolling, which is the work that police officers are currently doing. So there is obviously some concern, even though it's taking some work off of them and it's helping the community, they're in support of that. But at the same time, at the crux of it, right, it is police officer work, it's patrolling. And so there's always going to be kind of that guarded response. Anytime you're trying to take work away from a bargaining unit, they're going to respond to that. So it's not them having an issue with the 40 hours. It's the information that we provided them when we met and conferred.
And that's why I said, you're the conduit, and I'm clear on, with all due respect, I'm very clear. I bargained for 11 bargaining units, so I'm quite aware of that. And the reason I said it from the dais in the way I did is I want to put it in context, not just for labor, but in context for our residents who are also following this and wondering why it's taken us so long to get here, and then we're having this question around 40 hours. And again, those were the 40 hours presented to you. You didn't make up the number, and I clearly respect that.
And to VPOA. I want to be very clear about that because we are trying really hard to
Yes.
forge a new relationship and to really have a good working relationship with them. So I want to make sure it's clear to the community. This is not them being a blockade. This is what was presented and the information that we had to go off of.
And I'm clear, and that's why I restated it. Thank you.
Councilmember Matias.
I'm not trying to be funny here, but City Attorney Neb, so can we ask all the things about the security guard contract? Under this item? Because I thought that was action item A, and I have 2 follow-up questions.
So that is action item A. So they're related from the concept if you change the security guard contract or ask for changes, it could require going back on the meet and confer.
Oh, so we can, okay.
But you do have the opportunity to approve the side letter as is, kind of binding you around the 40 hours in this contract, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't go back, renegotiate additional hours, and amend the contract if that's what the council's desires are when we get to the other item, which is the contract. Did that answer your question?
Kind of. I mean, we'll see, right? You'll have to stop.
I was actually going to clarify that because it's a bit difficult because this is related to the next item, and so
Right.
we're kind of, at least they'll flow into each other. And I don't know if reordering them would make sense. Go ahead, and then we can figure
Yeah, I
out the
mean,
next step.
so the question I was going to ask, I agree with everything my colleagues have shared. I said all the things at the last meeting about that. But the question I have, and I appreciate this breakdown, City Manager Murray, that your team and you provided. So there's an allocation set up for Vallejo downtown lots. There's also an allocation set up for special events, Art Walk, Mad Hatter. It's in the staff report. It's a,
That's probably the action A.
yes.
So we
So I
probably have to
can't
save
say
that for the other
You
item.
probably just
Yeah.
pushed over that line, but you can bring that question back, I suppose.
Okay, all right. I'll come back. So-
All right. Do we have a motion on this? I know, Vice Mayor, you had a suggestion to
Yeah,
either we
I don't
could
know if
wait,
we
we could
wanna
do the other item
continue this.
first, we could maybe propose something and we'll see.
I guess I would turn it over to you since you pulled the item. I'm happy to follow your lead.
I mean, I'm reluctant to approve it. I'd like to see the hours increased. I don't want to delay the process further, but I don't think I'm comfortable with it. I see value in going ahead and getting started with the contract, but I think the hours are too low.
So if we don't approve this, can we not approve the contract?
Correct.
So then I would move that we could approve this and then we can ask for it to come immediately back for review.
With an
for
increase in hours,
increase.
yeah.
Okay, so then I move that we adopt a resolution. Sorry, were you going to interject?
I think Andrew was just going to interject and said to me, but he's right. You could theoretically approve it but not execute it, but I think it creates a different problem. So I would say stick with where you're going if that's where you're going.
Yes.
Go ahead, City Manager.
In addition, the City Council can provide direction as part of the consideration or adoption of this item for staff to return to discuss in closed session with City Council further adjustment to or modification to the side letter if it would like.
And we have to do that in closed session, not in open session?
You can provide direction that staff come to you in closed session to discuss that labor negotiations item.
Okay, then I move that we adopt a resolution approving the side letter agreement between the City of Vallejo and the Vallejo Police Officers Association, VPOA, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same, and request that the city manager bring back this item to closed session so we can negotiate additional hours.
Right.
to be
thanks.
added.
Yeah.
Motion carries with Mayor Source opposed.
Thank you. All right, that's going to bring us right into the action calendar, which is going to be the same item. And we'll go ahead and open up public comment on this item for anyone wishing to address the council. And I'll ask our Deputy City Clerk, I believe. I forgot your title, sorry. Deputy City Clerk to announce this item, please.
Okay, adopt a resolution approving an agreement for security services with AX9 Security, Inc. for 1 year, with 4 one-year options to extend for a total amount not to exceed of $1,900,000 for year 1, and said agreement authorizing the addition of supplemental security services as needed, authorizing the city manager to execute same, and terminating the existing security services agreement.
All right, thank you. And do we have a presentation on this item? I know I saw our interim public works director here a minute ago. He may have just stepped out for a minute.
Yes, it looks like that's what happened. I'm expecting a presentation here from Public Works.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Can I just clarify? I think that the way that it's worded, it's confusing to me because the way it's worded, it seems that the 1.9 million is for the first year. Is that correct, or is that not? Is that the total amount is 1.9 million and it's not the 1.9 million for the first year? Can
No.
you clarify?
It is 1.9 million for the first year.
So it's 1.9 million for the first year. Of that, I think we had asked about how much was previously already allocated as security, and so what is the total amount for the 40 hours that we're now purchasing as part of the additional security?
Yeah, it is in the staff report, but I do think that there's a little bit of confusion here that I thought the staff report was trying to address. So the original security guard agreement included a cap, total services. But not all of the services were specifically described and or delineated a specific dollar figure, if that makes sense. When council was, I'll use the word, asking for more detail when this was before you previously, staff broke out in the staff report what the annual services costs were for each of the tasks that the security guards were performing already. And those included tasks that were I'll call it originally in the contract years before, and also tasks that, due to some circumstances, as for instance the break-ins at Farragut, had been allotted to prevent additional damage to that facility so that there was somebody physically present 24/7. I don't know if, it doesn't appear that anybody from Public Works is actually here on this item, but so this contract actually breaks all of that out in your staff report so you can see it. It doesn't similarly break it out in the scope of work in the contract on a dollar-for-dollar figure, because those needs ebb and flow over time. I think I explained that a little bit at the last meeting, where you might, let's say we tenant up Farragut after it is repaired. Well, there wouldn't be necessarily any need anymore because there would be people there with their own facilities, their own hours, and potentially their own security. There may be changes. One of the tasks that the security guards are currently performing per the contract includes a fire watch at the library, but that's because there's a problem with needing to repair the fire alarm. When the alarm is prepared, those tasks will no longer be needed. So they're not bound into the contract that way, but if all of those services continued, then that amount would amount up to that total amount. A little less than that, because again, because of special assignments, special events, that kind of thing, we don't actually know how many hours they're going to be or what they're going to cost, so there's a little, I would call it, contingency in there.
That's the way it was written.
I'm going to suggest, I think we're getting into the weeds of the agreement, and I would like a Public Works staff to be here. I don't know, City Manager, do we know if someone from Public Works is in the building?
Yes, they need to step out for a sec, but they'll be
Okay.
back momentarily.
One suggestion, no, but I appreciate the effort. I do think it's best to have the point person commenting, and I wonder if, since we have a visitor here from Visit Vallejo, if we should skip and do the VT bid item and then come back to this item? Can we suspend, can we just suspend the item as is? So for folks with their hands up online, we'll open it up to raise your hands again, and we'll do the public comment when we resume item A, and we'll go ahead on to item C. And that is our VT bid assessment increase, and I'll ask our city clerk to announce this item, please.
Approval of resolution declaring the city council's intent to increase the assessment in the Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District and to levy and collect assessments within the district for fiscal year 2025-2026, and declaring its intention to amend section 14.50.090 of the Vallejo Municipal Code.
All right, thank you. So we'll open up public comment on this item to anyone wishing to address the council in person or online. And I believe, do we have a presentation on this item? All right, we have our community development. Remind me your title, Ms. Taylor.
Community development, senior community development analyst.
Analyst. All right, thank you
Yes.
very much. Do we have a presentation?
Yes, thank you
All
very
right.
much. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. As was read by our Deputy City Clerk, this is an item before you to approve the resolution declaring the City Council's intention to increase the assessment of the V-bid. Under consideration is that the Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District assessment has not increased since 2007. The Convention and Visitors Bureau is requesting a phase increase of 50 cents per room night increase to the existing bid assessment effective January 1, 2026, and an additional 50 cents per room night effective January 1, 2027. A little background, I won't read it, but I'll just do a short version. In 2003, the city of Vallejo reduced the amount of allocations they were giving to nonprofits. One of it was Visit Vallejo. Because of the reduction, Visit Vallejo asked if they could create to establish the P-bid, which would allow them to assess themselves. So in January 2004, the council adopted an ordinance establishing Chapter 14.50 of the Vallejo Municipal Code, Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District, to levy and collect assessments within the district. There is no sunset for this bid. On February 1st, 2004, the assessment was levied. The levy was a flat fee of $1 per occupied room per night for hotels with more than 40 rooms, and 50 cents per occupied room per night for hotels with 40 or less rooms. Service agreement was negotiated with Visit Vallejo to implement the marketing programs, projects, and activities that benefit the hotels within the city. In 2007-2008 fiscal year, the city reduced the amount of the TOT allocation given to Visit Vallejo to zero. It just stopped any allocation whatsoever. Because of that TOT reduction or elimination, Visit Vallejo requested that the assessments in the bid be increased to augment their budget. On June 27, 2007, the V-bid advisory board voted to recommend an increase in the bid assessment to a flat fee of $2 per occupied room night for hotels with more than 40 rooms, and $1 per occupied room night for hotels with 40 rooms or less. On October 9, 2007, the City Council adopted a resolution approving the increase in assessments. The current tax assessment of $2 per occupied room per night for hotels with more than 40 rooms and $1 per occupied room per night for hotels with 40 or less rooms per night produced $293,223 revenue in 2024-25. On March 11, 2025, the President and CEO of Visit Vallejo presented the concept of a bid modification to the City Hotel stakeholders, initiating dialogue regarding the future of tourism funding and the long-term sustainability of Visit Vallejo's marketing and development initiatives. On July 9, 2025, the Vallejo Hotel stakeholders reconvened with the majority of the Vallejo Hotel stakeholders present voting in favor for a phase increase of 50 cents per room night increase to existing bid assessment effective January 1, 2026, and additional 50 cents per room night increase effective January 1, 2027. On July 16, 2025, the bid board of directors, Visit Vallejo Board of Directors approved and endorsed the proposed phase increase. I'd like to stop here and interject that in present is Kurt Smith, who is the president and CEO of Visit Vallejo, and he will remark on the negotiations and talks that were had with the hotels and why the amount is 50 cents when he comes up. The goal of the phased approach is to responsibly scale Visit Vallejo's funding capacity to meet the rising costs of doing business while supporting expanded efforts in destination marketing, visitor services, public safety collaborations, and economic development for Vallejo's tourism. The estimated increase in 1 year following the implementation of the increase would be total approximately $57,031 for fiscal year 2025-26, assuming January 1, 2026 as an effective date. Revenue generation is 6 months of incremental revenue stemming from any assessment modification, and for fiscal year 2026-2027, approximately $114,063. The board did prepare an assessment report, which is in your packet. On October 8th, the Economic Development Commission recommended to City Council the proposed V-bid assessment increase of 50 cents effective January 1, 2026, an additional assessment increase of 50 cents effective January 1, 2027, and for the City Council to consider an automatic CIP inflation factor. If the City Council approves a resolution of intention this evening, the next steps are to advertise the joint notice requirement and to mail the notice to interested parties and affected business owners of the increased assessments. A public meeting to receive testimony would be scheduled for October 28th of 2025, and a public hearing to receive written protests from the affected lodging facility owners would be scheduled for November 18, 2025. If a majority protest is not received at that hearing, the City Council will be asked to adopt a resolution holding on first reading an ordinance amending Vallejo Municipal Code Section 14.50.09, which codifies the assessment. The second reading and adoption of the ordinance will occur at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting, and the new assessments will become effective 30 days after adoption of the ordinance. At this time, Kurt Smith, the President and CEO, does have some comments, if you'll entertain those.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Smith. Welcome.
Thank you, and honored to be here. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City staff. 18 years in the making since we've last had any type of modification to what produces 80% of the Visit Vallejo operating income. So a long time coming. So big night for us at Visit Vallejo. As Ms. Taylor mentioned last week, the EDC recommended that we move forward with this proposal, with this assessment increase. And just so there's some clarity, part of our, for lack of a better term, pitch to the hoteliers was a entry portal of increase at a higher amount than 50 cents a year. However, the hotels, who really are our client in a certain sense, since they are the ones collecting this assessment, providing it to the city and funneling back to Visit Vallejo, their voice was not only asked for, but it was heard. And they felt, due to the competitive nature of lodging, not only within Vallejo, but within Solano County and actually within Northern California, doing everything we can to keep that value message that carries Vallejo hotels as strong as we possibly could. So when we went with the dollar increase as a proposal, they were hesitant to take that big leap in year one. And they were the ones who actually recommended to us to do this in this phased approach of 50 cents a year over 2 years. And in this case would be really a year and a half impact. And then one of the things Visit Vallejo is tasked with is rebuilding the confidence of our hoteliers that we put our money where our mouth is, and we're able to perform programs, marketing programs, advertising programs, promotional programs on behalf of the hotels and on behalf of the city and on behalf of our partners and our sponsors to reignite tourism as an economic engine or impact the economic engine of Vallejo through tourism. This is not a request for a TOT increase. It is purely on the side of the bid assessment, which would go to $2.50 right around January 1st for hotels of 40 rooms or more, which is a little less than half of our hotel inventory, and then from $1 to $1.50 at the smaller, more independent hotels. In full transparency, the larger, I'll call them branded or chain hotels, were all in favor, but it was the owner-operator hotels, the more independent hotels, that really were concerned about taking their prices up. Because you hear 50 cents, and you factor in the last time we had any type of increase was 2007. I mean, inflation alone takes us, to a much higher number than that. So in respect to our hotels, it was important as a representative of them that we take this to the council and are here tonight to ask for your support in order for us to do that. One of the questions I get quite often is, what are you going to do with this extra money? This is not for staff. This is not for pay raises. This is purely to reinvest the increased dollars that we get above and beyond what we're doing now, which is about 10% of our annual income is reinvested in marketing. We need to be at 35%. So we're not going to be hiring a whole bunch of staff. We are going to reinvest this money in advertising, out-of-market advertising, strategic advertising in Reno and Fresno, which we've already dipped our toe in the water and have seen some success. Targeting areas like Sacramento and San Francisco during the holidays. So we have a new promotion that we're in the process of building, and a strategy to help us do that, to get some overnight stays during the holidays. The fact of the matter is, within the last 12 months, our occupancy rate in Vallejo hotels has been flat. We're up maybe 2%. Month here, down 2% a month there, but we're relatively flat for the last 2 years at 50%, and that's 1,200 hotel rooms. So there's the room for incrementality is tremendous. It's not like we're in need of additional rooms or additional hotels yet. That will certainly be on the docket in a couple of years from now when we build the demand back for Vallejo and for our hotels and for our occupancy. At the same time of that 2% increase or that flat occupancy rate, our average daily rate has actually decreased 8%. So our owner-operators and our hoteliers have had to drop their prices in order just to maintain status quo from an occupancy rate standpoint. So maybe that gives you a little bit of context of the 50 cents versus, standing here and asking for $3 or $5. I mean, it would make, logical sense. And I'm not suggesting anybody here is not being rational or logical. It's just the nature of the hotel industry within Vallejo. And in talking to my colleagues in Vacaville and Fairfield, they're seeing the same type of trends in terms of flattening occupancy rates and reductions in average daily rates. So we're not anything different from our connected communities from a hotel standpoint. So we are here to ask for your support in getting us out of the, what I like to call the fourth inning and into the later innings of this bid assessment modification. So we can not only present this and get this through by the end of the year, but we can allow these additional funds that would come to Visit Vallejo to start working for all of us, for the city, for the hotels, and for our entire community. So, any
Thank
questions?
you. Thank you. We appreciate it. I'm going to check first for public comment on this item. It doesn't look like we have any in person. Do we have anyone online?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have one speaker online.
Let's go ahead and call him.
Calvin Harrell, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. I am a part of the Economic Development Commission, and there was significant discussion regarding this matter. I don't know if it has to be done or it can be done through legislative processes for the city to assess a specified amount. I think that asking a customer how much do you want to pay for something renders the lowest common price, and in consideration of a 50-cent increase of a $1 cost or a $2 cost over 20 years is so far out of line with what any reasonable person, let alone a business entity, would consider reasonable. I would only hope that, just for analogy purposes, I would only hope that when we negotiate staff contracts, that there would be a 50-cent increase over 20 years or 17 years. It never happens. So when we're talking 50 cents, it's less than a cup of coffee. People coming out of town and traveling are not going to make a decision to stay or not stay on the basis of a 50 cents, a $1, or even a $5 cost increase of rooms. The information that we were provided during the commission meeting were that our room rates are actually lower than the average room rates in the surrounding cities. And if I'm incorrect, I certainly would expect that I can be corrected right from the day as the speaker, the presenter is there. But our rates are already lower. And so I don't think I don't think that a higher incidental cost would dissuade individuals from staying in the city if they're coming and planning on staying in the city. So it's a two-part for me, and that is one, yes, we did make the recommendation to move forward because we're told that this has been negotiated and it's all set in stone, yada, yada, yada. My call in tonight is to say this needs to go on an agenda or a plan so that we can see reasonable returns. The entity attempts to market for the hotel and motel community. Their budget is extremely tight. And when you consider 50 cents as an increase, it doesn't get them to 50% more money. It's a 25% increase in potential revenue over the past 20 years. There's a reason that we're having challenges in that area. So I encourage you to look towards building a legislative program that says this is a mandated fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
And no other speakers at this time.
All right, we'll go to comments from council. Councilmember Letters.
Thank you both for your presentation. I'm curious because you made the comment that our owner-operators wanted to only do the 50 cent over, year over year for the next 2 years, but you had larger operators who could accept a higher cost. So why didn't we then consider the next layer? The first was 40 rooms, then with your your commercial, if you will, operators, how many rooms do they have on an average, and why didn't we go to the next level? That's one question, and I'll let you answer that, and then I'll.
No, that's a fair question. I will speak from a historical platform. And it's one of the more frustrating things that I hear in the business world, and that's just the way we've always done it. At that particular meeting, which was on July 9th, as Ms. Taylor had communicated, we had a good variety, a good mix of hotels, both the larger hotels, branded chain hotels, and the independent hotels. And they discussed it amongst themselves. And this is where we ended up. And to be completely transparent, a third option or a third tier, if you will, was not discussed.
Okay, so we just, to your very point, this is the way we've always done it. And we didn't have a third option that we discussed that could have been a possibility since our chain hotels were willing to do more. And I think from my perspective, we need to really think about how we move the ladder. And if we, in fact, as our caller stated, we are the lowest as it relates to rates between, I'll say, Richmond, even if I don't use Richmond, if I use the point of Vallejo to the next several cities, how different are we in rates?
Anywhere from 10 to 20% lower on an average daily rate standpoint.
And why is
on
that?
an annual basis. Pardon me?
Why is that?
It's the demand in Vallejo at a 50% occupancy rate versus the demand and we're using really Fairfield, Vacaville, and Concord as our three data points on this, and that is that they have higher, they have lower, they have fewer hotel rooms than Vallejo does, so it's supply and demand. So they can get a little bit more on their average room rate. And from anecdotal feedback from our hotels, the perception of Vallejo plays a role in that as well, in terms of the public safety, which was, I know, discussed on previous agenda items. So those are really the key contributing factors, based on, again, the anecdotal feedback we get from our hotel operators. Now, I will say that the occupancy rates in those other communities are flat, but they're greater than 50% than we are. And we're looking at about 1,215 hotel rooms in the city of Vallejo.
So my other question to that, as someone who stays in a hotel, while you have some anecdotal information from those who own and run and operate these establishments, what kind of information do you have from individuals who come through our town, who have stayed in our town, as it relates not just to safety, but conditions of the establishments?
Yeah,
I'm just being really pointed.
No, and I appreciate that, and I'd love to sit here and share with you research and data. Civintas is a company that supports DMOs, direct marketing organizations, and it doesn't come free. So a lot of what we need to do isn't being done just simply because we can't afford to do it. You know, we have.
Are you talking about yourself in terms of getting data, or are you talking about our establishments? I'm sorry.
Both, but from a representation of our establishments at Visit Vallejo, a traditional direct marketing organization like we are would have that information available, but that's research and that's services to be rendered from outside agencies that, quite honestly, over the past several years, we have not been able to afford to do it. We're in a financial position where we are literally paycheck to paycheck. So I know there's 50 cents, and Commissioner Harrell, I appreciate his comments, is underwhelming to the dais here and to the Economic Development Commission, but it's substantial to Visit Vallejo in order for us to stop dipping our toe in the water and really provide impact. I mean, $50,000 in a 6-month period to us, and our financials are in your staff reports. It shows you clearly what we operate, where our operating income comes from. And again, 80% of that is coming from the bid. So $50,000 on top of a $300,000 income stream is pretty significant. So
what do you plan on doing with that additional 50,000? What do you hope to really achieve that will go directly into marketing? Also in your staff report, it outlines those things that we will do. Always on marketing. Right now, we'll go into a market. For example, this past September, we went into Reno, we went into Fresno, we were in and we were out. And it was part of a September to Remember and a way that we can promote these, as I like to call it, the explosion of events that we had in September. But then we were done. And now, perhaps we're going to go back in a different market in November and December for some holiday promotions. And that eats up. It's $10,000 a whack, so it's not much money in the grand scheme of money in operating budgets, but it is to us. So one of the things, first thing we would do with the additional money is find always-on exposure opportunities in key feeder cities. My previous life to this was at Six Flags, and I know Six Flags as an anchor to tourism for Vallejo draws very well from Reno and draws very well from Fresno. So using that institutional knowledge has allowed us to go in there and try to capture not only the Six Flags message, but the Vallejo message in that market. But again, we go in and we're out. This would allow us to be always on and have a presence for a longer period of time, a deeper penetration in our target markets and not be so refined, just to save a few dollars somewhere. And then it would allow us to expand markets as well and have presence in Sacramento and in San Francisco and in other areas where there's truly opportunity for overnight stays. So how will you measure that success?
We measure it in two forms. Right now we measure it on website visitation, and we saw 218% increase in website visits during that promotional window, with a good portion of those coming from Fresno and Reno. And that was in the presentation I provided with the Economic Development Commission a month ago or so, prior to the last one. So that is available on public record somewhere. I can share it for those that would like to see it. And the other is in occupancy rate increases at our hotels. We are challenging and working collaboratively with our hotels to give us trackable QR codes, links. So when we go into a market, we can say, most affordable lodging in the Bay Area, and then each hotel that participates is represented by a special link. You click that link and it goes to their page and it's tracked under a promotional code. So then the hotels would tell us that Maker's Fair promotion, for example, at the Hampton Inn, sold that property out on the weekend of Maker's Fair. And so we would go through and look at that data to see how much visitation truly came from the Visit Vallejo, the impact of Visit Vallejo.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great questions.
If I may,
Right.
if
Yeah.
I may, Councilman Councilmember Leonard, you asked what the hotels were doing. Over the years, some of the hotels, not all of them, but some of them have renovated their hotels, made them more modern and more up-to-date, especially compared to, they realized the competition was from American Canyon, that they did have to do renovations, and so over the years, a few of our hotels have done major renovations to be more customer-friendly.
So how do we track, like when you're doing your work, all of those things from my perspective are also important. So as you continue to move forward in the work that you're doing, I would just expect that you're able to show all those metrics where, you know, are our hotels up to date and all, you know, just from the fares and so forth and on, their QR codes. I think those things are very important as you talk about progress and how we rate amongst all of our competitors, our 3 points, Concord, quote unquote, Walnut Creek in front of us, so forth and on. I'm just curious. And yes, you know, we can acknowledge that we've been struggling with safety, but as we continue to move forward, even in that place, we have a responsibility of how we're telling our story about what's happening in our city and how we are safe and so forth and on. That contributes to the work that you're doing. So I think, you know, to our city manager, that is also something that we have to think about. What is our relationship hand in hand with all this work that tells our story that then helps the economic development, the engine in our hotels and so forth and on, eateries to where people will stop and feel comfortable here in our city. So we all have a part in this. It's not just one-legged stool, and we have to figure that out together.
And I agree with you 100%. And, you know, the city public information officer, Mr. Brazino, and I have a really good working relationship and have talked about that. In my onboarding in this position in January, part of that onboarding was I initiated conversations with a lot of the city council that's sitting up here today, and Councilmember Matthias was very passionate about the role Visit Vallejo plays in the architecture of that story and the telling of that story. So it's not lost on us, and if you were to go in and again share examples, in the verbiage we use, in the pictures we use, in the descriptions we use, the descriptors for Vallejo, you know, that is a major consideration in how we share our story.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you both for the presentation, and you have my 100% support on this. I had a couple questions. One is, why are we shooting so low? Why are we only doing 50 cents for 2 years? Why not like over the next 10-year period or something to get us more up to date or current with the rest of our colleagues in the area?
Yeah, it's a great question. And again, in this process, when it's 21 individuals, really 21 hotels, and it could be up to 23, but 21 hotels representing themselves, it was, we found it somewhat challenging because we started higher. Mm-hmm. We started at 3.5% back in April. And then we went to $1. And building confidence is an important part of this. And when I say building confidence, it's not necessarily your confidence in me. Hopefully that's already there, but it's really building Visit Vallejo's as a brand's confidence within the hotel community. And when I took this position over, rightly so, just based on the financial situation that Visit Vallejo was in. I mean, if you recall back in January, I stood up in front of you and we hadn't received a bid for 3 months. I had to forego my first 2 weeks or first 2 pay periods here. You know, it was all caught up and made good, but so financially we just weren't in a position to do even the things we're doing today. So in order to really garner the support of the hotels in our community, we need to get some wins on the scoreboard. This 50 cents this year and the 50 cents next year, a total of $1, gets us close to $250,000 that we can reinvest in the ways that I already shared. So to answer your question, why are we shooting so low? That's why.
So you'll come back in 2 years and propose an increase again? Like, we're not going to wait another 17 or 18 years to do another increase?
Oh, not under my watch.
Okay.
Or Annette won't let me. Ms.
Good.
Taylor won't let me, yeah.
Good.
No,
All right.
no. And I was a board member of this organization for a long time, and this was a topic of discussion every single year, probably from 2010 on. And then COVID hit, and everyone just took a gasp and was reluctant to do anything progressive in the lodging community, which is very competitive. And so we're here today, exhaling us to a certain extent.
Well, I think it's time to be progressive.
Yes.
I also agree with the third tier. I think that we should go back and look at that. I think that, if there's larger hotels, maybe they need to pay more of the lion's share. I think that's a good idea. I also had a question. Do you look at any of like the data from Airbnb and VRBO and those types of shared facilities and whether that, obviously impacts how much people use hotels, but they don't pay the same taxes and the same fees to all of you, and so.
They do not, and they do not in a lot of our connected communities that we've already spoke of. And to be completely frank and honest, that's the next initiative on my plate, once we get on the other side of this bid, is to address this council, address the city, and how we can better regulate that, as well as, from an economic development standpoint, capture 11% TOT from short-term rentals, as well as bid assessments. And we're working on case studies and understanding how that works in other communities. So right now, there's nothing that we can do because of the ordinance within Vallejo basically says that they're not allowed, if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong. So
the council, I think previous council had talked about that in depth, and we want to bring that back. I do know that, at least for Airbnb, they have compliance measures in place, and so they work with cities that have ordinances to make sure that that money is not skipped over, or that people who are running the platforms are not allowing houses to not pay those fees. So I think it's important that we capitalize on that, and it is a growing industry, and I think it's hurting our hotel industry. So.
Yeah, and you can just pull up VRBO or Airbnb or any of those sites and just type in Vallejo and see what pops up.
Right.
And that's competition, especially during those big weekends like Maker's Fair. Bottle Rock in Napa is a great opportunity for us. A lot of our hotels sell out or come close to it. So being able to
I don't know if the
capitalize
rest
on
of you
that
have
would be
looked,
big.
but like anytime you put in Vallejo, you can get 60 or 70 homes on VRBO and Airbnb at any given night in Vallejo, which is astounding to me. So thank you. But thank you for your work, and I think you should shoot for the stars.
Thanks. Councilmember Matias.
Yeah, following on that, thread, Vice Mayor, so I referenced the Cal Cities conference that a few of us attended this past week. There's an exhibit hall, and one of the vendors has this platform where he shows all of the rooms available in every city for short-term rentals. So he pops in Vallejo, and you should have seen, it was like a wave of purple just across the entire city. And so these hotels are in competition with those rooms, and we don't have not an ordinance or a program to really address that, to level the playing field. Not going to get too far ahead because there's another item that we have to talk about maybe next meeting. But I will be pushing for one of the referrals made by former Councilmember Verder Liga to that end. Now, when it comes to this item, City Attorney Nebb, asking you many questions this evening. So, are we just, or Randy? Hi, Milo.
You can tell by the movement in the audience
Yes.
who researched this one.
Yes, you know where I'm going with this. So, is the action tonight to just either vote yay or nay, or do we have authority as the council to suggest an alternative to what has been, what the hotels have been polled on, and what they've expressed is their sort of perhaps acceptance level?
Sure. Council is the entity that sets the assessment. So ultimately, you're the body that will approve it. However, in order to get there, you have to go through what's called a protest hearing. So if you adopted the resolution of intention tonight, there would be a protest hearing held later this fall. At that hearing, the hotel owners themselves would have the opportunity to protest the assessment. And they don't have to be here to do that. They can do that with a letter. So if 50% plus one protest the assessment, you can't approve it. If less than 50% protest the assessment, you can approve it. So that's the process in getting where you want to go. And so that's the practical part of considering how much you want the assessment to be. So the answer is yes, council gets to set the assessment. You can choose the amount. However, that can be essentially overturned by a 50 plus 1% protest by the hotel owners themselves, not the community. It's only the hotel owners that would have to protest. There are only 21 of them, so it would take 11 of them, 12, sorry, in order to successfully protest the assessment.
Understood. One of the reasons why I asked that question is because, Mr. Smith, while I appreciate sort of the rationale and argument that you've laid out this evening, part of the concern I have is the inherent position you find yourself in. You're an employee of Visit Vallejo who then has to go and ask for an increase. And so there is, in effect, I'm not calling it a conflict because there's no conflict, but it puts you in a tough position to really advocate for what you really need. And it looks like in this instance you did, and there was some pushback from the hotels. But part of the issue I'm having is it's been 17 years. We haven't substantially increased that amount. The city's making a commitment with the finite resources that it has to invest in public safety, invest in our youth, really look at how do we beautify different spaces, our waterfront, our downtown area. We've got plans that are being developed and underway. And so there is a good faith effort that this body's making to really turn the page on some of the reputation that the city has, and also to change our paradigm in terms of what we're offering as a destination. So if we're doing those things, then I would expect that our marketing arm would also be putting a substantial amount of investment behind their efforts. And I think what I've been grappling with since this process started is whether or not $57,000 or $114,000 over an annual period is enough, given the amount of money we're putting in just this coming year. We got the sheriff, we got the 40-hour security guard contract, we've got, all these things we're trying to do. So I certainly appreciate the argument that you've laid out, and also I think part of the conversation I would personally want to have with the hotels, and I haven't really spoken to them about this, I've just shared our updates at some of your meetings, is the level of investment that the city's making across a range of areas in the millions of dollars, things we have not done before. And so to realize the potential that we all want to see, I think we've all got to invest. They're investing in managing their properties, you're investing in managing this organization, and we're investing as well. So to that end, I don't know what the will of the council is this evening, but I would propose that we do 75 cents over a 2-year period, so a total of 150 instead of the proposal that Mr. Smith has put on the table this evening. And they will have an opportunity to protest that in a month's time or 2 months' time. And I think hopefully in that time we can have some conversations with them and explain the value that that added revenue can do to your marketing. Any comments or response?
I appreciate that, and thank you for your perspective from a legal standpoint or a process standpoint. The process from here is next Tuesday, the 21st. We have quarterly meetings with our hoteliers. We invite them usually the same 10 or 11 hotel owners, operators, managers show up to that meeting. So in terms of the timing, it's perfect. It was almost planned that way, that if there was any modifications to this bid assessment ask, that we would have an audience of the hotels that we can present to. Ironically enough, we'll be meeting right here in these chambers, because I thought that would be an interesting and new, innovative way to communicate with the hotels. So we'll have an opportunity to present that to the hotels. However, as I understand it, and I could be totally wrong, I thought we needed the majority of the hotels to agree to an assessment but modification increase prior to it coming to city council.
So it's, prior to it coming to the city council, it requires a recommendation from the advisory body, which is this organization, not necessarily the hotels. So if they make a recommendation for it, you can move forward with it. You can also alter it. The one issue with you altering the assessment amount in the resolution tonight, I believe that's a substantive change to the resolution that would require us to bring it back. You wouldn't be able to vote on it this evening.
And just for a point of clarification, as you can help me understand it, we do have a board of directors for Visit Vallejo. We're a 501c6 nonprofit, and we have a board of directors. We also have the advisory council or advisory committee that Ms. Taylor sits on, as well as represented from the large hotels, medium hotels, and smaller hotels. So those are two entities. So the recommendation, as I understand it, would have to come from through Visit Vallejo per the advisory committee. Is that correct? Okay. Which should be represented in some way, shape, or form at next Tuesday's lodging committee meeting. So.
But just to clarify, the recommendation has already come before the council, and that's what you're presenting this evening, right?
Correct.
So what we're deciding is whether or not we move forward with that, or we alternate, propose an alternative. That's all I got for now, Mayor.
Thank you. Great dialogue.
Councilmember Gordon.
Oh, hi. Hello, good evening. Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I know that District 6 have a lot of mom and pops hotels and lodging quarters, particularly Magazine, Lincoln Road West, Springs. And so are they also part of this conversation? Because my question is why it's so low. That, is that 21 hotels in all of Vallejo?
Yeah.
Including mom and pops in my district?
Includes the independents. It includes the Magazine Street, Lincoln Roads, Lincoln Road West, Lincoln Road East. Yes.
Okay. Well, I definitely would like to be invited to that meeting. And I will tell you a testament to your new walk in this journey that you stepped in is making a difference. One, because you're involved, you're making sure that the community is upkept. You shared concerns about the unhoused and your concerns of being compassionate, but at the same time, concerns of what that may look like in your advertising to come to Vallejo. That's not always easy, but your letters has always been very gentle and considerate to our unhoused. So I want to tell you thank you for that.
Thank you.
But also too, we had some family come visit us, and they saw Visit Vallejo's restaurant commercials you do, housing, and they saw it on Instagram. So that new marketing is making a difference, especially to younger generations who want to come see La Russell, by the way.
Yeah.
So thank you for that partnership. What I do want to ask is, how can we help our mom and pops upscale their residents, their buildings? Because it do kind of look like they need a little bit more love. I did stay at the Country Inn, which there was a time where the rats was like, what's up, you sharing room cost here or what? Now it is a whole different upscale. And I'm not trying to be make, take blight or be insensitive, but they are coming up to a higher end visual, and I can say, they stay booked. I had to keep trying because I had to stay because my housing quarters was messed up, and so they did stay booked, and I know he's part of this too because I remember he came from a meeting. How can we help our lower lodging for hotels?
Well, it's really a partnership, and I think the opportunity through the hardening grant process was shared with all of the hotels with an emphasis on those independent properties that you speak of. And it's really up to them whether they want to get involved in that process or not. So I know there's a few properties on Magazine Street that one of them is the El Rancho Inn that I have voted the best parking lot in Vallejo. Not just hotels, but in Vallejo. It's just a beautiful parking lot. I love it. It's collaboration, it's partnership, and it's communication, and that's a two-way street. And as much as Visit Vallejo tries to engage, or the city tries to engage through grant opportunities, the other side needs to be available for that. And to be honest, that can be somewhat challenging at times. So anything you can do within your travels within that district to encourage them to participate in Visit Vallejo and participate in lodging committee meetings and et cetera. We could use the support on that. From a overall standpoint, some of the things Visit Vallejo has done from a public safety standpoint is we did participate in the hardening grant program and reinvested that money in flock safety. I know flock safety is a citywide service and program that Vallejo Police Department uses, and we were able to extend off of that at Visit Vallejo's cost in collaboration with the Courtyard Marriott. And once the construction is done on Fairgrounds Drive, we will have flock safety available for the property of the Courtyard Marriott as a pilot program. And then we would work with the other properties as well to see how we can collaborate, share costs, and some of this money, increased revenue that would be generated through the bid increase would be earmarked for that public safety aspect of it as well. So thank you for your question.
Thank you.
If I may, Mayor?
Go
One
ahead.
of the things I wanted to point out was regarding some of our independent hotels. Over the past few years, due to the economy, in order for them to actually survive, they went to long-term stays, which with that doesn't collect TOT or bid. And so, again, because of the economy, but I think once the economy improves, I think perhaps we'll see less of the long-term stays that's currently there now. That's another reason the bid has been down, because all of the hotels aren't paying to the bid because long-term stays don't pay into the bid or TOT. So that is something that Visit Vallejo has been looking at. We've talked about that in some of our meetings, so that's another element of it as well. Just wanted to make sure everyone understood that as well.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And Kirk, you and I have talked about with the transition when Mike left and then you came in, and I want to congratulate you on continuing that energy, because Mike's been a staple here for quite a while, and for you to continue that energy, I think it's been a great fit right now. I think, and speaking to a lot of what we've talked about is of being more progressive and being more, I don't know about active is the word, but I think when we hear terms of that's the way we've always done it, or things of that, I think we kind of need a different kind of mindset almost to kind of change that, to kind of the status quo type of thinking is that if we're realizing it hasn't been working for quite a while, was more of the outside the box thinking. What that is, I'm not sure if we know what that is, but I'm hoping from a marketing standpoint, and I'm hoping you're using data points to identify, are we heading in the right direction with a lot of things we're doing? Because it sounds like when you're going to Reno and identifying that they're connecting with the Maker Faire and things of that nature, that tells me we're heading in the kind of the right direction with some of the more specific thinking. But I think to once again to the more progressive type of thinking, I think and this is kind of like a big more of a conglomerate statement of, you mentioned the part of we need to battle through some of the perceptions or misperceptions there are about. So in my mind, a lot of it is about the misinformation that may be out there. And and are we looking into, like Councilmember Matias pointed out, we've done quite a bit to upgrade a lot of the public safety. But is that information getting out from a marketing standpoint, from a visitor standpoint? What that is, I think we can kind of look at that to make sure the messaging is correct. But it's that type of making sure we're looking that forward about, or being more specific to some of the reasons why people aren't coming here. I mean, whether we need to look at it from that perspective and understand how to address some of that, what I consider misinformation or lack of information of a lot of things that we are doing. For example, over on Fairgrounds Drive, there are 2 security cameras that we added over there that are right up the street from Discovery Kingdom. Whether that plays a little part in people's perception that we're not doing anything or things aren't changing around here, that's what I'm hoping we're going to be able to get to. But once again, going back to that one comment of that's how we've always done it. I want to see if we can get past that.
Absolutely. And I thought I prefaced that comment with, that's not how we should be doing things.
Yes. And so that's where I'm thinking that you're on that precipice of identifying alternative ways and methodologies to kind of go about that. And so that's where I'm excited to see where we're going. I think we still have some sausage making to figure out how we're going to get there. But to the point of what the Vice Mayor and what Councilmember Matias has mentioned is I think we might, whether we're shooting for a level too low, I think that's the conversation I think we as a council would like to have, to see how can we help raise that bar, make it and go beyond just the status quo type of thinking. And I think we're open to helping be a part of that sausage making and idea thinking of how do we move that forward. So thank you for that.
No, I appreciate that. And just one comment, maybe 2 on the public safety side, is that we are, and I say Visit Vallejo, we are in conversations with a rather large group. It's I'm not going to mention the name of the group, but it could provide 1,000 room nights to Vallejo for a 4 or 5 day window in August of 2026. And we have a presentation, lack of a better term, sales pitch for them next week. And part of our repertoire of guests will not only be Visit Vallejo, but the representing hotels, the fairgrounds, as we would be able to use some space there, some type of opportunity for an event at Six Flags. Our mayor has decided to join us, as well as a representative from Vallejo Police. So they can just see the collaboration between the hotels and the police from a public safety standpoint. They can see the support that the event will have from the mayor of the city. So, and partnering in that way is very important, and it tells that story of that overcoming the perception. It helps us tell the story of overcoming the perception of Vallejo. So, thanks.
No, I appreciate that, and I think part of that is once again telling that story of the things that we are doing versus what people in the back of their mind are thinking is that what we're not doing. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thanks. We've gone through one round. I do see Councilmember Ledeje, if you have a quick follow-up, and then I'm going to push us towards a vote because we still have the rest of our items.
So I just wanted to, Councilmember Matias talked about 75-cent first year, second year, but I think I'd like for us to consider that 3rd tier option and think about what that 3rd tier could look like, and potentially maybe it is keep it at 50 cent for those are much smaller owner-operator, building confidence in the system. But at the same time, we have commercial operators that I believe can pay far more than 50 cent over the next 2 years.
Well, and keep in mind, I think it's important to note that the hotels don't pay it. This is an assessment that's carried over to the guests, majority of the times, unless they forget to charge them and then they have to pay.
Yeah, thank you, and I understand that
Yeah.
it's paid by those who are
The
staying
visitors,
there,
yeah.
the visitors.
The occupants,
And
yeah.
I still assert that at a larger hotel, definitely I can do that. And I can kind of see the reticence that maybe a small owner-operator might have based on still living with some of the perceptions and some of the anecdotal information that has been founded. But I'd like to at least get to that third tier.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have a motion on the item?
I just want to clarify if we have consensus that we want to increase to 75 cents instead of 50 cents for over the 2 years.
I guess I'm the only one that didn't speak. I'm supportive of, I would be supportive of doing it, continuing it as is, but bringing it back very soon for another increase. I'm not opposed to trying to increase it now, but I think given the amount of process that would be required, that would probably be my preference. I'm open to what other folks have to say. Councilmember Matias.
Just clarifying, so you're saying we make the change, you're supportive of making the change tonight?
I would
but
say
then-
continue with this as is, but go ahead and start the process to do the next round of assessments after seeing how this goes. And seeing how our public safety efforts take hold and what kind of momentum we can build, we can do another sort of assessment of how much more.
And
You don't have to go that direction, but that's where I'm
I
leaning.
agree. Like, would it be more beneficial to increase the amount, or would it be more beneficial to increase the length of time that we're going to allow the increase to happen? Like, are we to do it over 5 years instead of 2 years, or to do 10 years instead of 2 years, or is it better to increase the amount for a shorter period of time?
One of the reasons we went with the 2 years was to put that win on the scoreboard so we can go back and get more in 2027, or excuse me, 2028 and beyond. That was part of the strategy with the 2 years.
Okay. Well, then I would recommend, like what the mayor was saying, that I guess we'll approve it, the resolution declaring that the city council's intention to increase the assessments in the Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District and to levy and collect assessments within the district for fiscal year 25-26, and declaring its intention to amend the section 14.50.090 of the Vallejo Municipal Code and keeping it as staff recommended.
I have a clarifying question for the city attorney. So if I was to propose an amendment this evening, would you guys be able to bring it back at the next meeting, or are you looking at a few months?
So I think there's a timing issue and a potential notice issue, and I'll let Mr. Reisner speak to that issue. I don't know whether or not we provided a notice to the hoteliers preceding this meeting about what the amount was expected to be, and I also don't know, let me go back to what I do know. There is a deadline for increases that are established on an annual basis. I don't know what that is, but you all spoke to, you're not concerned about the timing. We can.
Well, we have a date of January 1st that is a date that, the farther we go, the less that we're able to benefit from.
Self-imposed, though.
Self-imposed. It's
When I say
not
self-imposed,
a fixed date of any sorts, other than it's a clean transition on the first of the year. And then the other thing is making sure that, and it's a totally different subject, but making sure the hotels are paying their bid, and that alone could be increased income for us as well. So anyway, totally different subject, so I apologize.
I'll let Mr. Reisner speak to the notice question.
So first, I wanted also to clarify that the increase in assessment can only happen once a year. So we couldn't do the increase tonight and come back in another couple of months and do another increase. The actual notice, if we were able to bring it back next meeting, the notice to the property owners or the hotel owners has not gone out yet for the protest hearing. So if we could bring this back next meeting, we're only talking about a 2-week delay, which would probably get us in pretty close still to your January 1st deadline if we could, and I think we could do that if we're only talking about increasing the assessment to 75 cents. That would be easy, and it depends on whether or not we can get it on the agenda. I don't know. That's a question for the city manager at this point, whether he thinks there's room for us to add that back on.
I have a question while you're discussing that.
Go ahead.
If in fact we have a meeting, I'm sorry, Mayor.
It's okay. Go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
There's a meeting next week, I believe, and if the amount is taken back 75 cents and the majority of the hotels do not go for the 75 cents, as opposed to perhaps the third tier, but if it's a straight 75 cents for all, and their recommendation is no, what happens? Because I'm procedural on this right now.
Council can still move it forward if they choose to do that. They don't need the approval of the hotel owners in advance in order to move forward the resolution of intention.
So I think the issue, though, is that the advance vetting gives you an idea of what will happen at the protest hearing. So I think it is important to consider whether or not the place you mark it at will likely draw a majority protest. And so one of the things with all assessment districts when we go out and look at increasing them through a vote or where a protest vote is allowed, we want to have some level of confidence that it will pass. So, for instance, if you set it at $40, I think we have a probable level of confidence, I'm exaggerating to make a point, but that it wouldn't pass. Now, does 75 cents make it likely that it won't pass? I certainly can't speak to that. We haven't talked to them. I do think if there is another meeting between now and your meeting of the 28th, that's the right date, isn't it, 28th? That there will be another meeting with the hoteliers, and that 75 cents could be run up the flagpole, I don't know how else to say that, to understand whether there would be a potential for a protest. I think also that when it is brought back to you, it can be brought back with a couple of options for you to provide your notice of intent. So that on the 28th, if what you want to do is choose A, B, or C, based on the feedback you get from Visit Vallejo, that you could then have those options all in front of you and choose A, B, or C, if that's what the council desires to do, as opposed to doing it tonight.
So this evening is just a notice?
Yes, but that notice starts a process of protest. So if you want to change it, you either change it tonight and roll the dice, or you direct it come back with some options after those options are all vetted through Visit Vallejo with the hoteliers. And I don't know if I heard whether Annette indicated that the Economic Development Commission did want more money, and or the question of whether a automatic CPI inflation factor could be imposed on.
I did.
You did. Okay. Thank you.
So I want to just ask Mr. Smith real quickly, is that something that would be feasible to do in 2 weeks? Or do you feel like the investment you've put into this process thus far, is there a risk of us moving the goalpost right at the end on our stakeholders here?
Well, I think if we're fully transparent, I would be hesitant to agree to a 75 cent without having that conversation with the hotels to kind of get a gauge on how they would accept that or not. So in the spirit of trying to keep things on the timeline, that would deter that process. But we would. It's not like our meeting's 6 months from now, so we could still have that answer back by the 28th if we could get on the agenda on the 28th. That would just push everything back from a protest hearing, public hearing, and public meeting standpoint, correct? Yeah. So.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion on the table for it as is with direction to then do another assessment. Do we have an alternate motion? Because we would vote on the alternate motion first.
No alternate.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on this one.
Motion carries with Councilmember Ledeju opposing.
All right, so to clarify, I'm going to check one more time with Vice Mayor. We did give direction to bring back another assessment increase after this, like not in a couple months, but after this year's cycle. Yeah.
It can be brought back next year.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's do it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your support of Visit Vallejo.
All right.
Appreciate you.
We are going to need to pick up the pace, and we are going to go back. Why don't we go back to item A, which we had started. We'll go ahead and reopen public comment. Anybody in the room, you're still logged in the system, and anyone online wishing to comment on this item, go ahead and raise your hands online. And we've got our interim public works director here for a presentation whenever you're ready.
Mayor Source, council members, my apologies. I misheard earlier. I thought it was going to be pushed to another meeting.
That's okay. We appreciate you coming back.
All right, so today we want to present more information on a previous item, the RFP contract for security service. In 2022, we had a request for proposals with security guard services. The contract was awarded to Admiral Security, which now is AX9, for an amount not to exceed $3,750,000. Effective date was July 1st, 2022, with the current expiration date of June 30th, 2026. The original scope was patrol and stationary post guards. Patrol, meaning mobile or by foot across designated areas covering specific routes, and post means assigned to a fixed location, monitoring entry and exit, such as this location here. The Vallejo Room, parking lots, the Marina, Fleming Hill Water Treatment Plant, 400 Mile Island Way, and Vallejo Housing Authority. In addition to that, we had special events like the Mad Hatter Festival, Vallejo Art Walk, after-hours meetings, warming and cooling centers, and other emergencies. We had a few services beyond the original scope for additional properties requiring security. Recently, as you guys know, we leased Farragut School. Soon after, we had some major vandalism, as you can see in those pictures. Although there was a large amount of vandalism, it wasn't all vandalized, so there was still some things that we needed to protect. Rooftop AC units, very costly. In addition to that, we have Hartwood Avenue, which is a city-owned 3-bedroom home that became vacant. Harbor Way, also city-owned commercial property, became vacant in July 1st. And then for a short term, the Navigation Center, while it was handed off before our managing partner stepped in. Currently, the JFK Library is under a fire watch, which means that the fire alarm system failed. Once the fire alarm system failed, we had to have a 24/7 fire watch in place, which is very costly to us at this moment. We had to go to the whole contracting process. So Black Eagle, which is the company that's servicing the alarm system, is currently, they actually started today, and we expect that that'll be done in the next couple of weeks. So the pilot program, on March 27, 2024, Measure P Oversight Committee supported $500,000 of Measure P funding for security services in high-impact areas. City Council approved the allocation as part of the 24-25 budget. Unfortunately, the current side letter with VPOA limits the patrols to 40 hours per week with a one-year cap. This program will provide security patrols in targeted areas, enhance deterrence against disruptive and criminal behavior, providing an additional layer of observance by reporting concerns directly to Vallejo 911 and/or Public Works staff for follow-up. City issued an RFP in June of 2024 for Security Guard Services pilot program. AX9, the city's current security service contractor, was selected through the RFP process. Staff collaborated with AX9 to develop patrol route options. We used Vallejo PD's burglary and larceny hotspots data to identify crime concentration areas and create four optional routes. Option 1 was burglary focused, 40 hours per week from 1 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with an 8-hour shift Monday through Friday, with the focus designed to maximize presence during late nights and early morning hours when burglary activity historically is the highest. Option 2 was focused on larceny, again 40 hours per week, 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday. Focus designed to target daytime hours when larceny incidents are the most common. Option 3 is combined coverage, burglary routes 24 hours per week from 1 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., Monday through Friday and Saturday, and larceny routes 16 hours per week from 9:30 to 6 p.m., Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Here the focus is on a balanced approach that provides consistent coverage for both burglary and larceny hotspots throughout the week. Option 4 is combined 36 hours per week. Burglary routes 18 hours per week, 1 a.m. to 7:30, Monday through Friday and Saturday. Larceny routes 18 hours per week from 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Sundays, with the focus being on variation, offering slightly reduced total hours but covering a broader range of days. So right now we've selected a patrol route option 3. It blends a proactive patrols in high burglary areas during peak late night hours with patrols in high larceny areas during daytime hours. Patrol route schedules will be periodically adjusted to maintain effectiveness and reduce predictability. Evaluation of the pilot program's effectiveness will be evaluated through quantitative data and qualitative feedback. Crime data provided by Vallejo PD will be reviewed and assessed if reported incidents show a downward trend over time. Feedback from local businesses and community members through surveys or targeted outreach. Service hours and area coverage may be expanded following evaluation provided sufficient Measure P funding and agreement with the VPOA. Our proposed new contract is a not to exceed limit of $1.9 million for 1-year term. Cost for all hours and services areas existing and new, with a $43,000 pass-through insurance coverage cost. In addition, we have 10% allowance insurance flexibility for unplanned or extended coverage needs, with a 1-year term with 4 1-year extension options. Here you see where the money, which department is covering which location. So general fund is providing $1.155 million. Housing fund, $29,000. Marina fund, $112,000. Measure P fund is $123,618. That includes the pass-through insurance. Parking fund, $336,000. Water fund, $143,000, for a total of $1.899,812. General fund covers City Hall, interior and exterior, City Council, Commission, and board meetings, the Vallejo Room, 400 Mare Island Way, special events such as JFK Library Fire Watch, Farragut School, Hartwood Avenue, Harbor Way. Housing Fund covers Vallejo Housing Authority. The Marina Fund covers Marina Harbor. Measure P Fund covers the pilot program. And the Parking Fund covers the Vallejo downtown lots. The Water Fund covers Fleming Hill Water Treatment Plant. Contract AX9 contract will be terminated. A new agreement executed allowing for continued service and implementation of Security Guard Services pilot program. Staff will evaluate the service needs at each site and effectiveness of the pilot program to determine if adjustments are made as needed. Mid-year budget adjustments for 25-26 may be required due to expansion of service levels at City Hall and/or as a result of the evaluations. With that, we'll take any questions.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment in person on this item? Do we have anyone online?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 speakers online.
All right, let's go ahead and call them.
First speaker, Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Ann C., please unmute yourself. Try your microphone again. Oh, let's see. There we go.
Oh. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Hello? Okay. I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, I'm glad that for the conversation that council members had earlier about how unsatisfactory 40 hours is, and that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. But having waited almost 2 years for this, I don't have much confidence in terms of how quickly any new agreement can be reached with VPOA. On the one hand, I'm glad for something, but I just have to say how underwhelming and disappointing it is to have waited for 2 years for effectively one security guard, and not even full time. You just have to be kidding me. So I look at this and I go, what I really want to know is why has it taken so flippin' long to add one security guard with a contractor, with a security firm that we already had done business with, and we already knew what the boundaries were between what the security guard would do and what the police would do. It's just it's inexcusable that it took so long. So I would really like some emphasis put on a post-mortem of the process, because we were under a public safety emergency and it's taken 2 years to get to this. And so trying to answer the question myself, I go, okay, well, my impression is that the city or the union or somebody was unresponsive, insensitive to the community need. And I'm not talking about the council, the current council, because you guys have stepped up around public safety, but getting the action from the city has just taken too darn long. And I even wonder, was there a certain level of defiance on the part of the people in the city administration and or police administration who needed to make this happen? Because I think the direction from council was pretty clear that you guys wanted this to happen. And Chief Taw even said that he saw using security guards as a deterrent while we're in this process of not having enough officers is a good thing to do. So I'm glad for it, but I am so disappointed, and it's just not adequate. So having the possibility of expanding that pilot program, I think, is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other speakers at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, thanks. I'll go over to the Vice Mayor then.
Thank you, and I concur a lot with what Ann Carr just stated. I was looking back in my binder, and I actually brought the security guard step one to discussion December 19th of 2023, and I don't believe I was ever asked what my opinion was on how much we should have for the hours, how much we would like to spend on the security guards. Even in the presentation, it's not clear to me, and maybe I'm missing it at 10:30 at night, but what is the cost of the 40 hours a week of additional security? Because you talked about all the things that come and go and ebb and flow, and I get that, but what is the actual cost of the 40 hours a week that we're adding to this contract?
I want to say it's around 72,000 a year.
Yep, that's on page 8 of the staff report.
Okay, and I mean, I agree. Like I said, I was never asked. I'm the one that brought this forward. I know that Ann has been asking for it, but I am the council member, I believe, that brought this forward in 2023, and here we are 2 years later, and I don't know how we came up with the 40 hours. I don't know where that discussion ever took place. I was never asked, like I said, and so I think that we need to increase it. I think that it's ludicrous to think that we're only going to accept 40 hours. And because we're under the emergency proclamation, which I have not supported for a very long time, I think that we can proceed and go ahead and change that, even though they've already negotiated it, and we can go back and meet and confer after the fact, because that's part of the reason why we're under the state of emergency, so that we could be nimble and make changes for public safety and then negotiate those after the fact. That was the argument all along, correct, with the emergency proclamation? So I think this is a classic point where we can actually make some progress and move forward with something. And so I would like to propose that we expand it immediately to 500 hours instead of the 80 hours, and let us get security into our city. And I'm not saying that it's a permanent solution, and I'm not saying that it's replacing police officers. What I'm saying is this is a supplement to the police force until we can hire more officers. And 40 hours a week is not enough. And I think that, you know, if the city negotiated and met with and did the meet and confer, then they did it without getting the pulse from the council. I think we've been very clear about what our expectations are in public safety, the countless hours we've spent discussing this, and now it's like, it's a joke that this comes forward with 40 hours a week with one car. Like, that's just not enough. What are we going to do with 40 hours? Where are you going to have security that's going to make any kind of impact for 40 hours a week in this city? It's ludicrous to me, and so I'm embarrassed that this is even coming forward with 40 hours a week. So, like I said, I would recommend to my colleagues that we increase it, you know, to 500 or however many hours you think we need to increase it by, to finally make a dent in some of this public safety issues that we have in this city. Thank you.
I'll jump off that, and then we'll go over to Councilmember Gordon. I agree completely, and I think I raised my concerns earlier. You know, with this state of emergency, especially, I wanted to note that the request that went to Measure P was for $500,000, and the entire impetus for the security guard contract was to address safety during the state of emergency. And $72,000 a year, that's going to take us 5 or 6 years to spend. I mean, that doesn't sound like addressing an emergency to me. It took, to the vice mayor's point, I think it took far too long to get this through, given that the whole reason we had the emergency was to be able to push it through. The only other comment I have besides what I had before, what I had mentioned before, is I don't know that I would support going to 500 hours. I mean, we could do a not to exceed or something like that, but I mean, I think at least 120, so it's like equivalent of 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because one of the things that really struck me and alarmed me a little bit on the staff report was that we had stated the days and times that they were going to be patrolling. So it was like 3 days a week of day patrol, 3 days a week of late evening night patrol. And I'm looking at that going, we have just said open season to anybody that wants to come on the days they're not there. We've just said exactly the days that they're going to be there. Wouldn't we want, if we're trying to deter crime, to rotate it around a little bit or not broadcast exactly where they're going to be? So I think we need more coverage and to rotate around the time so that we're not, I mean, if we're saying there is going to be a security guard at Gateway Plaza, that will make Vallejoans feel safe shopping at Gateway Plaza. If we say there's going to be security guard doing a slow loop throughout the Vallejo on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, that's, hey, if you want to go break into a store, go on Friday or Monday. You know, so I would encourage us to think about that and I'm sure PD can weigh in on exactly how to message something like that, where we get the deterrent effect without leaving wide open gaping gaps where we know we're not going to have coverage. Yeah, we'll go to Vice Mayor's clarifying
Just
on
one
that.
quick add-on.
Yeah.
The 500,000 that the Measure P allotted would pay for 300 hours at the 37.50 per hour that this is costing us. So why aren't we getting 300 hours? Why are we only getting 40 hours when Measure P paid 500,000 for this? Where is the rest of the money going? It's like we're supplementing other things with the city to pay for it when this was specifically for security guards. Where is the rest of that money going?
We'll go to the city manager and then back over.
Yeah, I'd like to invite, so I'm sorry that Chief Taw is not here this evening, but I'll invite Deputy Chief Knight, who was involved in looking at the various scenarios, who I think can provide some background on this proposal. It's a pilot project. It hasn't yet been tested. I don't know that the money was intended to just be for a one-year term, but Deputy Chief Knight, why don't you tell us a little bit more about the rationale for this first phase of the pilot?
Yes, it was important to us, as you guys know here and the folks listening at home, supporting a security guard program has been something that the police department has been supportive of for quite a long time. When we engaged with the security guard company, the police department had a very, small but important role, which was, where are we going to deploy these where do you recommend we deploy these security guards? And it was important to Chief Taw and myself that we deployed these security guards to deter crime that would not also be compromising their safety, like violent crime, gun violence, things like that. So we chose high impact burglary and theft, larceny areas. And we identified a lot of crime data that we provided to the security guard company. And they came back with the 4 proposals and options that you had advised. What I don't know is if there's a connection, and again, this is a little bit creeping outside of my scope of this portion of the contract, is whether or not they had a connection to the monetary aspect that they had to spend versus the patrols that they were offering us, if that makes sense. So they were offering to us, based on the crime data, to act as a deterrent for burglaries and larcenies, essentially property crime. This is what we can provide you: a security guard, an 8-hour shift to cover these areas and these hot spots that you've identified. Of course, that can be increased, but again, that's a question for the council and a question for input in that regard. So essentially, not defending ourselves, but of the options, 40 hours was the most option that was provided by the security company in that regard, based upon the data that we provided. I can stay up here, but that's the context that I'm thinking.
And could I ask you one other question,
Yeah.
Deputy Chief? What is your sense of the effectiveness of having that level of investment for a pilot project versus going right out of the gate with something that's a higher level?
I was happy with the way that they had structured the patrol routes, the way they had structured the varying days, and I think there's some value to what the mayor had said, but also knowing that them being out there as a crime deterrent is what it is, right? So if there's one security guard 8 hours a day that's patrolling these particular areas that we know a lot of burglaries and a lot of thefts occur, I think that will have an effect, having a security guard on a pilot program for 8 hours. Would 2 security guards be better? Potentially, yes. 3, maybe yes. But again, you start getting into overlapping issues of that are kind of outside the police department's scope of how much does that cost and how much does that get you and things like that. I think as a pilot program, I think this is good. I think it can expand, it could be better, but we can always pivot and shift, and the security company has been very accommodating when it came to that.
So as the city council has already directed, we'll return to discuss this matter further in closed session, and I know that the police department will be happy to provide some analysis about where they see the pilot progressing if it proves to be to have in high efficacy.
Yes.
Right. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. You just answered my question. I appreciate it. I was about to ask that same question. Thank you. Oh, real quick clarifying. When you say 150 hours, are you referring to weekly or monthly?
Yeah, I said 120 because I just tripled it. If it's 8 hours a day, I was like, oh, that's 24 hours a day. But then the vice mayor just took the 500,000 and basically said, well, we could afford, with how much Measure P budgeted, if we just did it for 1 year, we could afford 300 hours a week, which might be a lot, but that would be what we could afford. Yeah.
One more clarifying question. Could we also look at other security companies too to partner with the 500,000 besides just this one?
City Manager, go ahead.
Well, so they've been selected through a competitive process. I don't think that it's I think they have the capacity to scale their efforts. So I don't think that they're limited. So if the notion behind the question was if they're limited in their capacity, maybe we can bring in other peer security agencies. I think they could increase their capacity if we decided that we wanted them to do more, and we can confirm that with the firm before we get back together with City Council in closed session in 2 weeks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Matias.
I have a quick question before I share some general comments. So going back to what I was going to ask a few hours ago, Director Alcantar, I have a question. So you have Vallejo downtown lots being paid out of the parking fund at $305,000, and then you've got special events, Art Walk, Mad Hatter, just $2,000 approximately coming out of the general fund. I just want to clarify: these are not the patrols that were previously paid by CCRC, right? In their bid downtown?
I think these are separate. I think that the CCRC, after it failed to exist, discontinued funding those security services. My understanding, and Director Alcantar, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that these are more occasional special events supported, whereas the CCRC's security guard, I think, was there every afternoon, Monday through Friday.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that piece. And I don't know what's going on with that bid or whether or not it's going to ever come back again, but it's another subject for another day. So just to build off of what the mayor has shared, if you're having a public safety staffing emergency, I would expect that we would be using and utilizing those dollars for a limited time in a surge style operation to address the public safety staffing issue that we have in the department, right? So we have Vice Mayor Bergenzer here, who brought forth the item. I don't think that he was, and he can speak for himself, but I don't think I would have proposed something over a 5-year period. I thought we would have addressed it. We would use that money over a year or a 2-year period while the police department staffed itself back up. So where we land this evening, I hope is at a place where if we're not doubling, we are going with the mayor's option of at least tripling those hours. And even if we were to triple them, I think the costs would be about 230, 230K a year. And the vice mayor has already calculated the number of hours we could get under the 500K. But at a maximum, I would support a 2-year program. At a minimum, I think that money should be put into a year's program, in the way that we're contracting out with the sheriff's office, in the way that we've told the VPD to get a recruitment program in place to staff back up over the next year and a half. And so we need to redouble our efforts, and I would like to have at least some part of this program move forward this evening, just so that we're not going back to the drawing board. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. With that, do we have a motion on this item? I mean, I think we want to increase, but the question is by how much?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think we need to approve this in order to keep it moving forward, but I think that we can immediately ask for a closed session item to come back and discuss an increase in what we as a council feel needs an appropriate level. Because I think, the data that went out as the RFP was all contrived from the city. It was not from feedback from the city council. So I think that I would be comfortable making a motion as long as we agree that it will come back in closed session immediately for further discussion. So I will move that we adopt a resolution approving an agreement for security services with AX9 Security, Inc. for 1 year with 4 one-year options to extend for a total amount not to exceed $1.9 million for year 1 of said agreement, authorizing the addition of supplemental security services as needed, authorizing the city manager to execute the same, terminating the existing security services agreement, and immediately bringing this back to closed session for further adjustments to the amount of time.
Okay. I think we got that.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you all. That's going to bring us to item B. All right, so we have items B and D, and we have our assistant to the city manager here on the report on boards and commissions, and I'm going to make a suggestion on this item, which is that because this is a very big item with a lot to discuss, and I'm going to suggest that we focus our comments tonight on what we want the next step to be rather than digging into the results of the assessment, because we could be here for 3 hours talking about this, and I think we're going to for sure have more to say about the item. So I'll go ahead and ask the deputy city clerk to announce the item, and then we'll move to the presentation and hopefully get some direction quickly.
Through the chair, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, actually, we got a request for a recess, short recess. Why don't we try to take a 5 minutes?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call us back and get the item started. And if our city clerk is ready, would you announce this item, please?
Yes, it's report on boards and commissions review project.
All right. Thank you. And we have our assistant to the city manager, Ackley. Do we have a presentation on this item?
We actually do. I'm joined online by the consultant that helps us with this project, Ashwini Kantak. So I'm going to go through really quick on a slide, and then I'll pass it off.
Oh, thank you so much.
Next slide for me, Manny. So just quick project history. This was started under the previous city manager and city council. There was a review in the boards and commissions in fiscal year 23-24. Staff contracted with Municipal Resource Group, or MRG, in the first quarter of 2024 to do the assessment. They performed all their major work in Q1 and Q2 of 2024 and gave us a draft report, and that draft report stayed with us and staff under review in 24 and was finalized in 25. And we're back here now to kind of present the big picture and hopefully move forward with this.
Great, thank you. Good evening, members. Given the late hour, I'll kind of speed up through the presentation a little bit. If we can go to the next slide, please. So as Jason mentioned, we were hired. So I'll start out with a little background on the BCCs, the boards, commissions, and committees, which the city charter allows you to establish. And you have 19 active BCCs right now, 14 of which are advisory, so they make recommendations to the council. 5 are quasi judicial, so they do make, they are able to approve certain things. And the vacancies are handled by the city clerk's office in terms of posting, and the council actually makes the appointments, interviews as well as makes the appointments. And they're supported by a staff secretary as well as the city attorney's office, and the meeting frequencies vary, as you'll see in the report, across the BCCs. So if we can go to the next slide, and the next one, please. So Jason already mentioned we started in early 2024. We completed a report in spring of 2024. And then I think with the city manager transition, we had the report for a while and was updated more recently with staff comments. And the project scope broadly was just a comprehensive assessment of the BCCs and making recommendations on any changes to them, as well as best practices to really maximize commissioners' times and also make staff resources more efficient. So next slide, please. And so we did a combination of individual and group interviews as well as a survey. Survey staff secretaries, interviewed mayor, council, senior staff, and then also looked at existing policies and procedures and benchmarked against 6 cities mentioned here. And the report has a lot more detail about the key themes, both from the council as well as staff. Again, in the interest of time, I'll just note that most of the comments were around recruitment, how our commissioners recruited, what kind of outreach is done, the membership, looking at the term of the members and the number of members on each of the BCCs. And then, of course, the big piece was potential changes to the BCCs, whether there were opportunities for consolidation or elimination or clarification of purpose. There was input from both the council and the staff on work plans and budget, really trying to focus the work of the commissioners and maybe providing a modest budget. Staff functions and time commitment. There was a lot of input from the staff on kind of the time spent to support these commissions and maybe how we could make that more efficient. also tools like training and resources that could help that. And then there were some miscellaneous comments about other commitments that the council had to kind of consider that, maybe provide stipends for some of the commissions, etc. If we can go to the next slide, please. And I'm not going to go through this in detail, but like I said, we had 6 other cities, and they really ranged. Some of them had, even with the same population, Fairfield had like as little as 7 commissions, and then Richmond had 24 commissions. So it was a kind of all over the board in terms of how commissions were handled. Some commissions, the commissioner appointments were made by council in terms of interviews, and then the others were just appointed by council based on recommendations from the staff. And then the frequencies, etc., varied as well. If we can go to the next slide. I can talk about some of the findings. The key takeaways, like I mentioned, it ranged. Number of commissions really ranged. Some of them, 3 of the 6 cities had annual recruitment, which is a best practice, at least keeps things more efficient. And then the work plan and reporting, again, some cities required it, some cities required it for some commissions, and only 1 city made it optional. But again, a best practice really for council to look at. And if we can go to the next slide, please. So there are a lot of recommendations, and I'll just kind of cover them high level, and happy to answer any questions that the council may have. So for the recruitments, it was really about when the recruitments are conducted. So rather than having ongoing recruitments, really looking at conducting them twice a year and keeping the list active so that commissioners do not have to reapply. And this was a concern that was brought up a few times, that commissioners needed to reapply. Also considering the use of alternates, so you could go a little bit longer between recruitment so that you could still meet quorum. And then providing annual attendance records to council to help inform the selection process, making sure people who were involved were being reappointed or, appointed to another commission. And then got some feedback from council members about, making sure that they had the material they could promote, they could use their social media to attract more people to serve on the commissions, and that we should be kind of having this also at city events, promotional opportunities at city events, and requiring commissioners to complete the terms on any BCC they're serving on before deciding to apply on another or for another vacancy. Next slide, please. Membership in terms, most of the commissions have 7 members now. There is one that has 11. And so looking at going to 5 members potentially and 2 alternates, that may be easier to get folks on. And then, like I mentioned, the alternates will allow for a longer period before vacancies need to be filled. And then also maybe doing a community input process in the next steps about whether shortening terms to 3 years would encourage more applicants. Next slide, please. So potential changes to the active BCC. So looking at reducing number of BCCs from 19 to 14, but this would be done over a period of maybe 12 to 18 months, and providing existing commissioners from of any BCC that was to be eliminated or slated for consolidation. To maybe apply for vacancies on other BCCs if they were eligible to serve on that BCC. So having a phased implementation would allow you to have a smoother transition for commissioners. Next slide, please. And so here's some of the potential changes to the BCC. So renaming the Economic Vitality Commission, that has already been renamed since the report was initially done in early 2024 to Economic Development Commission, which kind of reflects the broader scope of that commission, and potentially incorporating the functions of the Marina Advisory Commission into the EDC. exploring consolidating the Surveillance Advisory Board with Police Oversight and Accountability Commission in the future. This was something that was suggested by staff. I know there's some concerns about this, and it's something that council could look at in the future. The Design Review Board, which provides recommendations to the Planning Commission, there were several suggestions to incorporate that into the Planning Commission. The Sister City Commission, there is the Sister City Association that has a pretty similar mission. So potentially having a council liaison to the association, eliminating the McCune Collection Commission, and maybe exploring a partnership with the library and Naval Historical Museum. And then there were a few commissions that could use more clarity in terms of their purpose. They seem to be really broad. So Beautification Commission, the Human Relations Commission, and then also re-looking at the Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement Board and kind of evaluating the purpose and scope. This was established by statute, so that would have to be closely coordinated with the city attorney for any changes. And then looking at the Youth Commission has been dormant. And so looking at either resurrecting that or maybe allowing non-voting youth commissioners on all the advisory BCCs. That could be a good way to involve the youth. Next slide, please. On work plans and budgets, again, having PCCs do work plans, having kind of a finite set of goals, maybe 3 to 5 goals, having commissioners present the work plans as well as the annual reports to council would be a good way of getting visibility, making sure that these goals align with the council and community priorities. So just some best practices to focus the work of the commissions. And then also on the budget, you do have an existing council policy that outlines eligible and ineligible uses of the budget. So maybe considering a modest budget for the commissions with some exceptions if commissions need a larger budget. Next slide, please. We got a lot of input through the survey and the interviews on staff functions and commitments. It's important, staff resources are limited, and it seemed like sometimes commissioners were taking on the role of putting together agendas and stuff, and that really should not be happening. So staff should continue to take the lead on that. The city may want to look at some of the BCCs to see if it's the appropriate level of staff supporting these. And then, of course, using standard templates, having resources available, etc., would be best practices. Next slide, please. Training and resources. So developing a handbook that will be really important for the commissioners, but also for the staff liaison supporting the commissions. The onboarding, there's some things that are recommended in terms of having as part of the onboarding process. And then, of course, having linked to all the resources on the website, having trainings that are maybe done live once a year, and then having the video available for any new commissioners that come on. And there were recommendations to develop templates for agendas, minutes, etc. Those have already now partially been implemented through the new agenda management system, and maybe still for the work plans and annual reports, that would be something that needs to be done. And we'll talk about that just briefly in the implementation. So next slide, please. Next slide. And so again, we'd recommended that we would look at maybe 2 phases. So the first phase, which would be shorter, would be really focused on developing the tools and resources, the handbook, the templates, the training program. And then also potentially, and this is something for the council to consider today, is either a council study session or appointing an ad hoc council committee to discuss the role and purpose of the BCCs and then solicit community input as well, because that wasn't part of this initial effort. Next slide, please. And then phase 2, which would be a longer phase, is kind of a thoughtful implementation so that commissioners that are serving have an opportunity to either complete their terms or transition to a different commission as they're eligible. So having, based on council discussion direction, depending on which commissions are slated for consolidation or elimination, just having a plan to transition the commissioners out. And with that, happy to take any questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. Do we have any public comment on this item? I don't see anyone in person. Do we have anyone online at this time?
No speakers online at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right. With that, I'll turn it over to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough. I was just wondering if we've considered, or would it be beneficial for us to look at, as a city, having like one full-time person, staff member, supporting all of the commissions versus having individual staff members support each of the commissions. I think there's a lot of overlap in discussions amongst each of the different commissions, and I think having one person who attends all of the commission meetings, since they're all on different nights and they don't usually overlap very much, that they could see that, oh, well, beautification and, planning commission and economic development are all talking about this particular item. Maybe we could coordinate and get that all to be, I don't know, maybe there's some synergy there by having one person attend all of them versus having it all broken up. I don't know if we've ever talked about that as a city, or if you've ever encountered that as part of your research.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your question. In the cities, at least that and my previous experience in other cities, that has not been the case. Sometimes for related commissions, there could be one staff liaison supporting a couple of commissions because they're connected, and that would make sense to look at. But typically, it is somebody with some subject matter expertise in the area that the commissions are meeting on. That would be able to then guide the commissions on some of the topics that they're talking about.
And I get that. I understand, that need for the expertise, but I feel like having somebody focus on that, because I think, the staff is very tight, and I think that they don't have a lot of time to commit to each of the commissions versus their own day-to-day running of their programs and things. And so maybe having somebody their full-time job is just running commissions would help keep the commissions alive and keep them moving and feeling important and keeping things moving, and not have it be bogged down by all the different departments. Is just a thought that I had hearing your presentation.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I don't see housing on here because there's two separate housing. One sits with the city council, and then there's another that meets separately on Thursday. I don't know if you realize that or not, and I don't know if you were looking to combine them, because housing do still meet with them on Thursdays, but the one who sits with the city council is someone who's a tenant and also attends their RAP on board. So when they come to the city council and sit with the council, it's mostly making sure their voice is at the table. I'm not sure if you are aware of that.
Thank you, Council Member. I should have clarified right at the beginning that this was only BCCs that were basically staffed by community representatives, so no council committees or any staff committees. I know there were a few. So if there is a housing one that has community representatives, then no, I do not have that in my list. I didn't have that show up. I don't know if it's started since when I first did my report. So I'll look to staff to.
Yeah, I sat on it for 4 years. That's why I'm only asking.
I think
yeah, so I think if it's a council committee, then it wouldn't be included in this.
Yeah, I think it's, you might be referring to the Housing Authority Board, which is a council committee, and so wouldn't fall within the purview of this boards and commissions report.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, but wait, it is two separate committees. There's one that we sit on, and then there's one that the community members sit on. And you're asking about the community members, that board, right?
Yes.
But it's under, I think the issue is that it's under the Housing Authority, so it's not technically a city commission. Yeah. Kind of like we're not including GVRD in this or the other agencies. So
Got
it's a
you.
separate agency.
Thank you for that.
And there is a Housing and Community Development Commission that is included in the list. And I think that's the community members.
Yes, thank you so much. It's the same thing, but they explained it differently. Thank you.
So I'll jump in with just a quick comment, and I think I feel like this is the best path might be to have a study session on this and make some of the decisions. I really appreciate the work that was done on this. I think a lot of it makes sense. I think there's a glaring omission in how this study was undertaken, and I think that omission was that none of the commissions were engaged. So at the time that this study was done, I was the chair of a commission, and I didn't even know that this was happening. So our recommendation tonight is accept the report as complete, and I'm not comfortable doing that until we've engaged at least the chairs of our commissions and gotten their feedback and incorporated that into the recommendations. Obviously, every commission is going to say that their commission is essential, but I think we'll get genuinely some very valuable feedback from commissioners about the limitations and strengths and opportunities of commissions, and I think not utilizing the expertise of the people that are volunteering their times doing this work is a big gap here. And I also recognize, we have a city council where, I don't know if this is traditionally this way, but I mean, every single one of the 7 of us sat on a commission prior to being here. So I think we can all attest to the value of engaging those folks in the process. And that's all I'll say. I'm not seeing anyone else. What would be, Councilmember Matias, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Want to thank staff for their work on this. What I will say is that what we're currently doing is not working. If you ask commissioners what their experience has been like, they will tell you that they don't feel like they're heard or they're making a difference. If you ask a staff member who's staffing one of these commissions, or a staff member who's being asked to report out to any of the 19 commissions we have, they may tell you that in an environment where there are vacancies across every single department, it really takes a lot out of them to also have to put in the amount of time and effort that they're putting into some of the commission work. And then if you were to go out and ask community, I think community will tell you that it very much feels like most of the decisions or any, it very much feels like all decisions and all discussions are being had at the council level and not enough of them are happening at the commission level. So I agree with the mayor that we need to engage the commissions to get their input. But at the end of the day, I don't think the status quo is benefiting anyone, and we have to make changes. And we have to make those changes both to be responsive to the experiences that folks are having on the commissions right now, and also to be responsive to staff that's having to juggle a lot while we restaff across departments. So don't have any objections to a study session, but more specifically, I will say I agree with all the recommendations on outlined on training and resources, agree on all recommendations outlined regarding staff functions and time commitments, agree on all recommendations by MRG on work plans and budgets. When it comes to the recruitment process, I also agree with all the recommendations put forth by the consultant, except for the alternate commissioner option. I do know that that's made available in other cities, but I'm not necessarily sure that that would be a viable option in our community. And a lot of it has to do because we have a lot of work to do to repair trust and to get more people involved into the process here. So maybe that's a down the line thing for me, but not something I'm willing to support at this time. I'm just curious from the consultant standpoint, as it relates to membership and terms, what was the rationale for encouraging a reduction from 7 to 5 members?
Just being able to attract enough because of the vacancies, right? So being able to attract enough people to serve, and then maybe looking at a shorter term, which may again attract more people because that to be an issue. Filling vacancies and then meeting quota.
Got it. Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that. I mean, I serve as a liaison to a good number of commissions on here, and I think every single person who's on there is contributing in many ways to the city and to those commissions that they're staffed on. And then the only one where I have a lot of opinions about it is like when it comes to the potential changes that were recommended. So incorporating the functions of the Marina Advisory Committee into EDC, I'm personally supportive of that, but I'd be curious to hear what those commissioners have to say. I know there's definitely going to be objection about consolidating the Surveillance Advisory Board with police oversight on this body. I'm not supportive of that at this time, but it's something we can do down the line. And then the one I did have questions about, and this ties into conversations we've had today. There's a specific call out to eliminate the Sister City Commission and appoint a council liaison. That very much operates in the same way that the Vallejo Tourism Board operates. And so I was just thinking, like, how would that work in a structure where the city's serving as a pass-through for expenses, and that I just feel like that the Sister City and the Vallejo Tourism Board specifically needs to be thought through much more in coordination with the city attorney's office before outright suggesting that we eliminate it, because of just the relationships that we have with those bodies and the role that we serve in the collection of revenue and the disbursement of funds to cover expenses for work that they do on our behalf. And then lastly, I just want to touch on something that's not covered in this report, but I think it's equally important. As council liaison to several commissions, I have asked the city attorney's office and also the city manager's office what the timeline is for them to move items forward that are currently in the queue, like recommendations that have been made by the Measure P committee, recommendations made by the Culture and Arts Commission. I think before we undertake any process to do anything with the commissions, we have to make sure that we follow through on what we've already agreed to follow through on with our commissions. So I would be more interested at this time to hear from Mr. Murray and Ms. Nebb, recommendations that were moved forward by the Culture and Arts Commission. When is that coming to us? The reporting that the Economic Development Commission has to do, that's a bus, I think. Yeah, bus. How is that being phased into the calendar? I think we have to partner with the commissions in their current form so that they can see what it means to actually have a fully functioning commission that's got good partnership from staff, good partnership from the council, before they even weigh in on whether or not it makes sense to do away with a commission or to reduce the composition of the commission. I think if you were to ask them right now, they'd probably tell you, yeah, no, it's not going really well. But what would they say if they actually saw it fully realized and optimized and they were getting good partnership from staff? That's not an experience they've had yet, and it's not a knock on staff. It's just the reality we're dealing with. So I think we need to build that into the phasing plan. Happy to share some more stuff if we proceed in the study session, down the study session route. But more generally, I agree with most of the recommendations in this report, and I thank the consultant for the work.
All right. Councilmember Ledesju.
Thanks. Thank you for your work. So to capitalize on a couple things that Councilmember Matias talked about, I'm not in favor of a study session without there actually being pre-engagement with the actual members in these different commissions and boards. And for the very reason, without that data, without hearing from the commission and boards, it doesn't make sense to have a study session. What are we really studying, and what are we going to really talk about? Because that is those individuals are part of the cog in the wheel. So we do need to determine how best to collect that data. And I might suggest is, how do we modify the work in this particular report so that the consultant or someone on the team can go back and literally talk to each and every commission and board, some subset of those members, to get feedback. Because then when you talk about what would it look like to have a fully realized experience as a commissioner, as a board member, they're going to give that feedback what that looks like. And I think there are many recommendations, as pointed out, that when you're moving the different recommendations that some of the boards have made that have not necessarily gotten here, where board and commission members are not presenting to this council. There are many things that we have not practiced traditionally that should be practiced. Does everyone have a work plan? How does that work plan fall within the goals of the council? You know, and so until you can do that kind of work, I don't even think you can make a real decision and really study it. And part of it is also, what should it look like from all perspectives if we're going to have boards and commissions, and being able to get everyone's feedback who's involved in this process, and then come back and consider all that data and have a study session. But I don't want to have a study session without that work being done. I don't want it just presented by individuals coming to the study session. I want to have the data in hand and have looked at it and heard from different members that are serving on the behalf of the city.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, thank you so much. I wanted to ask, did you get a chance to speak to these individuals? For example, I want to first of all understand, how did we get here first before I ask her a question? What was our logic to dealing with this? Predated you all? Oh, okay, thank you. You started it? Was it to see if what was important and what wasn't important to my colleagues?
To answer Councilmember Gordon's question, it was more we were realizing the inefficiency and ineffectiveness of a lot of the commissions and boards, that we were trying to figure out how to streamline a lot of it, primarily due to a lot of the commissions and boards having to be canceled because there weren't enough actions going on. So to where some of them were overlapping with a lot of things they were doing. So we wanted to get a understanding of how we can be more efficient and effective with it, knowing that it's taking up so much time from a lot of people. And so we just wanted to get an overall view of any recommendations that a consultant could have to have us help this be a more efficient process and program, because we have a lot of great people. Like we all came from commissions and boards here, so it is a great stepping stone to a leadership position and being part of the civic duty. But it seems like a lot of people are getting turned away because, as Councilmember Matias and a lot of council members have pointed out, their voice doesn't feel heard sometimes. So we want to make sure that their voices are validated, and this is part of the process. Us sitting up here are hoping that we can get that accomplished.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, because that makes perfect sense. For example, I understand. How did you speak to anybody with the Sister City Commission? Because I am the liaison person for that one, and I get more from the liaison, as a member of the Sister City Association. than the commission. So I'm wondering, did you speak to them and they said, hey, we like this idea of being connected to the association? Because the association is more of a fundraiser, from what I understood, and I can get correction on them later, but I was just wondering, did you speak to anybody in this particular group? And the second part, I am excited to see, I like a lot of the collaboration, to be honest with you. I am excited to see consideration of the Youth Commission, because I've seen that to be very beneficial in other cities as well. I'm pretty sure that's how you saw it. Or they also sit as a non-voting member on some city councils. So to answer that first question for me, I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, council member. So the scope that MRG was given was to specifically kind of keep it to the council as well as staff and not the commissioners. So we did not speak with any commissioners or did not have any kind of community meetings or outreach as part of that, part of the initial process. It was something that was communicated that may happen at a later date.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'll jump in real quick and then I'll go back to the vice mayor. I think just that alone, the fact that the scope specifically stated to not engage with the commissions, I think that speaks to how a lot of the commissions feel disrespected, because how could we possibly do an evaluation and make recommendations on this program without actually talking to the people who are part of it? That to me is emblematic of the problem that we're now trying to solve. Again, which isn't to discount the work that was done, because I think there are a lot of great recommendations in here. I do agree with my colleague. The SAB and POAC need to be separate. It's just two completely different skill sets for the commissioners. But I mean, a lot of the other recommendations I think, are worth exploring. But to leave out the commissioners themselves, it's just reinforcing why we're doing this in the first place, which is that our commissions and our folks that are volunteering their time don't feel appreciated or valued or productive or impactful in their roles. Vice Mayor.
Thanks, and I apologize for taking a second round, but I feel like I need to say something. I agree with the comments that Dr. Littlejoux made about that we need to make sure that we have things in order before we do a study session, but something that I think is really important about the study session is we need to look at the authorities that the commissions have, because I think many of them could be used so much more and get so much more product from them, the people who are volunteering to do the work. And we narrow their scope so much and we limit them to, it's like every time they bring up a question, it's either the staff or legal counsel. And I know that we have to keep them on, guardrails, but like everything is shut down as that's not part of your purview. You need to only focus on this piece and not on that piece. And I just feel like these are people who are wanting to help. And I think that they could do a lot of work that would save us a lot of time by having them come up with either recommendations or, so I would like to look at the authorities that the commissions have and see if that we can broaden those scopes to make it more interesting for the council or for the commission members, as well as making it more fruitful for us.
All right, so it sounds like we have direction to engage, and I don't know the best way to do this. I guess I would defer to the city manager. I think the direction that we're hearing is to engage the commissioners in the development and refinement of recommendations, and then proceed to a study session in which we look at a real broad range of what the commissions do, who the liaisons are, how we make them more productive, the size, the scope, like kind of nothing's off the table. And I see Councilmember Matias, but I don't know, City Manager Murray, if there's a best way to give that direction, a particular direction that you're looking for here.
I think if you articulate it in that way, that's perfectly clear.
Okay.
And we can talk with the consultant and our staff that have worked on this effort to determine what the work plan will be. Just, I've heard a comment where you specified engage with, maybe a subset of each of the commissions.
Or the chair and the vice chair. Would be a good
we
start.
could also, this could be agendized as a topic of discussion at a commission meeting. So
That would be
I
great,
would
too.
just ask that you be pretty specific about how you'd like to see us engage so we can carry out that direction.
I'll go over to
As you
Councilmember
wish.
Matias, and then I think we have a good draft for a motion. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I was just going to ask a general question before you went to a motion, and that is, can we just commit to a date by which we're going to make some decisions around this? Because when I was reading the report, it said that, McConnell, Meisner, and Sampayan started this in 2015. I mean, it's 10 years, folks. We can't keep having conversations and not making any changes. So would you guys commit to at least making some decisions on changes by June 30th of next year at the latest? I mean, I don't know. I'm just...
Yeah, that's
Okay.
long. I had the same reaction as Councilmember Letters. I think June 30th is
don't-
giving them too much time.
March 30th.
March
I think
30th,
we
let's
can
do
get
it.
here before March. This shouldn't be, I'm sorry, I just want to interject. This should not be a long, drawn-out thing. This is what I'm asking for, and I think it's in alignment, a subset of all these different councils having a conversation. It doesn't have to be every single person on the council, but just a subset of each council. And even if you do one or two focus groups with a subset from the whole set and a subset in two parts, if that works for you, a couple hours to get an understanding and data. And I can guarantee many individuals in that room will pretty much say some of the very same things. And from there, bring that data back, and we should be able to do all these things that we're talking about. What is the legal, how much latitude or authority does each council have? Are these all the right councils? I think we can move through this pretty quick. We've all been in these roles in some way, and we also, I think, I believe we all value it, the work that happens there and can happen there. And so I think we could come to consensus pretty quick with some of the things laid out.
So we got 19 commissions, and we're telling staff to move forward on many different items. So I guess City Manager Murray, my question to you is, what is a date by which you think you can collect that data from the subset of each of the 19 commissions we have, and then incorporate that into the report that has been produced?
So I've heard a couple different models for how that might work. If we're going to have one or two focus groups that include members across different commissions versus we're going to have, meetings with 19 separate meetings. I want you to clarify so it sounds like Councilmember Letters, okay. Okay.
I think best practice in research and interviewing is we can have focus groups. The consultant could do anywhere from 2 to 3 focus groups amongst those 19 groups and offer different times. So it's, here are the 3 different times, here's what we're asking for, and anyone who's interested and deeply is engaged in the work will show up at one of those times.
Yeah.
For her to get, or whoever is going to do it from the consultant team, to do this work. And I think it can move pretty quickly. I might be overshooting this, but the consultant is doing the work. She's writing the report and conducting the focus group.
So, no longer than 2 months. Whether the consultant's available to do it and if it's within their remaining scope and budget, I don't know. But between city staff and the consultant, I think no more than 2 months. I think there does need to be some time for some individual board and commission conversation because the issue of scope, for instance, is really quite specific to the boards and commissions. But I think we can try to make some time as part of those focus group get-togethers to talk one-on-one with specific commissions. So I'd say within 2 months, we can come back with that information.
So January.
Mid-December.
Before the end of the year.
January?
January.
By the
Okay,
end
so
of
can
the
you
year.
just incorporate that into your motion?
Yeah, so we're by the end of the year, and then the thing that I would add is I do like the idea of adding it as an agenda item. So not adding additional meetings or additional work on everybody, but having each commission just agendize this, just this be added to all 19 commissions' next meetings. and the POAC will have to figure that one out. But everyone else is going to have some regular meeting between now and the end of the year, presumably. If not, we'll do the first one after the new year. And then somebody up here is sitting at each one of those meetings, and we can, there can be notes, and then that feedback can be incorporated. And then we've engaged every single commissioner without putting any additional work on ourselves. That's in addition to what Councilmember Ledegy was saying about the focus groups and stuff like that. So I think that would be my recommendation for engaging commissioners, would be do the focus groups with the consultants and then agendize it at every meeting. Simultaneous. The vice mayor was off mic, but yeah, it was, which one should go first? Simultaneously, because you don't want to wait for every single commission to meet before you do the focus groups. I think you just do them. You just go. City Attorney, I see you, legal.
Yeah, just a generalized question as we do this, because there's a couple of things. In terms of the scopes for each commission, the general ordinance in the municipal code sets forth their scopes, but there's a catch-all that adds whatever you all approve as part of their work plan. So if work plans are to be mandatory, and that's something the council is considering, then every year you'd get that work plan that, based on that year, theoretically expanded scope for each and every commission based on what they want to be working on in that year and within scope, because once you approve the work plan, it's within scope. So I want to ask, that may cover your scope question if you're saying to each one mandatory work plan, because then you're approving scopes on an annual basis based on those mandatory work plans. If you're not saying mandatory work plan, that may just be part of the discussion.
But I think if you tell a commission build a work plan without telling them what their purview, I think we do need to have a conversation about the scope of each commission and give them a sense of what they could potentially include in the work plan.
Because I think they'll develop a work plan based on what their current scope is, and maybe we want them to be more. So I think we should have that discussion.
And I would throw out there, we probably don't want to mandate annual work plans. We see how slow stuff moves every couple years, something like that. City Manager, did you have something else to add? All right, so the motion is we want to engage commissioners in the process of making recommendations and refine accordingly through two channels. One, focus groups, particularly with the chairs and vice chairs, but perhaps even with invitation of all. And then by agendizing this item and allowing commissions to discuss what's working, not working, and make recommendations at each of their upcoming meetings. And then we will come back after the new year and we'll go move with the study session. So we'll aim to do all that by the end of the year. Does that sound good? That's the motion. Let's vote. City Attorney.
I'm sorry, one additional thing. I do want to speak to one thing that has been raised by the Economic Development Commission on a couple of occasions that you may want to add, and that is the question of how each commission, or for them, that commission, interacts with the council on the whole. Like, how do they bring forward something? What's the process for that? And they've raised that a couple of times, so I think that might be worthy of this engagement discussion as well, if you want to add that.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. And budget and all that. Well, I think that's for the commission to say, what do they want? They can make recommendations on how they want to engage. The next agenda item we have this evening is my former commission sitting on a 3-year request. So we do not have a system that works. Yeah, I think we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you to our consultant, especially for staying with us that late in the evening. So we have one more agenda item, which is item D.
Thank you to staff, too.
We have one more addenda item, which is item D, and I want to get a sense from the council if we want to, it's pretty late to be starting an item, if we want to continue this or move. It's going to, yeah, Councilmember Gordon.
I'd like to make the recommendation that we continue it. Is that the proper word supposed to use? Because this is really important, but I don't want to skip through it.
So continue means we do it at a future meeting.
That is correct.
Okay, I would be in favor of that. Councilwoman Palmares.
Before we jump the gun on this, I mean, is this a time-sensitive issue?
It is in the fact that the beta test for this gunshot detection software ended last month. So we currently have installed software with no contract or mechanism. I have Captain Batista via Zoom, and we have 2 representatives from Flock Safety that have been with us for the night. But, I mean, it is time sensitive.
In that case, I highly recommend we can move forward with this.
I do apologize. I thought you might have been in favor with it too.
So what do we mean by time sensitive? Tell me what that means in real time.
We were given the technology, the actual equipment to beta test for 1 year in September of 2024. That ended in September of this year. And so now currently we have technology that was given to us for free to test out. We've tested it. We've gone to the Surveillance Advisory Board numerous times. We've gotten a resolution for them to recommend we move forward with the technology. And now we're here today to solidify that contract. We have earmarked government funding that was provided by...
When do we literally have to answer them? That's really what I mean, if we had it for September, so I don't know what time frame, if it was September 30th, that's a full year that we were supposed to test it for 1 full year. And we're not quite 30 days after that full 1 year. So when do we theoretically truly have to answer them from a time perspective? Time?
Yeah, we would have to start paying as of last month, so.
So are we currently using it?
Yes,
So we're going to have to pay them because we're using it without paying?
yes.
This is insane, okay. And why wasn't this brought to us prior to the beta test ending, so that we wouldn't be
Hold
in a
on,
position
maybe I
where we're
misunderstood your question.
understanding? So we're using a technology without paying for it, which means we're going to have to pay for it whether we approve it or not?
No, if we don't engage in a contract with them, then we will not pay for it.
So we're just using it out of contract right now?
Well, the beta test is completed. We don't have a contract. So we've been using it under a beta test to see if we want to use it.
Right, but have we used it, are we using it currently not in the beta test? So we're just we're just extending the beta test?
I think they're just giving us a courtesy till we
Right,
find out if we're going to
that's the
purchase it or
question I'm
not.
asking,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I would prefer to continue this to a future meeting because I think it needs robust discussion, but I'm open to getting outvoted on it.
I just want to know the date, so maybe I can just say it to our attorneys. I'd like to know, literally, we just finished beta testing for 1 year at the end. I'm just gonna say September 30th. That's what I'll just say. So we beta tested for 1 complete year, which ended September 30th. And how many days after September 30th do we have before we really need, that we have to respond and move forward with a yes or no?
And it was September 6th, as I just looked up the date.
So,
okay.
So one assumes that, and maybe I shouldn't be assuming, but I'll go down that road. We could decide to purchase it at any time, correct? What you don't want to have to do is disconnect what was part of the beta test. So I'm going to ask for a slight clarification of your question.
So what I'm asking is...
Without sending anything back or disconnecting anything, how long do we have? Is that your question?
Right, so if we say we're beta testing and we have an agreement to beta test for a full year, I would assume in some agreement that someone gave me their equipment by, once the beta test was ended on, from what I understand, September 6th, do I have 90 days to respond of a yes or no? Do I have 60 days? Do I have 30 days? What is it? What is the what is their requirement based on our agreement of receiving this equipment?
I do not have the beta test agreement in front of me, so I cannot answer that question at in the moment of time of now, but I can get the answer to you.
The reason I'm asking, because that determines, should we really, I was just trying to be in fairness to time.
Understand.
That's where I was coming from.
Unfortunately, I don't have it in front
Okay.
of me right now, so I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Councilmember
Unless-
Matias, go ahead.
Deputy Chief Knight, are your officers using flock safety today?
Yes.
Will they be able to use it 2 weeks from now?
We'll have to talk to the vendor about that. I hope so.
And what is and then what's the consequence to having flock safety shut off tomorrow to the city?
The consequences, we wouldn't have the technology, the gunshot detection technology. Now, whether or not that's a flip that can be switched, whether that's, I mean, I think it would be a little bit labor intensive to take all the sensors down, obviously, within 2 weeks, but.
And then how long is your presentation this evening?
10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay. So why don't we just get this done, folks?
Councilmember Palmares.
I would highly recommend that if we're going to save lives and I don't want to look back and there's like a homicide because we can't stay up another hour. That's fine. Let's just do it.
I don't know where we're at. I think we're about half and half. I'd prefer to continue it personally. Go down the, do you want to just go down the row? So we continue. Continue.
I don't mind continuing. I want to be really frank to the city manager. I think it's really important, again, when we talk about time-sensitive information, just really being able to have a concrete answer on certain things that help us make a decision about, it's midnight, can we go, whatever the case may be. And that's really what my question was more about, just to help us collectively say, okay, we need to do this no matter what, kind of thing.
Councilmember Tulik.
I'm okay hearing it tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Gordon.
Under this circumstance, I'm okay hearing it tonight. He says only 10 minutes.
So we're 4-3 tonight to continue. All right, let's hear it. Why don't we have our city clerk announce? Have we announced the item? Let's go ahead and announce it.
Adopt a resolution approving an agreement with Flock Group, Inc. for gunshot detection technology, Flock Raven, in an amount not to exceed of $210,000 for 18 months and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, so we'll open up public comment on this item. Anyone can raise their hands online, and we'll go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, I'm just going to give a brief high-level overview and timeline of how we got here. And then I have the Operations Bureau Captain, who is our liaison to the Surveillance Advisory Board, Jerome Batista. In 2022, Vallejo PD engaged with then Congressman Mike Thompson, seeking to address public safety in Vallejo and our levels of gun violence in the city. We sought to leverage technology and current systems and received congressionally approved money called Community Projects Funds earmarked for fiscal year 2023. Those funds were allocated to Vallejo PD in the amount of are now allocated for $210,000 for the purchase of gunshot detection technology, which is enough money for us to purchase it for 1.5 years. The department worked with the Surveillance Advisory Board at the time, who was not initially in support of beta testing this technology. That Flock Safety has allowed us to beta test from September 6th of 2024 to September 6th of this year. December 2022, the City Council voted to move forward with the Raven gunshot detection beta test. From that point, an extensive project site selection and installation process occurred. That occurred throughout 2023 and into 2024. The one-year beta test again went live, as I said, in September of 2024. Vallejo PD used gunshot crime data to determine where the highest concentration of gunshots occur in the city in order to select the location of the sensors. The police department continued working with SAB to create a department policy related to gunshot detection technology, provided several Raven presentations from police staff as well as Flock Safety, and reported various data obtained during the Raven beta test to evaluate the effectiveness of the technology. In August of 2025, following the final presentation of data and success stories from the Raven beta test, the Surveillance Advisory Board recommended that the use of the Raven gunshot technology be approved. I have Captain Batista on the line. He's going to give you a brief presentation similar to what was provided to SAB. And we also have representatives from Flock Safety on the line in the event that there's technical questions or things that are for the vendor. Go ahead, Captain.
City Council, Mayor Source. This is Captain Batista with the Vallejo Police Department. I'll be providing the PowerPoint presentation on Flock Raven. What is Flock Raven? It is gunshot audio detection technology. Some of the pros are that when dispatch receives multiple shots fired calls and they're unable to pinpoint the exact location for officers, Raven is actually able to provide an approximate location. It also assists with the immediacy of locating victims to provide life-saving measures. Also, when we have uncooperative victims not providing location or not willing to call 911, it will help officers locate a victim and or a scene. It also provides anonymity for citizens who are afraid or unwilling to call police about shots heard in their areas. Some of the cons are that we absolutely need more coverage, and we only have the equipment is only in clusters of coverage areas of Vallejo based on statistical data. Next slide. Just a brief background, in June and in September of last year, we received training via Zoom from Raven. We began the beta testing on September 6th of 24, and the department was informed that the Raven was live for beta testing, and links were also provided to those who missed the previous training. On September 11th of 24, Raven was implemented with dispatch, and it was coded as a 1075R with the R to distinguish Raven, shots fired in the designated area as a priority 2 call. By September 27th of last year, all users completed training and now had access to Raven. So what is the criteria that is used by dispatch to determine if Raven alert is confirmed to be a gunshot or not? Some of the criteria that we use to confirm are the gunshot wound victim is located on scene, shots were physically observed or heard by a witness, surveillance cameras showing evidence of a shooting, or it was heard or seen by an officer or a neighboring law enforcement agency. Some of the unconfirmed criteria is that the officers were unable to locate a scene or a victim. The alert actually occurred outside of the jurisdiction and was referred to another agency, or a reporting party actually reported as a vehicle backfire or fireworks. Some of the factors to be taken into consideration. So there may be some discrepancies between Raven gunshot alerts and shots fired incidents due to the following. I just wanted to clarify that Raven gunshot alerts are actually the alerts that we receive from the Flock website, indicate that alert our dispatchers of a gunshot alert, and then shots fired incidents are incidents that we receive from a completely different source, whether it's a reporting party or an individual calling into dispatch about a shots fired incident. So that's a differentiation between those two that I'm going to be talking about. So data from Flock is not integrated with our CAD, our computer aided dispatch system. And all Raven gunshot alerts received by dispatch is manually entered into CAD by our dispatchers. The dispatch workload can get too busy, and inputting 1075R incidents into CAD is not prioritized. Therefore, a record of a Raven alert may not exist in our CAD data. If a Raven gunshot alert was not received, this doesn't mean that a shooting did not occur due to the following. A revolver may have been used. Shooting suspects could have picked up casings prior to police arrival. A shooting scene could have been inside a vehicle, therefore casings were not located on scene. Additionally, not all areas in Vallejo have Raven. So as a result of gunshot analysis, we determined that extra patrol should be conducted in these following locations. Below is a heat map of the areas of Raven alerts. So particularly, this one shows the Country Club Crest, north of Highway 37, west of Highway 80. Next. Central Vallejo, west of Highway 80, north of Georgia Street, and south of Tennessee Street. Next. and South Vallejo, west of Highway 80 and south of 780, close to the Magazine and Sonoma area was the highest concentration. All right. Now these are the Raven Alert and shots fired incidents from September 6th to July 31st of 2025. We had 1,003 Raven alerts total. Of the 1,003 alerts we had, 26 cases were generated and 27 were referred to another agency. During that same time period, we had 685 shots fired incidents. 4 of those incidents were referred to another agency, and 157 cases were generated from those shots fired total calls. The next is a pie chart of the previous table from the table from the previous slide. Next. So the total shooting incidents, Raven alerts, as well as shots fired incidents, total 1,688. 37 of those incidents had both a Raven alert as well as a shots fired incident. So the total shooting incidents and cases of the 1,688, 183 cases were generated, 26 from Raven gunshots alerts and 157 from shots fired incidents. So I just wanted to share 2 success stories. I actually have a list of more than 50, but in these 2 particular ones, we had Raven multiple gunshot alert on May 12th of 25, 6:16 p.m. in the 2500 block of Sonoma Boulevard. So for the call for service on this case, a Raven alert with multiple gunshots were heard in the area of 2500 block of Sonoma Boulevard. The victim called and stated that the subject had shot at his vehicle and he'd been struck once in the stomach. One adult victim was located with non-life-threatening injuries. So the original call for service that was called in by a reporting party was in the area of Broadway and Tennessee Street. However, the actual scene was where the Raven gunshot alert alerted to, which was the 2500 block of Sonoma Boulevard. So we were able to actually find the victim immediately as opposed to doing a grid search and starting off at Broadway and Tennessee Street. The second incident, we had a multiple gunshot alert on October 6th of last year, about 1:35 a.m. And during this incident, a victim was shot and was unable to call 911 prior to being found by officers. Ultimately, a suspect was contacted and arrested with a firearm. So here are some of our real life applications. Despite the low number of cases that were generated from Raven gunshot alerts, officers were able to locate crime scenes that officers were unaware of. They were able to locate a victim who could not call 911. Officers were able to find the true location of a shooting after being provided the wrong location by a caller into 911. They were able to track multiple shooting events tied to one incident, and they were able to locate a scene that a shooting victim was not forthcoming with.
Thank you, Captain Batista. So again, just to recap, we have $210,000 that's been congressionally earmarked and given to us by now Congressman John Garamendi for the use of this technology. That amount of money allows a funding for 1.5 years with our current coverage area, which is 4 square miles of Raven technology. That with Vallejo being about 50 square miles, of which land is about 30 square miles, we are covering about 12 to 14% of the city. And the price is $35,000 per square mile. So with 4 square miles, do the math, 1.5 years. And the last thing I just wanted to say, and then we'll take your questions, is to try to bring all these things together. We have drone technology, we have the license plate readers, the Condor cameras, we have gunshot detection. All of these things are part of an ecosystem that are the basic, we're not there yet, but it's the basic foundations of a real-time crime center. When we have the staff and when we get to that place where we can have that, these are the technology building blocks that will allow us to really keep an eye on the city and reduce crime, catch perpetrators and things like that. So I think it's good technology. We have money for it for 1.5 years. I think in a year and a half, that's a different conversation about the return on our investment and whether it's something we want to expand, reduce, get rid of. But I think the recommendation from the police department is to move forward with this technology for this year and a half contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public commenters?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do have one speaker.
Let's go ahead and call them.
Crystal, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Crystal G, you have your hand up. Please unmute yourself. Okay, I'll keep working on that, but feel free to carry on.
All right. So I'm actually gonna lead off on this because I have been involved in this since the beginning, and I've worked with the deputy chief when he was the captain and the chief when he was the deputy chief. And this was, just for some context, brought to the surveillance board in summer of 2022. And when it was first brought, it was actually brand new technology. It was really unproven. There were a lot of questions. We were very concerned on a bunch of different fronts about the capacity of the department to be a guinea pig, and the SAB recommended against it, as was stated. Council overrode it and greenlit the test. It was interesting because they greenlit it in December of 2022, but then we didn't actually start the beta test until almost 2 years later, which was a whole nother problem in itself, but actually probably got us a better technology in the end. We got a better, more refined version of it for the beta test. But one of the things back in December 2022, because I was very, very involved in this process, was that the former mayor and the council at the time were very, very adamant when they greenlit it that there be reports to council. Monthly reports, which at the time I remember saying that's probably a little too often, but that was their direction, and they were very adamant that the beta test be used to determine whether this works for us, and that it be brought back probably 6 to 9 months within the beta test, so council would have time to make a decision about it, and authorized the SAB to be involved. The SAB was involved in developing a privacy policy, and at that same time in 2022, the SAB had requested a change from bi-monthly to monthly meetings, with the idea that the monthly meetings would allow for the monthly reports on the Raven. And that request was brought up in summer 2022. It was approved by resolution in September 2022. It was approved by City Council in October, or was presented to City Council in October 2022. City Council directed that it be brought back. The idea was that the monthly meetings would allow for these monthly updates, and despite probably at this point 2 to 3 dozen requests for follow-up, that has never happened, nor has there been any update ever to the City Council on this. So, and I say this as somebody that was working on this on the SAB and was pretty active on it. I feel disappointed isn't a strong enough word, that the City Council gave very clear direction that there be monthly updates, and there's been no update to the City Council on this, and that we actually let the beta test lapse before bringing it back without having done any of the work that Council said was going to be done. And I remember speaking with the Captain Ramsey, who before he retired, about it, and what we were trying to do, and I think we did some of this, it sounds like, was we were trying to figure out, A, does the technology work? Because it was very unproven. We were trying to figure out, does it even work? Is it getting a car backfire? Is it getting a firework? Or is it actually getting a gunshot? And then does it work for us? We're understaffed. Knowing about a gunshot doesn't mean we get an officer there. And I've heard too many stories, even since taking office, of people where there was a shooting, there was a gentleman in the Crest who was shot and lying, and police didn't get there for an hour. So knowing the gunshot happened, knowing the location doesn't help us if we don't have the staffing. So we were trying to figure out, does it work? Does it work for us? We've got a couple anecdotes, but I think, we have the anecdotes of it working. We have anecdotes of it not being enough. The hotspots are the same hotspots that we knew of before. I mean, this isn't novel information to know that the Crest and South Vallejo are the place. That's why we installed it there. It was installed based on where gunshots were happening. So I'm very frustrated that there was a missed opportunity here, and I think it's not even at PD, because I think PD did the best they could with limited resources, but this is higher up above the pay grade of a lot of folks. It's been really offensive to the city council, to have the direction of the city council disregarded so blatantly, to have the commission disregarded so blatantly, and it's offensive to the community, because community elected at least me and us to be responsible, to be fiscally responsible, to hold, to have accountability, and to say, gosh, this direction was given. We wanted to make sure that this had value before we spent money on it, and now we're like, oh, it expired last month, we better just go dump some money into it. It doesn't feel good. And I think it was just a huge missed opportunity, because I'm not necessarily even opposed to the technology. It could work. I don't think the work was done, and I don't think there was enough follow through for me to be comfortable with it. And I think I'm tired of stuff coming to this council where it's just, we're put in a situation where we have no choice, where, things were done that weren't what was asked, but it's like, well, now we're pretty sure this is what we want to do anyway, so we should just do it. And at some point, there has to be some level of accountability for, if the council gives direction, we do the direction. If we can't do the direction for monthly updates to council, we should at least let the surveillance board have monthly meetings so we can give them updates. And we just there was no effort to do that. Again, above the Captain Batista, I've had many, many meetings. We spent a lot of time together on this. So I know the effort that was put in by PD. The other thing that I want to raise about this that actually has come forth in the past few weeks is Flock has been in the news quite a bit. And on the SAB, I was part of a couple of initiatives where we tried to kind of put guardrails around Flock to make sure that we weren't sharing data with agencies that were going to use data in opposition to our values. So the first conversation was around immigration enforcement. The second was around targeting people that had sought reproductive health care and crossed state lines to do so. And, we put what I thought were pretty good guardrails in place. The department doesn't share out data out of state. There's a California law that prevents it, but Flock has been in the news a lot recently for just violating those laws. So they violated state laws in Illinois recently. They violated state laws in Colorado recently. And this was with respect to sharing license plate reader data with ICE to allow people to be tracked for immigration enforcement. And there was an abortion investigation that a Texas sheriff's office disguised as a missing person investigation and used data from Illinois and Washington State in violation of their state laws, when it was actually they were tracking someone that had sought reproductive health care. I know there's been a lot of pushback in Oregon. There are a lot of cities and counties that are terminating their contracts right now. And there was actually a bill in California that, regardless of how how folks felt about that specific bill, it would have put guardrails on data sharing with Flock, and the governor vetoed it recently. So we really don't have necessarily guardrails, and I'm very concerned in the climate that we find ourselves, that we have an agency that we are giving a lot of power to, that we are becoming very dependent on, that has violated laws in other states that are very similar to laws we have in California, that could potentially put our vulnerable people at risk, and particularly since these devices are in our Black and brown communities. I just worry very deeply about that. So I don't even really have a judgment on the technology, on whether it's worth it, because I don't think I have enough information, but I want to say that I'm incredibly, incredibly frustrated and disappointed at the disregard and disrespect of that council direction that was given 3 years ago. And this is not news, because I've been repeating this and reminding, I've been a broken record on this now for 3 years, and I just personally can't vote to support something when the direction was so blatantly disregarded. I don't think that sends the right message to our citizens, because I think we were elected to be in charge, and we were elected to have the buck stop with us, and this doesn't cut it for me. And then I would also, I'm not saying we should dump Flock, but I think we really need to do some analysis in this particular climate that we now find ourselves, and make sure we've got every guardrail in place to ensure that we are not put in a position where we end up on the back end of one of those investigations where we find out that, unbeknownst to us, and in violation of the law, our data, our folks' data, our vulnerable folks' data was given away. So I'm concerned about it. Others? Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, DC Knight, for their presentation. So a couple questions. Could you please comment on the decision-making process when you have Raven go off, you're getting multiple calls for service? What is the decision-making process as far as figuring out where dispatch is going to tell a police officer to go to, considering all the different variables at play?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and there is a lot of variables at play, so we can use a couple hypotheticals. One of the things which is really tough to do, and we tackle this a lot with the Surveillance Advisory Board, is what do you benchmark success to? You know, this isn't a type of technology that gets you more arrests per se, or it doesn't do certain things. It really benchmarks towards a more effective response. So one of the things I can benchmark it to is prior to there being gunshot detection technology, we would have to wait for people to call 911. And they would say, I heard gunshots somewhere near my house. I don't know exactly where it is. Or eventually there might be a person, if they were struck by gunfire, they would call and say, I've been shot, or somebody that I'm with has been shot. And we would get a location. There's a time gap there that can transpire that can be sometimes lengthy. And oftentimes, more times than not, I will say, those folks will often self-transport to the hospital and leave the scene of the crime. And we may never even find out where that crime actually occurred. So gunshot detection technology helps us in a few senses where if it's in an area that's covered by Raven, chances are we may get those calls, but oftentimes, sometimes people, if they're not struck by gunfire, if they're in their neighborhood, we know that gunfire goes unreported substantially, particularly in Vallejo, where we've unfortunately become desensitized sometimes to the sound of gunfire. They won't always call. So having Raven technology there will pinpoint the location where we need to go to. As the captain says, we have over 50 success stories where we can give real-time examples of how this is successful. In the example you gave, where you're actually getting 911 calls about a situation, and we have a Raven alert that's come in, that's where the captain talked about there's lots of things going on at one time. We're going to respond to the 911 call said there's someone shot here. We might not piece that Raven gunshot alert until after the fact. Or if we go to a location and we can't find the victim, we can then, the dispatcher will look at the screen and see, hey, there's a Raven alert within blank, 90 feet of blank location. So it's really a multitude of things that come together based upon the factors that are occurring at that time.
So you're not making decisions solely on flock alone?
Never, and that's something that's very important to note, and that's something that Flock is very specific about, is Raven gunshot technology is just a tool. It's a tool to gauge a response. It's a tool to gauge and pretty much have a very strong likelihood that a gunshot or gunfire has occurred at that particular location. And they have a lot of other features as well. They have sideshow detection. They have fireworks detection. There's other features that you can use. But I do believe that although we only have it in certain clustered areas where we do have the most concentration of gunshots, it is a better and more effective way of deploying our limited resources, because then if you're going to go to, you heard the term, it's kind of police jargon, but 1075 is a shots fired call, and there's 1075R. That means a shots fired with a Raven alert. If you send somebody to a 1075R, you know that you're going to prioritize that because there's confirmation that gunfire has occurred if you don't have any other corroborating circumstance.
Great. And I have a couple of questions. So, and I don't know if you could speak to this, but what's the difference in the efficacy of Raven versus, say, ShotSpotter?
I can speak from a layman's perspective. They are very similar. They are very similar. They're sensors, they're auditory, they put microphones throughout different geographic areas, they triangulate, they hear the sound of gunfire, they triangulate it. One of the features that's different with Flock technology, which is probably why it's cheaper, versus ShotSpotter, which is owned by a company called SoundThinking, is in ShotSpotter, the gunshot goes to a control center at ShotSpotter where a technician will review, confirm, gunshot, I hear it, and then they will send it over to the police department. Flock Safety, and Flock Safety is on the line, they can correct me if this is wrong, but that alert is sent directly to the agency. So the agency has sent that alert. They can listen to it. If there's some question of whether or not it was or wasn't a gunshot, that is done by the agency. So that's kind of the difference. And there's a pretty substantial price difference.
And they're shorter, right? The poles. ShotSpotters are higher up. Was that one of the other reasons why it was cheaper?
You may know better than me. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, anyway.
And lastly, if we were to like really dig deep into the efficacy of flock raven, how will we do that? I mean, do we have to work with a professor, someone who knows statistics better than I do? So like, how does that work?
You know, I think we really had to kind of really pare this down when we were talking to the Surveillance Advisory Board. Is when you talk about efficacy, what I felt like, and you guys can disagree, I really felt like we were trying to determine, does it work? Does it actually work? That was what was most important to me, is does the technology actually detect gunshots? Because like I said, it's not benchmarked to any other thing like arrests or any other crime things. Now, it makes our response more effective. So to me, that necessitates more coverage if it does actually detect it. We have found during our beta test no confirmed, and I'm not saying it didn't happen at all, we had no confirmed examples of what was called a false positive. I know that that's something, that word that gets thrown out quite a bit. That was just not our experience in the beta test, and so far we have not experienced false positives. We've had no negative outcomes during the 1 year of testing that we thought it was a gunshot and it was a car backfire and there was a negative outcome interaction with a community member. We didn't have any of that. It's just an additional tool. So when it comes to efficacy, we really started splitting hairs with the Surveillance Advisory Board, and I said, the efficacy is, does the technology work to me? And I think based upon having a year and a half money for a year and a half, I think it is definitely a tool that's beneficial to an understaffed police department, because I know there's the argument about you need officers to go to those calls, but you need the officers to go to the calls where there's actually a crime that's occurring. So there's two sides to that as well. So I believe it's effective in that the technology, from our experience, has worked.
I think for me, it's two things when I'm thinking about efficacy. It's what you're talking about. Does it, you're not seeing too many false positives. But I think the other thing would be to look at does it assist in your responsiveness to crimes, given that you have good processes in terms of decision making and sending officers to whatever scene. I mean, it could be, so that's a huge grain of salt right there. There's a huge caveat with that, but I think I would also just be mindful of like, is this helping you in a way that you couldn't have done otherwise? I know that's a very difficult question, and I think it would require greater minds than ours to figure that out.
I can actually comment on that.
Go ahead. Was that Captain? Nope.
Okay.
Hi, Trevor. How are you doing?
Yes. Oh, it was actually me.
It was somebody
Captain
else. Was it
Batista.
Captain Bautista? There he is. All right. We pinned the wrong person. Hi, Trevor.
No worries. So we actually had an incident where we had a shooting, and we didn't realize that it was a run and gun battle. So our officers were unaware of two other shooting scenes, and were only aware of the initial shooting scene. So with that, we were able to actually track where the run and gun battle was, and ultimately the direction of travel, and we're able to develop leads from that. So we found scenes that we otherwise would not have found had we not received those Raven alerts.
All right. Councilmember Letters,
Thanks. So I think one of the comments that you made, DC, was just the whole idea of, does this work, is number one, which you're saying, there's evidence that it works. The other piece of it is, do we have officers to deploy where it works? All of those things, right? There's just a host of a combination of things. And then you made a comment, and I'm just kind of going through some things. You made a comment that sometimes people are desensitized to gunshots. That has some truth, but I think greater than that being the truth of the matter is unfortunately our inability as a police force to be able to respond, more importantly. Another thing about that is how communities perceive our police, whether it's here, San Francisco, whether it's Oakland, whatever the case may be. That's just the truth of the matter. That's my experience working in some of the communities that I've worked in, and for the very fact that I am a person of color. Known fact. Let's be honest about it, right? When we're talking about policing and our tools and how people respond around all of these tools. And I think it's really important when we make comments about how we comment about things, and this is why I'm touching it, being desensitized. In Black and brown communities, sometimes they are, but oftentimes they're very concerned about when I call you, how are you going to respond to me? We've had this conversation. And so I always want us to be mindful when we say these kinds of things. And then we talk about false positives, and you're saying you haven't had any false positives so far. But again, it just depends on can we respond and can we see. And there's no doubt that the technology, based on what you all have said, that it works. And so I'm not, at this moment in time, I'm not so concerned about does the technology work, and that it is a tool and it's combined with many tools that we can use as a police force that will help us be more effective in the work that we do. I'm concerned and want more information to get a yes vote for me, because it's not just this, we can use a different tool. So we can use a different tool to do some of these things. What I want to understand is when we're capturing this data, because I know from dealing with housing and having cameras where that data goes, who holds that data. I want to really understand what is the legal binding agreements that we have around the security of our data. And if we don't have sole authority over that data, especially when you're putting it in our Black and brown communities, in our most underserved and marginalized communities, and we have communities in danger right now, I will not agree to this technology. So I would like to have more information about that, because I look at the holistic piece of our community policing and the constitutional rights of human beings in our community as well. I want us to be safe. I don't want gun violence, and I want to find ways to curtail that, to in fact not have it at all. That would be great. And yet at the same time, I want to ensure that I, along with members in community, are also safe as it relates to my person and my data being given that can potentially create harm to me or someone in our community. So that's really important to me. I would like to have that information before I would even consider voting on this. My colleagues might say yes, and that's fine. There's nothing I can do about that. But I want to put it on the record, what I need to be able to say yes to such technology based on what I've just heard and quickly scrolled through. So I want to know contractually what that means when we talk about protecting data. Because our license plates connect us to our personal information.
Yeah, and I see the city, that's fair. I see the city attorney looking up at the contract. I know that we have Trevor from the technology side and knows in terms of, maybe Trevor can comment as Veronica's looking at the contract in terms of, can you start talking about just data, Trevor, and who owns it and some of the things that the council member just brought up?
Absolutely. Really appreciate those questions. Very important to note that the city of Vallejo owns 100% of its data. Flock will never make the decision to share or sell data. We do not sell data as a company. We're not social media. We store the data on heavily encrypted servers, and I'm happy to go into those encryption protections. But our contract explicitly states that the city of Vallejo owns the data and are the only ones who can make the decisions to share that data. And the part of these privacy protections, and you bring up really, really important points about the impact that public safety technology has on Black and brown communities and vulnerable communities. And it's really important to know that just recently, about a month ago, the Oakland NAACP came out in support of flock safety and our license plate readers and broader technology, specifically making the very poignant point that this technology actually reduces bias in policing. It reduces negative interactions between vulnerable communities, specifically communities of color, and law enforcement by focusing on objective and actionable evidence. And that is why they are encouraging the city of Oakland to continue their partnership with Flock. But when it comes to the data, your agency owns it 100%. We do store it on CGIS certified servers through the AWS GovCloud. CGIS is the FBI's certification system for handling public safety data, so we treat it extremely seriously. But you own 100% of your data in Flock. Contractually, we cannot share it or sell it or anything. That is solely your decision on who your community decides to share it with.
So how's that data accessed? It's stored in the cloud, and I get that it's on a secured, certified server, if you will, sitting on a server rack somewhere. But how does, when we talk about our city and Flock, are you saying that Flock never touches that data, never sees that data?
So in our contract, we do not have a general right of access to your data. And the contract has some specifically enumerated clauses, the very limited clauses where we would be able to touch your data. And that includes to perpetuate service. So if there's a corrupted file or something, the contract gives us the ability to go in there. And the only people able to access that would be CGIS certified engineers. So this is not even within Flock is there a general right of access from anyone to fix these problems. It would have to be someone CGIS certified. So there is no general right of access. It is a very limited enumerated list of access, and that in itself is limited to a very few number of people at Flock.
So how's our access data, what access do we have as a police department to access our data? And who's certified to access that data?
I will yield to your DC on that and Bautista to go over who is authorized.
Yeah, Captain Batista, I'll let you take a first crack at that. I know you're in the system quite a bit.
So there are only a few administrators who have full access to be able to grant others access. Otherwise, just the regular user, like our officers, are just have access to the license plate readers, the alerts, and they're able to set their alerts and look at historical data up to 30 days.
So how do we, what's just in general practice with our, because this is really highly confidential, PII, if you want, however you want to label it. So what are our controls around that data? I'm asking you as a police department. And I'm assuming you have your administrators, and I'm asking for the controls, the IT controls around this data. So what I'm asking you, if you're not understanding for the police department, not everybody has access to confidential data. I don't care who you are, what you're doing. There are levels. You have an administrator. That administrator gives certain access, certain levels of access to the different users within your organization, and how that data is pulled, how that data is reviewed and used. And if you don't have the answer right now, that's fine.
I'll start off, and then Captain Batista, you can chime in if needed. So the data that we're talking about for this is the geographic location of where a suspected gunshot occurred. So the confidentiality surrounding that is what we're talking about. So being able to go into the back end of the data, I think Captain Batista is an administrator. I don't know if we have one or two more. Otherwise, officers can go into the system and look at where gunshots had occurred. We would encourage them to do that so they can base that on where they might want to patrol or may want to, provide extra service to if there's gunfire or gun violence occurring in that area. So the confidentiality of that, in terms of manipulating the data, that wouldn't be anything we could have access to or do or anything like that.
Okay, that's fine. You've answered my fundamental question. I just want to make sure that from a flock employee perspective, how do you access our data? How do you see license plates, so forth and on, and who has real access to that data, with the fact that we've just heard ICE has gotten data, others have gotten data, and I want to make sure that our data is safe. And that's what I care about most.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
So part of this question, so the representative from Flock stated that the contract makes clear that the data is the city's data, and is not owned. Flock does not own and shall not sell customer data. Customer data is defined in the agreement. But if you look at section 5.3 that appears on page 9 of the proposed agreement, it's titled Disclosure of Footage. I'm going to read it. Subject to and during the retention period, which is defined in the contract as well, Flock may access, use, preserve, and/or disclose the footage to law enforcement authorities, government officials, and/or third parties if legally required to do so, or if Flock has a good faith belief that such access, use, preservation, or disclosure is reasonably necessary to comply with the legal process, enforce this agreement, or detect, prevent, or otherwise address security, privacy, fraud, or technical issues or emergency situations. So I wanted to draw the council's attention to that because it directly relates to this, what you are discussing right now. I'm sorry, ma'am?
So thank you for that, because that is what I wanted to understand. So basically what you're telling me, in the climate that we live in today, if the federal government decides that they want that data and they get a court injunction or whatever the case may be, Flock would have to give our data because they do have access to our data.
Sorry, I'm going to turn that back on. May I respond? Is that okay? So this specific paragraph speaks not to data per se, but to footage. So the video images.
Yes. Well,
so
you're right, the footage.
I want to read the definition of footage just so we're all really understanding. Footage means still images, video, audio, and other data captured by the Flock hardware or customer hardware in the course of and provided via the Flock services.
Yeah.
So absent to answer your very direct question, absent an amendment to the paragraph 5.3 that requires some guardrails, I don't know how else to describe that, then yes, as written, it would allow even a perceived requirement to comply with the law for that footage, as I described the definition of footage, to be released.
And if I can jump in, one way around that, because that 5.3, as soon as you started reading, I remembered it very distinctly because we had a very lengthy discussion about it on the SAT. We were very concerned about it. One way around it is to reduce the retention period because it's only during the retention period. So that's one way that jurisdictions are preserving security. Is some jurisdictions will have a day. Ours is 30 days. The default, I think, is 60 or 30, I forget. But we have a pretty good one, but we could reduce it. Some cities will do like 1 day, and that's it. If it's not on a hot list and it doesn't click, if nothing is flagged, it's gone. There's consequences, obviously, for law enforcement should they need something later, but it does take out the ability of another agency to come back and go get that data.
Yes, and just to confirm what you just said, the retention period in this contract as described is in section 1.15, which is on page 3, and is described as 30 days. But within that time period, or whatever time period is set, let's say you say 3 days, VPD makes its decision, and I don't know operationally if it can do this, but VPD makes its decision whether to load it resident to us, right? Not hold it on the Flock server, let it be deleted from them, download what we think we need, and then our period supply, and they'd have to sue us, and then we have a whole different, how do I put this, control on that particular release or orders, etc.
So in that case, theoretically, if we even said we had a 3-day retention period, reasonably you're downloading, because I would assume, depending on if you're referring this particular incident somewhere or you need to do further investigation, you would really need to have that data a much longer period of time. I'm assuming, I don't know, you can say yes or no, maybe.
Not necessarily, yes, but it could be no. In terms of the footage that we're talking about in this contract, as I understand it, it would be the sound of gunshots. That would be the only footage in which we're dealing with in terms of what would have to be disclosed pursuant to 5.3, because that's the technology that we're contracting with for this contract.
This contract is dealing with Raven, so whatever Raven records, but I believe it would include not just the noise, but the metadata associated therewith that tells you where it was captured from, the time and the date stamp for when it was captured. So if you got an alert and then you knew you needed to keep the data, you would be obligated, in order to keep it, to download it within the retention period onto a VPD server, right? Whatever your secure situation is, which we know is secure, then we control it. Then if some other law enforcement agency or whoever you may say might try to issue an order for that information, would have to come through us. Our policies, and the council ultimately controls whether we would release it or not.
And just as a note, as it relates to the subpoenaing that we're discussing, so it's also in in the contract that if we do receive a subpoena or a warrant for your data, because again, this is, while we are storing it, it is your data, we are obligated to notify you of that subpoena unless it is a non-disclosure subpoena for national security reasons, which are relatively rare in general. So in the event that whether it's an agency or a lawyer in a court case working on defense or prosecution, if we get that warrant or subpoena, we send that to your council so you all can decide how you want to respond to that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. As I read the contract, I hear what you're saying, and I see that in the contract, but that provision, that confidentiality provision notice and our opportunity to oppose appears to only apply to proprietary information, not the footage. And the disclosure of footage paragraph seems to stand alone to me. Again, I'm not saying that that's not the case. I'm just saying that's what I read in the contract in front of me. That would be on page 8.
So with the work that we do with Flock, we're not just capturing sound. We capture other things with images and things like that with our other tools, right?
Yes, with other
Okay.
tools that we're currently using, yes.
So then, again, I think what becomes really important in the entire context of where we are today in society is how do we, regardless of if it's sound, if it's pictures with our other tools that we're working with them with, how do we come up with a reasonable retention period in the cloud, and we're bringing down until we are in a different time and period from a political stance, where we stand today with our federal government. And I think that's really important, that in the contract, with any of this work, we really need to consider that. We are in the most diverse community, particularly in California, and we need to be very cognizant of where we are and who we are as a community, and how, while we are working to be extremely safe, we need to be safe holistically. So that would be my request around moving forward.
Councilmember Matee, did you have something to add?
Maybe a path forward, semi-suggestion or a request to Flock. If Flock is willing to wait for the council to determine whether you want to enter into this contract or not, or wants to bind into this contract some additional safeguards surrounding the issues of retention period and releasing to other entities, we could work on that between now and the 28th and see if we can get those guardrails, as I previously put it, embedded into the contract and bring it back on the 28th if they're willing to work with us and wait until then for this contract to go forward. It's just a thought.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to hear from the rest of council members. Councilmember Matias, you're next.
Just kind of hearing the conversation this evening, and one of the things I'm hearing, and I may not be processing information right this late in the hour, is that perhaps the use of Raven, which is for shots, we're having a broader conversation around our use of technology in the city and its implications and what we may or may not be releasing to other agencies if we're asked to do so. So that's something I'm just really thinking about, because Deputy Chief Knight, let me just ask you this. What are other products that we're using right now from Flock in addition to Raven?
Falcon cameras, they all have bird names. Falcon cameras, which are license plate readers.
Okay.
And Condors, which are pan, tilt, zoom cameras that can be moved around.
Got it. Because when I heard the mayor's comment, I just did a quick search, and a lot of the controversy was more attached to the cameras and the footage that you can get from the cameras, and less so to Raven. I didn't find anything on Raven, really. I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the controversy and the use by federal agencies has actually been around its camera products. So that's just something for you guys to think about, especially considering the climate we're in and, in our community, right? And what we've messaged out to the community since the start of the year. At the same time, we have to balance that with the reality that we find ourselves in. And one of the things that was unclear to me, just hearing some of the mayor's comments early on, was there a policy actually developed by SAB around what we can and can't use, or what we are disclosing and not disclosing? Is that something that that SAB actually developed and that we're considering as a council? Like, where are we with that?
So the SAB gave feedback. I think that was all that they were allowed to do. It was deemed that they were allowed to do was give feedback. So I remember giving feedback on that emergency circumstances and going, this is not okay. But then at the end of the day, the department adopts the policy it's going to adopt, and it never did come back to the city council.
Yeah, so that's something I would personally want to see. Like, there needs to be a policy. It needs to be considered by the council, because I think that would set guardrails around what we can and can't do. And just doing a cursory internet search right now, I have seen other cities defer that to those bodies and have those folks kind of engage in the sausage making, and then the resulting process is something that we can use as our North Star in terms of what products we can use, who do we use it from, and to what end. So that's point one. Point two, I am all about process, and what I heard from the mayor when we started this conversation was very troubling. So I don't want to engage in a fishing expedition as to who did it or why, but what I want to know from city staff is like, is there any response to the statements that were made? Because if the council gave a directive around reporting, where did those reports go, and why didn't they ever come back to the city council or to the commission for that matter? I think that that's important, because we could sign off on something, but I also want to have some confidence that when we're issuing directives, those are being followed on. And I haven't heard a response to that. So, Deputy Chief Knight, anything you have?
Yeah, I will give the response that, under my tenure, if the city council says for us to do something, I'm going to do it. That was before my tenure, and there was a lot of turnover in the Surveillance Advisory Board liaison position. I was unaware that there was supposed to be monthly reporting of Raven gunshot detection technology updates to the city council. Otherwise, we would have been doing it. We've been engaging solely with the SAB on this quite extensively. This has consumed a majority of our meetings over the last year or so. So I was unaware that we were deficient in any additional reporting that we should have been doing. I maybe mistook the Surveillance Advisory Board being the conduit to have the discussions and wrangle the issues about, so that we can come to City Council with good recommendations that have already been vetted, and a lot of the issues that we're bringing up tonight have been talked about, which they have. So that's my responsibility. I take responsibility for that. I was unaware that there was supposed to be monthly reporting to the council.
Okay. So just in terms of things I would want to see, I think there needs to be a referral to SAB. I want to have them develop a policy that we can look at seriously and act on, so that we, again, have some guardrails and also some direction on what is or isn't acceptable. Two, if we're going to have a conversation around the use of all of this technology, I think the more troublesome technology that we've got to look at in this moment in time is the cameras, and less so Raven, because I haven't seen anything about Raven.
Can I jump in real quick? So the problem is that the Raven pings off of the license plate readers. So if we had an issue with the license plate readers and we deactivated them, it triangulates, right, off of the license plate readers. So if we were to deactivate the license plate readers because of a privacy issue, I don't think we'd be able to use Raven.
We might have to ask Flock about that. I
might.
don't believe that to be the case.
Because that was how it was pitched. I remember that was how it was initially pitched, was that it triangulates off of the ALPRs.
Go ahead,
Captain.
Batista. You have his hands up. Yeah.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
You're on mute.
There he is. I think it's working now.
You can be on mute. Can you hear me?
You're good.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. The way I understand it, and Trevor, you could jump in at any time if I'm incorrect on this, but what it does is anytime we have a Raven alert that does triangulate with other Raven products, it will then trigger the license plate readers that are in the area to show which vehicles were in the area. I don't think it necessarily relies on one another. And Trevor, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're 100% right. And I think where the confusion is how we talk about our audio detection devices is what differentiates them from every other audio detection device on the market, because it works within the Flock ecosystem. So if you were to use another vendor, yes, they could provide you the audio detection, but it wouldn't operate seamlessly with the rest of your systems in order to provide you a full spectrum of what potentially happened at that event. So as you were saying, you could get a gunshot detection, and if you had a potential witness say they saw someone get shot and drive off in a red pickup truck, or they had a license plate you could then utilize your license plate readers in that area around where the gunshot was detected to have a higher clearance rate for those sorts of crimes. So they can operate separately, but they're much more effective and impactful when working together.
Got it. So, one, referral to the board. Two, there would need to be clarity in the agreement that if we do move forward with this, it would just strictly be Raven, provided the data is being stored. I mean, these are just my general comments. Three, Deputy Chief Knight, on the congressional appropriation, was it specifically earmarked for this project, or would you be able to use it for other like public safety purposes?
It is strictly for gunshot detection technology.
Okay. So it's just something for you guys to think about just in terms of uses. We probably have to return that money if we're not going to go through with the agreement. And then for, I also saw Flock Safety offers a drone product. They offer a whole host, a suite of products, right? So again, this to me goes back to policy. Like, what are we saying as a city that's acceptable, given we've got officer shortages across the country, given that we need to augment crime fighting capabilities with technology? I think just having that guiding document is critically important. Because that will help dictate what response we have, whether we have one administration or the other. I mean, right now we've made a stance that we're not going to assist federal law enforcement in any operation, and the police department has been very clear about that. But then when it comes to technology, I think if we take a stance of not using anything because that information may be disclosed, and then we also don't have a guiding policy or document, then we're not really leveraging those tools in the way that other cities are leveraging it. So I'd want to find a common ground because I still think that there's stuff that needs to be hashed out. I'm not in a position to move it forward this evening.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. My first couple questions are for the Flock representative. And I wrote these questions down because I want to make sure I ask them correctly. But so for our data, any of our recordings or information that the officers are obtaining related to Vallejo data, do you use any of that information for training your AI models?
Yes, and so there's a section of the contract that states the potential use for aggregated anonymized training data. So in the instance, a 3 is being mistaken as an E in some cases, and this isn't specific just to Vallejo, but less than 1% of all images collected are typically used for this purpose. And when they are used for it, it is anonymized, it's removed of all metadata. So no time stamp, no location stamp, not even the agency that it came from. It's used purely to improve the product, which is, one of the things we're proudest of is the accuracy of our products and the machine learning, utilizing those images, those anonymized images to improve that machine learning is a key part of that.
But so humans are not the only ones who are accessing it. You actually have AI accessing our data, correct?
Yes, the AI machine learning we're utilizing helps maintain the high levels of accuracy.
And do you track all of that access through AI and report that back to the agency?
No, we do not have a process where we report back the images utilized for training, machine learning training.
Okay. And for I know for the beta period, you said that you would use our data for training without permission from the agency, but now you're saying that if we buy it, you cannot access or use our data for training or other purpose unless you have our permission. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you...
Yeah, so during the beta period, you would use our data without permission from the agency in order to use it for training purposes? It was part of the data, or I'm sorry, part of the beta testing contract that we had to sign?
I need to double check the pilot contract. It's my understanding, it's pretty boilerplate language that all of our contracts have this same machine learning anonymized data line in there.
Right. So I just want to make sure that it's not in this current contract that you can use it for training purposes.
It is in this current contract.
Oh, that they can use it for training purposes?
It is. It's section 4.3.
So you can use our data for training purposes without our permission to use that data for training purposes?
Well, the contract is the permission.
Okay. Okay. All of the data that's accessed, even if it's by the CGIS certified people, does it still require approval from Vallejo to use to access any of the data, even though you have it on certified servers and people are certified in how to access that? Everything that you access has to have approval from Vallejo.
I can double check on that specifically. If we identify a corrupt file or something going wrong with your data, the contract gives us the permission to go in there and fix it. So I believe we make every effort to always inform folks if this happens, but I don't believe it's a mandatory clause in the contract.
Okay. And I guess this now question is back to the Vallejo Police Department. Who in the Vallejo Police Department audits the disclosures? How often is it audited, and who is responsible for auditing to make sure that the data is not being disclosed? Who reviews that?
Now, when you say disclosures, what do you
By
those
Flock.
that you're talking
if
about?
Flock decides to give that information to somebody, if they contact the city attorney's office and say that they have a warrant or whoever, who audits what exactly is being disclosed?
That would be Captain Batista at the moment. He'd be the sole person to
And
do
how
said audit.
often is that information audited?
We have not audited
We're
since
actually
during
in
the beta tested.
So it's never been audited,
Not during the beta test, no.
ever. And so what is our process? Do we have a process if there is a disclosure that we were not aware of, or that information was given inadvertently? Do we have a process of how we would handle that situation?
Well, we'd probably call the city attorney right away. But I'm not aware, I thought I heard Flock representatives say they would notify us if there was a disclosure.
Well, how do you know if they just don't notify you? How do you know that they're not giving information to ICE and we don't know about it and they're not notified? How do we have access to see what they're accessing and what they're using the data for? If it's 100% owned by Vallejo, we should have access to exactly how that information is who's accessing it, what it's being used for, how it's being disclosed.
Yeah.
Who is monitoring any of that?
Is there some type of audit trail, Trevor or Jerome, in the system?
So there's both a agency audit where you all can see, and you can run these at any point in time, daily if you'd like, an agency audit showing how your network has being searched by your agency, and there's also a network audit, and this shows how the agencies you may choose to share with have also been searching and including your data in that.
Sure,
and
but does that also include Flock accessing it and searching and disclosing? You mentioned that it's for the agency, what we've searched and what we've given permission to share, but does it audit what you're sharing or what you're accessing, your staff, or your AI technology?
It provides an audit of the searches made by your agency and the agencies you share with.
So we would have no way of knowing who you're disclosing our information to. If you were, I'm not saying that you are, I'm just saying if you disclose something, we would have no way of knowing in Vallejo that you've disclosed that information until it ends up in the news that you've disclosed it.
Well, we're contractually and legally obligated to what we lay out in our agreement. So if that were to be the case, we would be legally liable, and so that is not something we would do.
Well, it's easy to say, but I mean, many of us come from a compliance background, and there has to be ways of making sure that we can check to make sure that that's not happening, or check that your AI software is not doing that without you even knowing that it's doing it, right? Like, there has to be logs that show every single person or computer system that touches our data. And if there's not, there needs to be. So I have major concerns about that. I would, in addition to what Councilmember Matias recommended, I would recommend that the SOB be given access to do their own audits of the disclosures to make sure that it's not being disclosed inappropriately. But I also, before I would agree to this, I want to make sure that we have a way of making sure that whatever Flock is doing with our data is also auditable on our end. Since it's 100% our data and they don't have permission to give it to anybody without our permission, we should have a way of auditing and making sure that that actually happens. And that's my final question. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chandler, for being on so late in the evening, in the morning. But being the information that has been shared from the mayor point of view, often wonder, how do ICE know where people are at the time that they're there? And because sometimes people check in through work because of their name tag, like I got into the door through my name tag, and that's just an automatic detection. I just came through that door. When I was working earlier today on some information for my colleagues, I forgot that I was on my other phone, and it showed that I was there. And then it gave me a report that I was there. What I think I'm hearing my colleagues say is there anything that says Flock was just on it yesterday, or the city of Vallejo was on, detected day before yesterday, is what I would like to know more information about. And as our city attorney read, there is that little gray area that says, hey, guess what? You gave us permission, because you just said it's in the contract, that you can have access. So even your CGIS, they can go in because there's a problem. But what I'm also concerned is, I'm preaching to the choir. The news says, oh, guess what? There was a breach, or there was this, or this was that. Your information was leaked 2055, and there's a problem. We understand why this is for the city to help our police department. We understand that. Anything that can be a tool, we understand that. But we don't want anything on our hands to be used wrongfully. And we had the opportunity to address these issues. And I think I hear our city attorney made some suggestions that if you would be willing to confirm that those areas would be eliminated, number one, and number two, put in some strong guardrails. My next question is, the information that you have had in the past, since it was free, is that protected? Would that be deleted altogether? And my third question is, I heard our DC Knight state that we are overdue a month. Are you giving us that courtesy still, or are we going to be financially responsible for the? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for all those questions. Really appreciate them. First and foremost, to dispel a couple of misconceptions. I know there was a statement that Flock broke the law. There's been certain individuals who have made that statement. For whatever reason, that has not been found to be factual. And so there have been individuals in certain states, I'm not saying individuals in this room, but individuals in certain states where issues have arisen, and they have said that that is the case, but that is not factual. We are under we are not aware of any legal action or actual legal accusation that we broke the law. Second, there has also never been a data breach. The instances where you're reading about have been instances where agencies, perhaps mistakenly or not knowingly, decided to share their networks with potentially other agencies that didn't align with their community values. And what we have taken very urgently here at Flock is we want to make compliance even easier so that community safety never has to come at the expense of community values. That includes making any federal users will never have access to statewide or national lookup as part of this policy. In addition, we're putting in even greater safeguards to further highlight any federal user so that if there is a sharing request, that they are very clearly delineated, even more so than they already are. And there's multiple more steps in order to go through that. And in some cases, in such as California, we've actually completely shut off all sharing outside of the state and just made it that much more simple for compliance. And so I just wanted to touch on all of those. And regarding the beta period, we've absolutely abided by all the contract terms, including deleting the data after 30 days. That has all been very, very clearly delineated. So I just wanted to address a few of those misconceptions about statements about breaking the law, statements about a data breach, and the additional compliance measures that we've put in place in California specifically to make sure that compliance with the California Values Act is thoroughly followed. In regards to the continuing of the contract, I'm not part of our sales team. I'm the director of public affairs, so I can't speak specifically or authoritatively regarding the extension. What I can say is we're very proud to have been a part of the solution in Vallejo, and I feel pretty confident that we'll be able to work with your offices and make sure that services are continued without interruption. I feel very confident in saying that.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate your help.
Great. Thanks. It sounds like we have some direction to bring this back. I do see Councilmember Letters. Do you have another point? I don't want to start a whole second round, but
No. So are we sitting on our own rack space? Or are we sharing? Did he leave, Trevor?
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat the question? Sitting on your own rack space?
Are we sitting on our own rack? When we're up in the cloud, are we sharing? Or are we on our own?
So I'll leave it. I'll refer to DC and Captain Batista. I don't know the
No, they
specific
would
number
know
of.
that you're storing my data in the cloud. And so I'm just wondering, when you're storing my data, am I on my own rack? Am I in my own little cabinet?
Yes, your data is in its own box. Yes.
By itself? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
all right, Vice Mayor, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I had one more question. For the logs, for auditing the logs, does anybody have the capability of editing the logs, either on the Flock side or the Vallejo Police Department side?
Not on the Flock side.
Do we know on the Flock side? We definitely wouldn't have the ability to edit those.
So nobody can edit the logs?
You said the audit logs is what you're talking
Right,
about. Yeah,
just the access logs.
Not that I'm aware of,
Nobody
no.
can edit them, okay.
Yeah, if they can't do it, for sure, we wouldn't be able to do it.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll turn to the city manager. Did we get enough direction now to be able to bring this back, or do we need something formal?
No, I think we need that encapsulated into a motion.
I will move that we not move forward at this time, but request, not a hard no, but that we request a referral to the SAB to deal with the privacy issues that have been presented with this new administration. What were the other pieces? That was the big one, that we give the SAB the authority to audit the logs. Was there anything else?
So there,
Yeah, I know there was more.
Madam Mayor, I do believe that if the council wants to address issues surrounding the agreement itself, that we need some direction about, do you want us to put some guardrails in the agreement? And then we can work with Flock to make some either amendments or notifications in here, and an opportunity for the city to address, I'll call it data security concerns.
Yeah, and I would put that as a referral to the SAB and have the city attorney's office work on that as well, with the goal of making amendments to the agreement, putting guardrails in the agreement. But I think that was the goal of the referral to the SAB. Councilmember Gordon.
That's what I was going to say. I said that earlier, if Flock would be willing to implement those guardrails to protect the information for sure, from what our city council read, what our city attorney read.
Councilmember Palmares, you had something to add?
Yes, Mayor. So yes to the guardrails to Raven, but to just make sure we're extra clear about Councilmember Matias's point, if I'm not mistaken, that what he's requesting from SAB are their policy recommendations with regard to Condor and Falcon, so not just Raven.
And when I'm talking about the retention and the privacy, my intention is to cover all of it because it's an ecosystem.
Okay, and I just want to be extra clear.
If we're going to invest money in continuing a Flock software, we need to make sure that our Flock ecosystem is airtight.
Okay,
I don't
great.
think we want to be throwing money and saying, well, Raven in isolation doesn't do this with respect to privacy, but this very same company is doing these things with respect. I think we need to take it all on at once and not look at each technology in isolation. So that's the motion.
I do have some recollection that we did do a policy, so I'll have to go back and look at it. I know SAB gave some.
Yeah, definitely go back
We'll
to
have to
SAB.
go back
'cause
to look at
SAB,
that.
we had a whole discussion about it, and I remember the emergency I remember some very specific things. I'm outdated now, about a year, but
Yeah, my memory isn't good enough to do that without going back and look at it.
yeah. Councilmember Matias, do you have something else to add?
I guess the question I have is we're making these referrals to SAB. It's going to take some time for them to hash out all of these different pieces. To go back to City Attorney Nebb's point, what are we doing around Raven, the gunshot detection technology that's in front of us? Are we saying we're not going to act on that until we have SAB?
That's my proposal.
That's what we're saying? Okay.
Yeah, until we have the privacy stuff, the other kind of, all those other concerns planned out. Go ahead, Councilmember Vallejo.
I think there has to be a timeline. It goes back to the very question that I asked in the beginning. September 6th, our what do you call it? Our beta testing period ended. And again, the question, this becomes really important, is how long is it, what is the period of time that we need to have a response back to yes or no? And the fact that we're saying we've done all this work, we know that it works, but we do need these guardrails. So that's a very important question about how quick this has to be done based on what is the requirement around the beta testing, its ending, and how many days we have to respond.
I think we can ask Flock to send us the beta test agreement. We looked in our system here with the help of the deputy city clerk, and we didn't find it. That doesn't mean it's not maybe resident with PD and we just didn't get it into the city side system, but we can look for it. I think through the mayor, could we ask Flock representative one additional question?
Sure, yeah.
I'm interested to know whether or not you have any, I'm going to use them as guardrail provisions with any other agency using any component of the overall security system provided by Flock. And if that language, if you do have that, if that language can be shared with us, that could decrease the amount of time it would take to go through this process?
I can check. One of the things that we have done previously is for agencies and communities that did not want to be included in the aggregated data, the potential to be included for aggregated data machine learning. We have opted communities out of that, and so we do have that language. But I would need a little bit more specificity around what types of guardrails you're looking for, because there was a lot discussed, and we're happy to engage in good faith to make sure that folks feel good about this. So I'll just need more specificity on the types of guardrails that you're looking for.
Okay, I think that's helpful just to the overall question. We can discuss that obviously with Flock offline and not take up the council and community's time with it, but it seems like there might be some opportunities there.
So we've got our motion. I think, are we comfortable with it at this stage? Why don't we go ahead and, Councilmember Matias, I see you over there.
I'm sorry, y'all. This is why we can't have these meetings this late. Here's the reality, and Deputy Chief Knight, you're gonna have to jump in on this one. Right now, I don't know how long you guys have been using the license plate readers for, but you're using the license plate readers that belongs to Flock. You've been using Raven for the past 13 months. So are we as a council saying today that they've got to shut their use of all of that stuff down until those policies are drafted? Raven, the cameras, what are we saying? Like, I just want to make sure.
We're saying that. We're just saying we don't want to commit to to spending on Raven until we address the other policy issues with all the technologies. Yeah, we're not shutting anything off.
This guy was like confusing me.
This was a whole,
in the
that side of the
morning.
dais was having a whole conversation. Okay, let's vote.
Okay.
I'm still missing one vote.
But this is, just to be clear, not what's written on the screen. That's the motion that, yeah, we're okay. Because we're just making sure we understand what we're voting on.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you all. We have direction for follow-up. Thank you, DC Knight. Thank you, everybody that was on Zoom. We're going to move now. We've continued the remainder of our action items. We've continued our information calendar, and that is going to bring us to our city manager's report. City Manager Murray, do you have anything to report?
No, I don't have a report this evening.
City Attorney, I'm seeing a shaking head, no report. That's going to bring us to our second community forum. Anyone wishing to address the council that did not address the council in our first community forum, with respect to items not on the agenda this evening, you can raise your hands online. We don't have anybody in chambers. Do we have any hands at this time?
No hands raised at this time.
All right, while we
Madam.
let that clock run on community forum, we'll go ahead and see for item 14 if any council members have any new requests for future agenda items.
If I may, at the last council meeting, council members requested 2 items, and the council didn't actually end up voting on those. So we'd like to get a vote to move those forward to scoping this evening there. The 2 referrals are related to an update on the abandoned vehicle program and an update on our franchise agreement with Recology. So does the council want to vote on those 2 items moving forward for scoping?
I see Councilmember Gordon and Palmara's, are these new requests? Or Councilmember Gordon, go ahead.
So I believe Councilmember Matias, you had raised the referral. Okay. Do we want to do?
My referral was on the abandoned vehicle program.
Okay. Do we need to do an actual vote?
So we're voting right now on whether or not we want to agendize that in the future.
Whether you want it to be scoped.
Scope, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Do we have a show of heads?
Yeah, I'm fine with
Looks
both of those, honestly. Okay, I'm going to move that we go ahead and advance both of those, abandoned vehicle program and franchise agreement with Recology. Let's vote on both of them right now.
Okay,
I'm fine with both of them.
On those 2 items.
Motion
All right.
carries.
thanks. Councilmember Palm, or Councilmember Warden, you had a new item?
I do. I do apologize. What was sent to you was not meant the way it looked. It probably was just a program. So for me, as my colleagues are all pointing out, we have been challenged by the cities that I have served, that our time ending is not logic. And it's only that way because of our start time. Our start time from 7 to 8 is 1 hour, 8 to 9 is 2 hours, 9 to 10 is 3 hours, and so forth. So technically, we are running a whole entire city at 7 p.m., where ending at 12 is only 5 hours. But when we start our time because of closed session, that's at 5 o'clock, which is 7 hours. That is my proposal, is that if you read I sent you the right program, how it's supposed to look, that my request is our start time would be 5 o'clock for no closed sessions. Our closed sessions can start on an alternative date, like a Tuesday. And then, because if you read my proposal, I'm asking us to do a scope of this and have staff come back to us and show us the benefit of starting different. For example, I've watched many other city council meetings, and their start time is as early as 9 o'clock in the morning to in between 5 o'clock in the afternoon. School boards, they start theirs at 6:30, and their closed session starts earlier than that, I believe 4 o'clock. The Board of Supervisors, they start theirs from between 9 a.m. to 9:30, and their closed session is afterwards. And I could be wrong on the time, but I'm just giving you a general. So it's like a regular work day. And for staff, for other city councils, their staff, if they have to do presentations, they come in at a later time so that they're not having to work all day. If their salary is different, if they're hourly, they get paid such. So this right here is to show you, I even have included codes, you name it, I have it there. Special meetings, such as if we are bringing training or at other districts, we agreed, for example, for flood, water, and waste, that we would not have no city business. But we have had them. And so we either slate something here to make sure we're here, and it's not proper business, nor is it professional. So I'm just asking you to ask, with your permission, just to look at it, and then come back to discuss it, because technically what makes it long for us is because you've had we have our all-day business, and then we have to come here and run our city business. And it's not fair to the city of Vallejo that we treat it as if it's part-time, and it's not our intent, but we're tired. So I'm asking us, as professionals, when we ran our campaign, I heard every last one of us say that we would put the city of Vallejo first, and that we would make sure that we run this business accordingly and professionally as we indicate why we are capable and qualified to do this position. And it's no disrespect. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone, but this is serious. And so I just asked you just to look at it.
All right. Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a request that we as City Council, we receive some options that will encourage and empower us as council to conduct city business more collaboratively and efficiently So for example, and these are just examples, I'm open to whatever the city manager can provide us, but one, revamping our rules for running our meetings, two, improve our knowledge management of our requests, our guidance and direction, and that kind of goes both ways between the city council and city manager's office. Also, open up more opportunities for study sessions, blue sky brainstorming sessions, and also one-on-one conversations. So we are getting ahead of our city council meetings and making sure we're kind of air out all of our ideas. Enroll city council, all of us as a city council, in training on how to communicate collaboratively as a team. And lastly, I'd like to see a regular survey of the city staff, at least the directors on up, on their interaction with city council. And all of this is, coming back to my original request is, I want to encourage and empower us to be better in working collaboratively and efficiently. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we can make these things happen, and I would love to, for everyone here, all my colleagues, if they have any ideas, I would love to hear them too. But I think it's important that we also just get better and working together as leaders and as a team. So I hope that's clear enough. I don't know if I need to add anything else. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Matias?
Two items this evening that I'm adding to the queue for future consideration. Number one, evaluation of the use of enhanced infrastructure districts, both on the commercial and the residential side. And the second item is evaluation of a possible convention center in the city of Vallejo. And those are requests coming from myself and Councilmember Lettinger.
Councilmember Lettinger?
So thank you, Councilmember Gordon. I think we need to put some parameters with all due respect, and I understand where you're trying to go. But I think we need to remember that this council, this body, is not a full-time body. And so when we think about the differences in Board of Supervisors in some of the different cities and so forth and on, like Oakland and some other cities that start much earlier than we do, we have to remember this is not a full-time council. And the real question becomes, and I've been thinking about it, we've been here essentially 9 months, going on 10 months, and we all agreed to have many meetings, special meetings, and so forth and on. And I think we have been really diligent in agreeing and being here and being present. But something that I would like to also challenge is, how do we get better overall at agenda setting? How do we get better at ensuring we get our packet in a week in advance, so the week before our regular Tuesday council meeting, in one-on-ones or 3x3s, there is a discussion about what's going to come to the council so we can really get out some of these questions that we have. And I do believe I have discussed this with our city manager, and I fully understand that, again, we have limited staff, but the reality is, if we can get our packets and really outline our questions and have those questions answered in some semblance in advance, it would be helpful to the meetings on Tuesday. The other question that I really want to explore is closed session. We have closed session often, more than often. Generally, it's all the time. And it is, how do we also maximize that, where every Tuesday that we're coming together, we're not always having closed session? Because that's also important, from being here from 5 o'clock till whatever the time is. And so, again, how do we get better at just doing our city business, having a cadence about reporting, and it's not going to be perfect, it's going to take time, but that's part of the process of managing what is coming to the board. A certain time, we know budget's coming, and all these different things. How can we together get better at what our agendas look like? I think that's really important, because I assert and suggest we are not a full-time council. We all have different jobs, and where we work at 8 to 5 or 7 to 5, whatever it is, 7 to 3, and that's been a known fact for council here in this city. And unless there is something here where we are then saying, oh, this is going to be a full-time council, and we are going to meet from, our role is to be here from 8 to 5, then that's a whole different conversation, a whole different run, and so forth and on. So I think we need to really think about when we are making these kinds of suggestions of what time we can get here. And 5 o'clock is not generally a good standard time when people work full-time jobs. So, you know, I just have to say that, and the intent that Councilmember Gordon is making and the want to improve our time, I appreciate that. But here is the reality as it relates to what our municipal code says about this board, this body. We are not full-time. So we've got to figure out how else can we work together, to Councilmember Palmeris's point as well. How can we collaborate, have different ways of doing whatever we have to do? And it's frankly, we have several different, we have our commissions that we liaison to, that we go to, plus we have our special committee assignments. So for me, it's not adding additional five more meetings. It's how can we be effective with our time? How can we each and individually help with that as we keep moving and going along in this process, is what I'm looking for.
All right, Councilmember Gordon, and then we'll move back to public comment.
Thank you. There might be a misunderstanding. I was using some of those as examples. If we was to a part-time employment, being prior a little bit of HR, 4 hours to 5 hours is part-time. My suggestion to start early so that we can leave sooner, not allow us to be here until 12 o'clock. No, it's to start early so we can get out of here and take care of this business, because this, and so the media can see, this is what we're asked to do part-time. And we haven't even touched it thoroughly. Whether we ask questions prior to or after, my point was to start earlier. In case people don't recall, prior to, we would start sometimes as early as 4 o'clock prior to this council, especially if we had flood, water, and waste. We would start early, and if there was closed session, we would start early, and they would get out in decent times, unless it's something really crucial that brought the city to dealt with some concerns they had. So it's not that we start early to end at 12 o'clock. Now, this is my first priority, is to run this city and take it serious. I don't care about any other job prior to. This right here is my first priority, and I take everything about it seriously. And I don't want, oh, we only have 1 round, 2 rounds. We have never had that conversation before in other councils, because we take this city serious. And I want the city of Vallejo to know that they come first, unapologetically. I don't care if I have 500 jobs, but like we mentioned earlier, we sit on other councils, we sit on other liaisons, as we sit as liaisons, and we want to make sure that how we run this city, we run it accurately as we're asking staff to do. and it goes back to staff. We have asked staff to be here all day and then be here all night. I only mention the county because that's a really good model to use. Employment, when we had staff that either had to do jury duties or be on civic, we've excused them with pay. We just worked that in their contract if they had other employment. If they worked hourly, we would pay them still because it's a civic job. So that's all this recommendation is, just so that we start early like they used to do, and then we can get out of here in time. Still take care of our business, or we limit what goes on the agenda. That is another consideration, if we want to start 7 o'clock at night.
Councilmember Gordon, I want to make sure,
One moment,
though,
please.
we're just adding agenda items. I don't want to get into deep
but
discussion over an item
I
here.
apologize, but
So I
point
want
of
to
order.
take the request
but
and
point of
put it
order, point of order,
into-
you allowed letters said Councilwoman letters you to say something. I want to be able to rebuttal to
If
that.
you
So
can just
there's
make it brief,
clarity.
because we are pushing it with
I
the Brown
appreciate-
Act here and
I
this
ap-
agenda item.
I appreciate it, but I'm explaining to you the clarification. It's not so that we can last longer. It's so that we start early like we used to do and make it convenient so that people can hear us and hear all of the business at hand. And I actually did a survey, and people respect us, and they even add to it. So just want you to know that.
So it's a request for a future item to start the
That is
council
what I
meetings
asked.
earlier. All right, I see
No,
Councilmember.
it was, remember, I said to do a scope to see if this is possible. That's what I said.
That's what we're logging. Yep, and that's all we can do on this item. All right, I saw Councilmember Palmer you're good. City Manager.
So
Sure.
I've heard requests for 4 items. We need to have a vote on those items. So if somebody wants to make a motion, we vote on them.
I don't.
Can I
don't want to vote on them right now. I would like to go, but I would be, if someone wants to make a motion, that's fine.
Real quick
Go ahead,
question.
Councilmember Letters.
Something that, as we are, I think it's really important, and I don't know where we've discussed this, but as we're adding items and as we're scoping items, I go back to this framework about what is on our tracker and where we are, and literally, as much as you all don't like it, how many staff hours do we really have? You know, we're adding, but the real reality about all the adding is, again, where are we? It's really important as we're adding, right? And so I just want us to be cognizant of all of the add-ons, but what are we getting done? What can you really do? And I don't think we're really having a full round discussion around every time we add. So I want to bring that to the forefront, because I don't think it's healthy to continue to add scoping, so forth and on. And we really don't know holistically, with everything that we have already on our list, where we are and what we really have left and what we have agreed based on what's on the trackers today, what the disposition is, and where is it fitting into all of this. So I just would like to daylight that as we continue to keep adding.
All right. Do we have any motions? I would like to wait, personally. I'm not seeing everything, so that's going to bring us to report of presiding off. Actually, do we have any public comment for community forum?
No speakers at this
All
time, Madam
right.
Mayor.
Do we have any reports of presiding officers, members of the city council? All right, seeing none, we're going to adjourn at 1:48 a.m.